this world, killing any living creature grants you an ability. So some of the powerful can even possess tens of thousands of skills simultaneously. But this man could only hold a maximum of 7. However, his 7 abilities could all evolve infinitely. An ordinary healing ability evolved directly into an immortal divine technique capable of regenerating severed limbs. A simple dash skill eventually reached the level of tearing through the void itself. It was precisely through this power that I managed to join humanity's strongest group of 4 in my 20s. But even this couldn't stop the demon's advancing assault. Soon all humans worldwide were slaughtered to extinction. In the end, only the 4 of us remained. To completely prevent this catastrophe at its source, we prepared to use humanity's final trump card. That was Alcinia's time-space crystal, which legend claimed possessed the power to reverse time and return to the past. But it could only send one person back. So I, who had started training 20 years later than them yet still caught up to their pace, became the optimal choice. They believed that if I could have discovered my potential earlier and chosen 7 powerful skills from the beginning, I might have been able to end this disaster. Just as I stood on the altar preparing to activate the formation, the church roof was suddenly torn open by a golden dragon. Upon discovering us, it raised its head and began gathering dragon breath in its mouth. Cadian told me not to lose focus, then stepped forward and summoned a formation to block this strike. Immediately after, he shouted for Iris and Cain behind him to switch positions, since only he could activate the teleportation formation. Upon hearing this, Iris flashed forward, charging toward the golden dragon in the air with vigorous steps. Reaching directly below it, she thrust her staff into the ground. Instantly, a brilliant shield rose up. Then Cain swung the great sword in his hands, his entire body radiating high-temperature flames. As the great sword swept down, several smaller dragons lost their lives in an instant. But before he could catch his breath, he saw that the golden dragon remained completely unharmed. Seeing the dragon claw striking toward him, he had no time to dodge and could only raise his sword to block. Instantly, thousands of pounds of pressure spread throughout his entire body. Seeing this, I was about to draw my sword and rush forward to help when Cadian stopped me, telling me to focus. Iris turned back and said to leave this to them, and after I returned to the past, I shouldn't act alone anymore but try to find some teammates. I told her I would do my best. Then Cadian also told me I could avoid unnecessary killing, but those who instigated wars must definitely be dealt with, especially that mad sovereign Clementine. No matter what, that guy had to be eliminated. As we spoke, the teleportation formation was nearly ready. The time-space crystal began resonating as it sensed the fluctuations. The next second, after the magic fused with the crystal, the formation successfully activated. The 2 people in front turned back to see this, their tense expressions replaced by relief. When I opened my eyes, I found myself among a crowd of people. I looked up and observed the extremely familiar scene around me, confirming that I had truly succeeded in traveling through time. At this moment, the people around me were still in complete chaos and commotion. They looked at the strange scenery around them, having no idea what had happened. Their panic was understandable. After all, they had just fallen into an alternate dimension. At this time, the phenomenon of missing people had just begun appearing in the real world. Originally, I too had only learned after being transported to this world that all the previously missing people had come here. This world, existing in an intermediate zone, was deeply affected by the abyss formed through devouring other dimensions. Those who had arrived in the alternate dimension first had learned supernatural abilities one step ahead, making their passage here completely unobstructed. Moreover, every corner here was filled with various kinds of strange beasts. After all humans were transported to this world, the abyss gate would open. The Great War began from that moment. Thinking of this, I examined my body and discovered that my previous skills and all physical attributes had indeed been reset to 0. The time left for me to become stronger was approximately 5 years. However, that guy should also appear around this time, right? Just as I finished thinking, a crack opened in the sky, and something black was about to emerge from within. After it completely emerged, everyone could see clearly that it was something resembling a small demon. It introduced itself as an assistant sprite here to help everyone accelerate their progress. However, I knew what accelerating progress really meant in its words. It meant making us reduce our numbers quickly through infighting. Next, the sprite first welcomed everyone to this alternate world. But before it could say the next sentence, someone interrupted, telling it to cut the crap and quickly send him home. After hearing this, the sprite's expression instantly darkened, saying to let it finish speaking first. The person was also frightened into silence and didn't dare make another sound. The sprite continued, saying this place would grant everyone unlimited freedom. Had everyone ever fantasized about a world without legal systems, ethics, and morality? Here, you could do whatever you wanted. Not only that, but now even the physical constraints that had always bound you humans had disappeared. From now on, you could become infinitely stronger according to your own will, just like those characters called heroes in your movies. Next, it would demonstrate for everyone, with a snap of its fingers. The body of the person who had just interrupted exploded instantly. This scene shocked the surrounding people while making them afraid to even breathe. The sprite returned to its previous smile, saying it didn't like people who talked too much and were noisy. After a brief silence, people began frantically fleeing in all directions. However, with each snap of the sprite's fingers, the bodies of those who had just been shouting about escaping exploded one after another. The sprite roared that it had already said it didn't like noisy people. The remaining crowd immediately covered their mouths, not daring to make any sound. The next second, the sprite returned to its original expression, saying that here, as long as you killed any living creature or anything else, it would drop runes. As it spoke, it extracted a white stone from a corpse. Then it explained that besides this type, there were 8 other similar stones, all randomly dropped. Although the one in front was the lowest grade white rune. As long as everyone worked hard to grow in the future, they could obtain better runes. The sprite held up the rune to examine it, saying this was a rune that could enhance strength, and asked if anyone wanted it. Everyone immediately backed away upon hearing this, afraid of making this little creature unhappy. At this moment, however, I pushed through the crowd and walked out. Raising my hand to look at the rune before me, I couldn't help but sigh that it had been a long time since I'd used something like this. The sprite was stunned for a moment. Then it flew to my side saying this was very good. I should participate actively just like this. Then it had me extend my hand, and asked if I felt it was magical now. The rune would distort the laws to enhance strength. From a scientific perspective, with your original strength you could only lift 117 kilograms of objects, but now it's increased to 122 kilograms. Not only that, but runes can also... Before it could finish, it stopped abruptly because it saw that I wasn't curious or excited at all. Then it said that in any case, runes would have different effects according to their type. So the more runes you obtained, the more powerful you would become. The only way to survive was to continuously collect runes to make yourself strong. As soon as these words were spoken, the fear on people's faces was replaced by greed. The next second, they began competing to grab the runes that had just fallen on the ground. But the sprite absorbed those runes back into its hands, saying it would keep these runes for itself and they should go find new ones. This greatly disappointed those who had almost grabbed the runes. Then it said that by touching your right ear, you could open your personal information panel to view the runes you already possessed. Everyone tried this and discovered that a panel would indeed appear. The sprite added that humans' average initial stats were all 10. I looked and saw that after using that rune earlier, my strength had increased by 1 point. Next, the sprite said that to help everyone adapt here quickly, it would provide many benefits. Then everyone suddenly felt something heavy in their hands. Looking down, they discovered weapons had appeared from nowhere. After the sprite said the tutorial was over, it disappeared on the spot. Suddenly, someone shouted to look behind them. Everyone turned to see that a group of goblins had appeared not far away. These goblins became extremely excited upon seeing the humans. People who sensed something was wrong had already started running toward the back of the crowd. After the goblins moved closer, everyone could see their faces clearly. A girl said not to provoke them and they should slowly retreat. But after retreating only 2 steps, the people at the very back suddenly stopped. Everyone looked back and discovered they were blocked by an invisible wall. This threw everyone into complete panic. More importantly, this wall was continuously contracting backward. Moreover, the wall behind the goblins was also contracting together. Suddenly, someone noticed a door nearby that seemed to lead outside, and they also saw a number on the door. After one person went out, the number on the door changed to 48. People immediately understood that this door might only allow 50 people to exit, so they began running frantically toward the door. Seeing the situation, I found it laughable. If 100 people united to fight, their chances of winning would be quite good. In my previous life here, 40 people died at the hands of goblins, but now it was different. You had to quickly eliminate these goblins to proceed to the next stage. At this moment, the goblins sensed the humans' cowardice and began charging toward this side. Soon screams echoed from within the crowd. After I killed one, another had already reached above my head. I first gripped its wrist, then sliced it in half with one stroke. This scene also caught the attention of the surrounding goblins. I first assumed a ready-to-strike pose, preventing other goblins from advancing, then lamented that this decades-old body was too uncomfortable to use. I was already tired after killing just 2 goblins. However, my luck was pretty good this time, as my agility increased by 0.1%. You should know that as agility improves, reaction speed also improves accordingly. At this moment, a goblin behind me took advantage of my distraction to throw a dagger at me. However, having just improved my agility, I heard the sound of air being cut and quickly turned my head. While dodging this strike, I also threw my short blade toward it. The next second, the short blade precisely hit its head, taking its life. Seeing me kill their companions one after another, the goblins directly chose 3 to launch a coordinated attack on me. However, in my eyes, they had already become walking runes. As I quickly passed by them, all 3 fell to the ground before they could react. Although my stats had been reset to 0, my combat experience and memories from the previous life were still intact. Other people were stunned after seeing me kill several goblins in succession. However, this also showed them that these monsters could indeed be killed. so the battle between both sides officially began. I also joined in, quickly slaying the goblins before me. Actually, there was no need to be so urgent from the beginning, but I couldn't waste time here, because many humans already existed in this world. People who had just arrived here would have a 3-month newbie protection period. As long as they stayed within designated areas, they wouldn't encounter veteran players. But after 3 months, they would have to fight against those with 2 or 3 years of experience, so I had to use this time to quickly become stronger. Cadian's decision to send me to this point in time was truly the most correct choice. Before long, this battle came to an end. Looking at the corpses around me, they couldn't believe I had killed more than half the monsters by myself. At this moment, the sprite appeared again. It looked around and said my results here were quite impressive, and the number of people had also been reduced appropriately. After saying this, it removed the surrounding invisible walls, and then it crawled back into the void crack. After it left, everyone dared to curse at the empty air. At this moment, I opened my information panel to check, and discovered that my attributes this time were much stronger than in my previous life. I had also obtained a weapon. Next was figuring out how to quickly become stronger. I remembered that in my previous life, Cadian had mentioned there was a hidden dungeon within the tutorial area, and it's a brutal dungeon. However, he hadn't been able to reach the end back then, and he believed no one could clear that dungeon during the newbie period. Nevertheless, he said that even so, he had gained enormous benefits from it, and his current ability to be among the Valkyries' squad members was thanks to that. He also said that if he could return to the past, he would definitely go conquer that dungeon first, which might have allowed him to defeat me. With this in mind, I prepared to set out to find that hidden dungeon, but I needed to handle something first. That was to find the 2 hidden fragments that Cadian had told me were concealed within the tutorial area. Just as I was about to leave for the location of the first fragment, I suddenly heard an argument behind me. It seemed a girl was being bothered by a group of men. The men were using the pretext of unity for survival to try to keep the woman with them, while the woman's companions behind her didn't dare step forward to help, seeing they were outnumbered. However, I didn't want to get involved in such matters, because the hidden fragments would automatically disappear after 1 week, and I had to obtain them before then. Suddenly, a guy behind me called out my name. I turned and asked if he knew me. Hearing what I said, those 2 guys were obviously very surprised. The blonde kid stepped forward and asked if I was stupid. Hadn't we been together before being transported here? Hearing this, my brain began racing. Finally, after 1 minute, I remembered they were my classmates. In my previous life, when we were hanging out together, we were transported here. Back then, they died directly in the first round, which was why I couldn't remember them. In this life, it should be because I killed more than half the goblins that they managed to survive. The girl, upon seeing me, directly shook off the man's hand with force. Then she turned and ran toward me. Compared to them, I recognized Elena at first sight. Those men initially wanted to use forceful methods, but when they saw my face clearly, they stopped in their tracks, because they clearly remembered the scene of me single-handedly taking down a group of goblins. However, thinking it over, I might now be exhausted, so he quietly signaled to his subordinates. After they approached and surrounded us, he said they would definitely take Elena today. I simply walked up to him and told him in an icy tone to say that again. Sensing my intense killing intent, he unconsciously stepped back 2 paces. I strode forward directly and knocked him aside. When he turned around, his veins bulged instantly as he wanted to make a move. In response, I drew my short blade and asked if he had something to say. Just then, their leader came over, saying they weren't bad people, and suggesting we travel with them, since having more people meant better mutual support. From this man's eyes, I could easily see he had already adapted to the rules here. The nature he had originally hidden would make people like him thrive like fish in water after losing constraints. Just as I gripped my dagger, wanting to eliminate them, I suddenly remembered Cadian saying to avoid unnecessary killing, and Iris saying not to act alone but try to find some teammates. After thinking this through, I suppressed my killing intent. Even if I didn't intervene, guys like them would bring about their own destruction. So I turned and left this place. The subordinate wanted to step forward but was stopped by the leader, because the leader wanted to establish their own order here. After this incident, the blonde kid felt that humans here were more terrifying than goblins. Then he looked toward me, feeling that I seemed completely different from before. Previously, seeing me as an orphan always sitting alone in corners in a daze, he had thought I was a weakling. At this moment, he ran forward and asked why I had pretended not to recognize them earlier. Faced with such a question, I didn't know how to answer for a moment. Finally, I made up an excuse saying I had amnesia. Then I turned my gaze to Elena nearby. Although she had lived quite well in the real world before, here, beauty was a double-edged sword. After I led them for a while, the blonde girl behind couldn't help asking where we were going. Elena nearby was also very curious. I said we had arrived and they could see for themselves. Everyone looked up and discovered we had come to a subway station entrance. This was the place where I could obtain the first hidden fragment, Gangnam Station. At this moment, Elena asked what I had brought them here to do, thinking it was troublesome to explain to them, If it weren't for Iris's words, I would definitely act alone. Finally, having no choice, I said that although I had amnesia, I had gained supernatural abilities as a result, so I felt there were good things down below. Now that various monsters existed, saying I had supernatural abilities should be reasonable, right? The blonde girl behind asked her companion if it was really okay to follow me like this. After hearing this, I turned and told them they didn't have to follow me, since I respected personal choice. Even if they just watched from behind afterward, that was fine with me. After hearing my arrogant tone, the blonde kid felt very annoyed. But they also felt I might really know something. So after consideration, they decided to follow me. Feeling the increasingly eerie atmosphere, the blonde kid ran over and asked if we were going somewhere safe now. I told him no. Now we were going to meet friends who had been living here for a long time. After hearing this, he looked completely incredulous, since who would live in such a place? After walking a bit more, I suddenly stopped. Then I drew my dagger from behind. Before anyone could react, I swung the blade toward Tyler's feet. And under everyone's terrified gaze, I cut a worm by Tyler's foot in half. Tyler was so frightened by my action that he didn't dare breathe. I told them these were green worms, and they would emerge after sensing vibrations from the ground. If bitten by them, losing a chunk of flesh would be considered light. After explaining this to them, I picked up the rune dropped by that green worm. Then I taught them a simple method to eliminate green worms. That was to look at the ground, and if you saw soil bulging up somewhere, stab directly down. After they learned this technique, they felt it was as simple as whack-a-mole. However, the guy with headphones still hesitated to act. Just then, a patch of earth behind him slowly bulged into a large mound. The next second, a green worm burst out and charged toward him. Fortunately, I discovered this in time and quickly flashed over to push him away, then simply swung twice to chop this green worm to pieces. Tyler came over and asked how I knew these things. I just turned back and told him this was my supernatural ability. Everyone was half believing, only Elena showed admiring eyes. After hunting for a while longer, the ground was covered with runes. When I bent down to collect them, I noticed they were still standing behind me, so I turned back and asked why they weren't collecting them. Elena said they thought it would be better for me to absorb these runes to level up and then protect them, because even if they absorbed these runes now, they couldn't immediately become stronger like me. I sighed and explained to them that runes obtained through one's own efforts must be absorbed by oneself. If they wanted to continue traveling with me, they had to follow this rule at minimum. This rule was established by those who had wandered in the abyss for decades in my previous life to ensure coexistence among companions. To reduce unnecessary conflicts, whoever killed the prey would own the dropped equipment, items, and runes. If it was group hunting, distribution would be based on contribution and priority order. Because relationships established in this environment were like a leaking boat that could capsize at any moment. They should understand this principle after some time. I said they should trust their own abilities most. If they were useless, they would definitely be abandoned. Such were the rules of this world. After hearing what I said, they all trembled inwardly. They nodded to each other in agreement, then began searching the ground for dropped runes. I was also very clear that after they became familiar with this place, they would become crazy in pursuit of runes. Just then, Tyler suddenly picked up a purple rune. He instinctively felt this rune was extraordinary. The panel showed this rune was called Essence of the Ecruel Trolls. Thinking of something, he suddenly turned back and looked at me warily. Although I had readily agreed to share earlier, if I wanted to fight him for this rune now, he might not be my match. So he tentatively asked if this rune belonged to him. What he didn't expect was that I nodded in agreement quite readily. This rune was indeed quite good in the early stages. After absorption, it could provide players with the defense and regeneration abilities needed for survival. Plus, this rune was similar to a passive skill, so it was quite popular. Although it would greatly increase the user's appetite, food could be taken from others after becoming stronger. Skills and proficiency in this world were all determined according to rune grades. Some people with strong abilities and abundant magical power having hundreds of skills wasn't strange. For example, Cadian, whom I knew, had over 1,000 skills in my previous life. But this point made me completely different from others. Originally, I had also tried to absorb more runes, but later, every attempt failed. Iris had also tried many methods, finally concluding that I could only absorb 7. She said if she had known this, she would have had me learn more powerful skills. Although this was my fatal weakness, it was also an incomparable advantage, because it allowed my 7 skills to evolve infinitely. What was originally just a rapid regeneration ability from a Deloro lizard essence later evolved to have the same effect as Kane's immortal divine technique. What started as a simple dash eventually reached the level of tearing through the void. Back then, they gave me a nickname, 7 Star. It was precisely because of this ability that even though I started 20 years later than them, I could still catch up to their pace and even surpass them. The main reason they chose me to return to the past was this ability. So in this life, I absolutely cannot make any mistakes. Iris had said I must carefully select and then learn these 7 skills. Here, Tyler began absorbing after seeing I had no objections. The next second, his panel showed that his physical resistance had improved, with current proficiency at 1%. Seeing this, he quickly opened his information panel to check and found that his other abilities had also improved. This made him think I was an idiot for giving away such a good item to others. He believed that at this rate he would definitely surpass me. Then I continued leading them downward. This made Elena very curious, asking why we were still going down. I told her we were going to take the subway. She asked if there were still subways running in this world under these circumstances. I said she'd know when we got there. I was so certain because that guy's intelligence had never been wrong. In my previous life, when we were discussing how to quickly become stronger, that guy came over saying dungeons alone weren't enough. Then he told us there was something essential in the tutorial area, and that thing refreshed in the subway. Although each station's location and structure were different, every subway station had 3 underground levels. By going through the teleportation gate in the middle of the stairs to the bottom level, you would find a subway that had never departed. If you could board that subway, you'd succeed, but getting on was very difficult. According to that guy, the subway would only stay there for 1 day, so I had to obtain the hidden fragment within today. After we came down, we indeed found a teleportation gate ahead. Elena asked if we really had to go in, as it looked very dangerous inside. I said as usual that I came here following my instincts, and if anyone wanted to go back, they could leave at any time. Tyler, having tasted success, said without thinking that he wanted to go in. Then Elena immediately said she wanted to go too, seeing her anxious appearance. I thought she should understand that a girl as beautiful as her would face more dangers in the future. If she wanted to survive, the only way was to become stronger. The blonde girl and her companion chose to hunt here. Then the guy with headphones said in a very low voice that he also wanted to go down together. Tyler heard this and mocked him, asking what he was going there for. Hadn't he been too scared to even move earlier? The guy with headphones looked up and told Tyler this was none of his business. What decisions he made had nothing to do with him. Tyler felt his authority had been challenged, so he roared that the guy had leached so much experience earlier and said he might not be able to take care of him if they encountered danger. At that moment, I interrupted them, telling them to stop arguing. Time was running short, and they should decide for themselves. With that, I walked toward the teleportation gate. The guy with headphones and Elena also followed me closely. Tyler gritted his teeth behind us, cursing us as bastards for daring to ignore him in front of Elena like this. However, he still followed us through the teleportation gate. After I saw the convenience store inside, I thought it was indeed here. According to that guy, the second level of subway stations all had some kind of reward mechanism like a convenience store. While Tyler searched around for defensive weapons, I came to the kitchenware section and found a pot. Elena came over and asked what I was doing. After preparing the pot, I took out a leather pouch and said I was cooking. Then she asked what was in the pouch. While saying it was green worm blood, I poured it into the pot. At that moment, she was wondering why I had collected this. Then I also took out goblin skin, preparing to add it in. Goblins had evolved poison resistance to counter green worms over time. When these two were mixed, they could create an even more powerful poison. Tyler, seeing me cooking, ran over and asked if he could have a bite. When I told him this was highly toxic, he immediately backed away 2.5 meters. Elena was surprised that I even knew these things and asked how I managed it. I said as usual that it was because of my supernatural ability. This related knowledge naturally appeared in my mind. But what they didn't know was that to learn this knowledge, I had gone through hell back then. Cadian had said that no matter who returned to the past, advancement would be quite difficult without intelligence, so intelligence was most important. He had also warned us to remember never to tell this information to others, because this knowledge from the future would only accelerate the abyss's erosion speed. However, so much time had passed, and since I hadn't studied seriously back then, I had forgotten the proportions of this formula and the heating time. But looking at this lump in the pot, I thought it should be fine. I poured out the shower gel from the shelf, then filled the shower gel bottle with the poison. This made it very convenient to apply. Elena behind me asked if they could use this. When they heard me say yes, they were initially delighted, but the next second, I added that 1 strength rune could be used for 2 applications. Tyler cursed me for being despicable, profiteering even at a time like this. Then I said I could also give it to them for free, but from a long-term perspective, this wasn't a good choice, because I knew clearly that relationships based on one-sided giving were easily broken. Elena asked if she could use them first and give me runes after earning them. Hearing this, I handed her the shower gel bottle filled with poison and reminded her to be careful not to get it on her hands, or it would be very painful. Then the other two came forward with the same conditions. While they were applying it to their weapons, I turned to collect some necessary supplies, and packed them into a small backpack after finishing. When I saw them packing several boxes, I reminded them if they wanted to be bait, and sweeping everything clean like this would definitely attract attention from other guys, so they should leave some appropriately. I also taught them to bury unnecessary items in the dirt. After hearing these words, Elena's admiration for me grew even stronger. At the same time, she wondered when she could have supernatural abilities like mine. You had to know that they might have to stay in this world forever. To survive, they had to hurry up and level up by fighting monsters. And currently, the fastest and safest way to level up was to follow me. With this thought, she quickly got up and caught up to me. Seeing Elena walking so close to me made Tyler, who liked her, very unhappy. Then he first threw his pack to Danny, telling him to help bury it. Then he caught up to me and asked if they could also obtain supernatural abilities like mine. I turned back and told them maybe they could. Upon hearing my affirmative answer, all three immediately became serious and asked if it was really true. When they heard my positive response, their faces instantly filled with joy. I hadn't lied to them either. It was said that among those who came to the alternate dimension, a few indeed obtained special abilities that didn't exist in the real world. But what they didn't know was that ability users were often the most dangerous, as they would use any means necessary against those around them to grow. At this moment, Tyler came over again and asked why I was usually so aloof, and didn't talk much. As I turned to leave, I told them I was just used to it, since I didn't need to say so much before. Because in the final 5 years before my time travel, I faced those monsters emerging from the abyss every day. It was also then that humanity realized its own insignificance. Hope gradually turned into despair. Tyler, listening to what I said, just thought I was showing off. He thought that if I didn't have that supernatural ability, he wouldn't need to listen to me. However, thinking that he just needed to follow me a bit longer, and after becoming stronger, he could take Elena and go solo. Before he could finish thinking, I suddenly reached out to stop everyone, then crouched down and found a puddle of slime on the ground. I examined the type of slime. It shouldn't be from sword snails, and there was no acidic smell or organ fragments, so it wasn't from zombies either. Based on my deduction, this was most likely left by land mermaids. Although these monsters moved slowly, they could secrete a toxin that rapidly induced paralysis. Once you fell into their hands, being torn apart was just a matter of seconds. However, I had already thought of a countermeasure. I first led them to find many beer bottles, then made them into Molotov cocktails. Although there was no gasoline here, other flammable explosives could be substituted. At this moment, Tyler came to provoke me again, saying that compared to the original world, I preferred it here, right? After all, here I could do whatever I wanted. Then he said if he had supernatural abilities. Before he could finish, I stared at him with cold eyes. If Cadian were here, he would have eliminated him without hesitation, but Iris, who had saved countless people, would intervene to stop it. Finally, I sighed and thought forget it. Then I told them the battle plan for what came next. One person would throw Molotov cocktails in front, while the remaining 3 would follow up with finishing attacks. Naturally, those fighting at the front possessed priority rights to distribute the runes. Upon hearing this, Tyler immediately volunteered to fight at the front lines. When I asked who would throw the Molotov cocktails, both Elena and Danny raised their hands simultaneously. I instructed them to discuss among themselves and select one person. Danny broke into a cold sweat under Elena's intense stare, thinking to himself that he could hardly compete with Elena for this role. However, he was also terrified of close contact with those monsters. Seeing that neither could reach a decision after considerable time, I decided they would take turns throwing the cocktails. As we ventured deeper, Danny grew increasingly frightened, though at this point he could not voice any desire to return. He wondered whether we truly felt no fear. When he looked up, he discovered that Elena ahead was also trembling uncontrollably, just as he felt slightly more balanced in his heart. I suddenly stopped walking and warned them to heighten their alertness as the creatures were approaching. The moment my words fell, we heard the rustling sound of flesh scraping against the ground from the darkness ahead. I instructed Elena to throw a Molotov cocktail toward the source of the sound. Though Elena was frightened to death at that moment, she kept telling herself internally to be stronger. When the Molotov cocktail left her hand and arced through the pitch-black space, it suddenly illuminated that hideous and terrifying face. As the bottle crashed to the ground and spilled its flammable contents, the erupting flames instantly engulfed the creature, burning it thoroughly. I then drew my weapon and instructed Tyler to follow me for the finishing blows, warning him to be careful not to touch the paralysis toxin they spat out. With that, I charged forward with a swift step and struck with my blade, eliminating one creature immediately. Then I spun around and delivered another strike, successfully obtaining 2 runes. Tyler, who had been standing dazed nearby, was startled awake by a creature that suddenly lunged at him. In his panic, he hastily swung his blade wildly. Unfortunately, he failed to hit any vital points. He had not expected that even such a strike would drain the creature of its life force. This made him marvel at how effective the poison I had crafted truly was, as merely scratching the surface of their skin proved lethal. Seeing this, I asked him whether the poison I had given him was worth these runes. He remained immersed in excitement, believing that with this weapon, he could quickly surpass me. In the following time, Elena continuously lobbed Molotov cocktails toward areas with dense concentrations of creatures. Those that slipped through the net or attempted to approach us were struck down by me as I advanced. Tyler followed behind me, delivering finishing blows. The current situation matched my expectations perfectly. The paralysis toxin of these creatures possessed high flammability, therefore nothing proved more useful than Molotov cocktails. After cutting through them for a while, I noticed that my weapon had obviously dulled. Fortunately, with the poison enhancement, merely scratching them lightly sufficed. Tyler felt this was like playing a video game, becoming more energized with each kill. At this moment, he noticed 2 more runes had dropped nearby. Without thinking, he bent down and reached out to collect them. In doing so, he failed to notice a creature in the shadows nearby spitting toxin at him. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough that the toxin splashed onto his pants instead. In an instant, his pants were corroded away. What was terrifying was that behind the creature that had attacked him, many pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, he hurriedly called to Elena to throw Molotov cocktails in this direction. However, when Elena opened her pack, she discovered that all the Molotov cocktails had been used up. With no choice, he called to Danny behind them to switch positions with him so Danny could continue throwing the cocktails. The nervous Danny attempted several times but could not get his lighter to ignite. When the lighter finally lit, it suddenly illuminated a terrifying face beneath his feet. This startled him so badly that he dropped both the Molotov cocktail and the lighter in his hands. Tyler, watching the situation, felt anger surge through him. He turned and began cursing Danny furiously. Fortunately, I arrived just then and struck with my blade. This prevented the creature beneath Danny's feet from touching him. I then told them to calm down, explaining that as long as they followed the plan, there would be no problems. With that, I turned and returned to the battlefield, instructing them to rest here for a while before taking responsibility for cleaning the battlefield and collecting runes. Upon hearing this, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Thanks to the healing runes obtained earlier, Tyler's wounds had completely healed. I told him that once his stamina increased to a certain level, his injuries would heal even faster, and instructed him to take his share of the runes. After standing up, he looked at the runes before him with some disappointment, feeling there were too few. Then he noticed Danny nearby. This made him think that if he absorbed Danny's share as well, he would become stronger much faster. After this thought, he approached Danny while questioning why Danny was so heartless. Before Danny could react, Tyler locked his throat in a chokehold. The frail Danny was completely powerless against him. Tyler then said that Danny could not even throw a single Molotov cocktail properly, nearly causing his death just now. Danny wanted to say that it was because Tyler had tried to secretly hoard those runes that this happened, but Tyler's grip tightened slightly, preventing him from speaking. Elena stepped forward and urgently told Tyler to let go, warning that Danny would die if this continued. Seeing that his intimidation had achieved its purpose, Tyler threw Danny aside. When he moved to take Danny's share of the runes, suddenly a throwing knife embedded itself in front of him. I told Tyler that those did not belong to him. Tyler responded by saying that giving these runes to this weakling was no different from throwing them in the trash. Honestly, it made no difference whether this guy was here or not. We still had to split our attention to protect him, and Tyler proposed dividing everything equally with me. I simply told him calmly that since we had agreed beforehand, we needed to distribute fairly now, and not touch things that did not belong to us. Tyler knew full well that he was no match for me, so he could only rise angrily and walk away. I then told Danny that he needed to learn to protect what belonged to him. At this moment, after some hesitation, Elena approached and asked whether I found them annoying or burdensome. She had noticed that even if I were alone, I could easily handle that group of creatures. I comforted her, saying I would not judge them for things they were not skilled at. She then asked whether I would continue traveling with them, saying she always felt like I might leave at any moment. Without turning around, I simply told her that whether they could keep up was their business, though all 3 of them had performed well, so there was no need to worry. While cleaning the battlefield, I discovered that this time the runes that dropped were primarily stamina and strength. For the early stages, both stamina and strength were important attributes, making this harvest quite satisfactory. At this moment, I opened my information panel to check my strength and stamina values, which were about to reach 50. After I absorbed another one and the total reached 50, the sprite from before suddenly appeared, congratulating me on having strength and stamina values that exceeded 50 combined. This achieved a first achievement. The sprite immediately recognized me as the person who had raised his hand to request runes last time. Then it began chattering incessantly in my ear. It said they always appreciated hardworking people and would give small rewards to the most proactive individuals. At this moment, Elena approached trembling and asked whether this might be unfair. After all, everyone's physical abilities were different from the start, so everyone was not beginning from the same starting line. The sprite first comforted her, telling her not to be so afraid, because sprites, at the beginning, would not attack players or kill them out of displeasure. However, there were always exceptions. You understand, right? Perhaps that exception might be you. Seeing Elena's face turn pale with fright, the sprite laughed heartily while holding its stomach, saying it was just joking. Then it asked her why someone so clever would say such things. You also have superior qualities compared to others, do you not? Yet you have not erased those superior parts just to become the same as everyone else. Life fundamentally has no fairness. After saying this, it bounced back to my side, saying it was time to distribute the reward. I already knew that the first person whose ability values exceeded 50 would receive the reward of selecting 3 desired runes. The sprite asked what runes I wanted. With a snap of its fingers, a recovery rune appeared in its hand. It asked how this one was, explaining that although it was single use, with this rune, even if your stomach were pierced, you could recover quickly. It could be considered a resurrection skill. The others were shocked to hear how powerful this rune was. All three of them simultaneously thought that if they fell into mortal danger, I would surely choose the recovery rune to save them. However, I knew that if limbs were severed, it would be useless. So I asked the sprite whether there were runes that could resist magic. The sprite clearly had not expected me to ask such a question. Nevertheless, it conjured several runes from the magic circle, saying of course there were. This greatly disappointed the three of them, though the recovery rune was indeed excellent. Unless it was like Kane's special case of obtaining a high-level recovery rune, magic resistance and physical resistance runes were absolutely unobtainable in the tutorial zone. Improving stamina only helped with activity levels and recovery speed, while physical resistance and magic resistance provided fundamental defense and resistance. General physical attacks could be avoided through agility and experience, but magical attacks were not so easily evaded. After using the runes, I opened my panel to check my magic resistance, which had reached 13. This way, at least I could avoid instant death when subjected to magical attacks. Seeing that my task was complete, the sprite prepared to leave. Before departing, it told me it had high expectations for me. It encouraged me to continue working hard in the future, and finally gave me a flying kiss, calling me cutie pie. This scene completely stunned the three people behind me. They had not expected this terrifying sprite to actually be female. Looking at their expressions, I said, "What are you staring at? Let's go." In the following time, everyone had lost their initial awkwardness and fear. Combined with the rune bonuses obtained earlier, everything felt much easier than before. At this moment, Tyler noticed I was crouching on the ground working on something again, thinking I was still making poison. However, he soon noticed that my speed remained the same as before, showing no change, even though I had obtained the most runes. So he approached and asked why. After absorbing so many runes, my speed remained the same as before. I rolled up my sleeve and extended my arm to show him the reason. They looked at the runic patterns on my wrist with curiosity, wondering what they were. I explained to them that runes could actually be collected. By thinking about the runes you want to collect, they would be stored as these patterns and attached to your arm. When they asked how I knew this, I told them as usual that I knew through supernatural ability. Elena also wanted to try this. I stood up and said that learning this would not benefit them. This way, strength could not improve rapidly, and hunting speed would slow down. Moreover, if you were killed, everything would be wasted because runes collected this way would drop out intact after you lost vital signs. After hearing this, Danny asked me in confusion why I would collect them like this. I told them it was for future exchanges with others. I clearly knew that although it was not yet possible, trading would gradually appear after the tutorial, and runes could be used as currency for transactions. Finally, I advised them to use all the runes they obtained on themselves, rather than collecting them. After hearing this, Tyler asked displeasedly whether I was looking down on them. If I could do it, why could they not? Hearing him say this, I sighed, thinking what a guy without self-awareness. It seemed I needed to take them through several hardships to wake them up. However, before that, I needed to organize and update my equipment. With this thought, I called them over, telling them to listen carefully. Whether you choose to continue following me downward or stay here to hunt, I will not interfere. But at this moment, in this place, you must all listen to me. Now hand over all your weapons. Tyler asked why he should give his weapon to me, adding that I already had a weapon. I threw my blade on the ground, saying this one was already dull, so I needed some backup weapons. Tyler then asked what they would use if I took all the blades. Did I want them to hide behind me and watch me kill monsters? Danny, hearing this was a good idea, immediately said he would give his weapon to me. However, Tyler sternly stopped him. Seeing Tyler's resolute attitude, I asked whether he wanted to participate in the next level's combat. Tyler, feeling quite strong, said I always underestimated them, which annoyed him, so he definitely wanted to go. I thought to myself that once they knew what was down there, they might not think the same way. However, if they went, I would definitely have to split my attention to protect them. Finally, I gave them two choices. Either I would not go and let them go by themselves, or they would not participate and just watch me fight from behind. Danny immediately said he did not want to participate and chose the second option. Elena quickly followed, also choosing the second option. She believed that since I had said such things, it proved that whatever was down there was definitely dangerous. Tyler then tried to persuade them that precisely because it was dangerous, they should fight together. That selfish guy clearly wanted to abandon these friends and monopolize all the rewards himself. He thought Danny was a weakling who could go or not, but if Elena did not go either, there would be no one to watch him show off. I thought to myself that Tyler was quite fortunate, because the one who was reborn was me, not Cadian. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces, glued back together, then smashed again. Since they could not reach a conclusion quickly, I told them to go down first and decide later, as I did not have much time left. Only then did Tyler show a satisfied smile. He believed that since I wanted to go alone, there must be many excellent rewards down there. Only fools would give up such good opportunities. However, shortly after they went down, they came running back up in panic. While running, Elena blamed Tyler, saying she had told him it would be dangerous down there. Tyler roared that how could he have known. Just now, after they went down, they saw a creature that was not on the same level as the previous monsters. A serpentine beast over 30 meters long. After running up, Tyler glanced down again, thinking, I must be crazy to face such a monster alone. At the same time, as I stared at this serpent, it also examined me with cold eyes. Then it raised its head, its throat bulging with a large lump. Seeing this posture, I first dodged behind a stone pillar, then I firmly covered my ears. The next second, it opened its massive maw and spat out a powerful red shockwave. The shockwave first struck where I had been standing. Then it moved forward to the stone pillar where I was hiding. I had anticipated it would use this type of attack. Fortunately, I had chosen magic resistance earlier, or else even the aftershock would have been unbearable. I knew clearly that this serpent could not only fire powerful magical shockwaves, but also had exceptionally hard scales that ordinary swords could not damage in the slightest. However, I also knew exactly where its weakness lay. With this thought, I charged out from behind the stone pillar. First, I dodged its tail attack with a quick movement. Then I leaped up to get above it. Next, I forcefully stabbed my dagger in the reverse direction of its scales, penetrating its skin. The gaps between scales were extremely vulnerable. The serpent cried out to the sky in pain. I did not bother retrieving the dagger and immediately retreated at high speed, maintaining a safe distance. However, the injured serpent would not let me off so easily. After recovering, it opened its mouth and lunged at me, but I still managed to dodge to the side. Then it raised its head again, staring intently at me. From its mouth, it once again spat that red shockwave magic. Although this strike did not hit me, because I was covering my ears, my sensitivity to the surrounding environment decreased dramatically. By the time I noticed its tail sweeping toward me, it was too late. I could only take the hit solidly. The serpent thought this strike would be enough to scatter my bones. However, when the smoke cleared, it found that I had only scraped some skin on my head. This made it tremble involuntarily, as this attack had clearly not achieved its expected effect. I looked at where I had inserted the dagger earlier, still bleeding outward. I knew my poison was taking effect. Although this serpent had high physical defense, it had almost no resistance to poison. However, due to its enormous size, the toxin from one dagger was far from sufficient. Fortunately, I had just obtained 5 or 6 blades from them. At this moment, with my fingertips suspended at the razor's edge between life and death, my ice-blue pupils cut through with a cold light sharper than any blade. The giant serpent reared up like the world was collapsing, its crimson vertical pupils crushing the last ray of light. Its venomous fangs gleamed coldly, wrapped in putrid wind that tore through the air, while its scarlet forked tongue writhed like burning rope, strangling every breath of space. In this instant, it seemed the entire world had become prey trembling in its throat. My spine was drawn taut like a fully nocked arrow. Every inch of my diving trajectory was a gamble. Would the serpent's bite crush flesh and bone? Or would my blade first tear open a crack in this desperate situation? At this moment, Elena and the other two on the upper level suddenly felt the ground shake violently. They had already run quite a distance from that place, yet they could still hear the sounds. This made Elena worry whether I could really handle this alone. Tyler, seeing her stop, asked what she was doing and told her to hurry up. Since they no longer had weapons, they planned to return to the convenience store first. However, Elena remained standing in place, looking back in my direction. After much deliberation, she turned around and said she was going back to find me. Tyler, seeing that not only was he usually ignored and looked down upon by me, but now even Elena was starting to ignore him, felt anger rise in his heart. With no choice, the two had to follow Elena back. When they came down and heard my movements, Elena quickly inquired about my current condition. However, when she saw the scene before her clearly, she was shocked speechless. At this moment, I was firmly gripped in the serpent's massive jaws by one arm. I calmly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the creature's lower jaw. In pain, it roared and opened its mouth, allowing me to break free. Including the previous one, I had now inserted 3 daggers into its body. Each was coated with deadly poison. As the toxicity took effect, it began trembling all over, seeming unable to support itself. Since I had absorbed considerable stamina runes earlier, my wounds would slowly heal themselves. I knew clearly that although poison would have no effect on the magical beast that would appear later, in the early stages, it was the most effective means of attack. Soon, the great serpent stopped struggling and lost its life. At this moment, my 3 teammates quickly ran over and asked whether I was all right. However, I did not answer immediately, but asked why they had returned. Elena said she came back because she was worried about me, and asked whether my arm was all right. I told her it was just a minor scratch and that the wound would heal on its own shortly. Tyler, looking at the serpent lying on the ground, was too shocked to speak. He could not imagine that I had single-handedly defeated this beast. At this moment, he finally recognized the insurmountable gap between himself and me. I then began working on the serpent's corpse. Soon I extracted a skill rune called Barbed Snake's Shockwave. If this rune were combined with magic runes, it would be very useful in the early stages. Since I had not absorbed any magic runes, I could not use it now. However, I also did not want to absorb this type of skill rune. After Tyler inquired, I clearly told him I would not use this rune. As soon as I finished speaking, Danny behind me asked whether I could give this rune to him. Upon hearing this, Tyler immediately pushed Danny aside, saying it would be better to give it to him than to this weakling. Danny asked whether Tyler did not already have one. Tyler said that Danny had been trembling with fear in the back the entire time, so what use would it be to give it to him? Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Elena quickly stepped forward to mediate. However, her mediation was not very effective. Just as the two were about to fight, I called them to stop. Then I said I had never mentioned giving this away. I would sell it later, and if they bought it now, I could give them a 5% discount. After hearing this, the three were stunned, then asked whether they could pay in installments. I said someone would need to guarantee it, so they should guarantee each other. After discussing among themselves for a while, they finally decided to let Elena have this rune. This result matched my expectations, because those two men could not trust each other, leaving only Elena. Additionally, I had noticed earlier that she had absorbed magic runes. After the three of them handed the runes to Elena, she approached me and said they had pooled together 3 agility and perception runes, plus 7 stamina and strength runes each. However, I reduced her payment by 1 strength rune, since I had promised them a 5% discount. Elena said I was truly meticulous. As I turned around, I told them not to think I was being excessive. If they became accustomed to getting something for nothing in this kind of place, they would quickly lose their lives later. Where in this world were there transactions without a price? Although Elena found my words harsh, she also knew they were correct. With that, I began searching everywhere for a certain item. The presence of a thornback serpent meant there would definitely be Jutalan ore. During my battle with the thornback serpent, I had already noticed the ore in this area. After crouching down, I first collected some. Then I began continuously working with it. The two behind me watched, thinking I was using supernatural powers to create something again. Unable to contain their curiosity, they approached and saw that the metal in my hands seemed to have plasticity, and I was molding it into a spike shape. After shaping it, I quickly stood up. I pulled out the daggers I had previously inserted into the serpent. At this point, they were all anticipating what amazing thing I would create this time. Next, I extracted some of the serpent's internal organs. Tyler asked whether I was making poison again. I told him this time was different, but did not explain in detail what I was doing. Although the thornback serpent's scales were very hard, they could not be used directly as weapons. According to the knowledge I had learned in my previous life, the serpent's organs and scales, they were needed to solidify the malleable metal ore. Although this type of weapon had a very small damage range and could not cause bleeding or other secondary damage. As long as you knew the opponent's weakness and had the ability to strike that spot with one blow, it became the strongest weapon. However, because I had shaped it by hand, its tip was not sharp enough. I then used a dagger to test it, finding its hardness was quite strong. To create relatively powerful weapons using low-tier materials obtained in the initial stage, the alchemists of the previous world had spent considerable effort. While I used the dagger to sharpen it, I thought that with this weapon, I could smoothly break through that creature's defense when obtaining the second hidden fragment. Then I wrapped it with cloth strips to make a hilt. This weapon was finally completed. At this moment, Tyler approached again and asked whether I would sell this weapon. He could give me all the runes he possessed. Seeing how carefully I had crafted this weapon, he guessed it must be very powerful, at least several times stronger than the weapon in his hands. I told him that although I would very much like to sell it, the solution was used up and I could not make a second one. After I refused to sell to him, Tyler cursed me silently for being selfish. However, thinking there might be better things ahead, he decided to endure for now. Moreover, this place clearly looked like the final destination, because the subway not only had electricity but was also very clean. Additionally, since I, who had been constantly vigilant, had now relaxed somewhat, he guessed there were no dangers here, only rewards. When I entered the subway, and they wanted to follow, I suddenly stopped them and asked what they were coming up for. I said only one person could come up here, so they should go down. Seeing them still standing motionless, I repeated what I had just said. The three looked at the spacious seats beside me with confusion. It was so roomy in here. You must be mistaken. How could only one person come up? And just because you tell us to go down, we have to go down. We have fought together until now. Why are you suddenly acting unilaterally? They also said they had helped me considerably along the way. Upon hearing this, I found it laughable. Although these people understood the wise choice of following me and seizing opportunities, they still did not understand one principle. It seemed I needed to teach them this principle personally. So I stood up, took my weapon, and said, "Of course, there are no rules preventing you from coming up." Then I struck the other end of the weapon heavily against the ground, saying, "After all, there are no laws in this world. Now I gave them two choices: either go down or come up and fight me. With that, I suddenly raised my weapon with the spike, and I pointed toward them. I told them to make their choice quickly. They had no choice but to get off the train. Then they watched helplessly as the subway doors began to slowly close. My actions just now made Tyler very displeased. Listening to my tone earlier, I sounded exactly like a man in his 40s. Suddenly he thought that if the three of them attacked me together, they might have a chance of winning. If they could defeat me, all my weapons and runes would belong to him. Even if they lost, they could apologize afterward. He thought surely I would not kill all of them. With this thought, his hand began slowly moving toward his weapon. However, the next second when he looked up, his heart suddenly trembled, because he saw killing intent on my expressionless face. Those eyes were even more terrifying than the goblins from before. He could feel that if he had moved just then, I would have killed him without hesitation. In the moment before the subway doors closed, I told them I would see them above. The more reasonable Elena said that they had made excessive demands from the beginning. If it were not for me, they could never have made it this far, so Elena believed they should have listened to me from the start. Then she turned and called for the two to hurry up and head out. However, Tyler did not think this way. He believed those two fools were destined to be unsuccessful because of this attitude. Was wanting to become stronger wrong? At this moment, his heart contained only one thought: becoming stronger. For this goal, he would stop at nothing. At this time, I sat in the subway, beginning to organize intelligence from my previous life. First, this subway would pass through 20 stations, stopping at each one. Second, each station would have random artifacts appearing. Third, it was impossible to return to stations already passed. I knew that even riding to the final station would not necessarily produce anything good, so I had to choose carefully and quit while ahead. We had now reached the 12th station. The previous weapons were all obtainable through hidden fragments, so they were quite good. Lauren's ring alone could not only enhance perception, but also vaguely predict monsters' weaknesses, which was very practical in the early stages. However, since I already mastered the weaknesses of almost all monsters, these weapons did not help me much. Moreover, I already had a weapon. What I needed now were other things, such as cornerstones. When the subway reached another station, I slowly stepped off the car. When I saw the item this time, I was stunned, because on the platform sat a box of Madman's Cloud cookies. I had not expected this item to refresh here. From the first bite after putting it in your mouth and chewing, the rune coefficient would slowly increase. The longer you chewed, the more the rune values would improve. After chewing and swallowing it, you would gain 10 minutes of full attribute enhancement with a 20% boost. Seeing this, I immediately picked it up. This was exactly what I wanted. Although this item could not be used outside the tutorial zone, there was nothing better than this here. This thing was truly nostalgic. Previously, whenever I ate one, that woman would come out and ask why I was eating this again. She would also say this kind of thing was not suitable for me. This time, I would definitely become stronger and prevent this disaster. After obtaining the cookies, I turned and left. When I walked out of the subway and returned to the initial station, I found it empty. I thought the three of them must have already gone out on their own. Now there were still 4 days until the next fragment appeared. To improve quickly, I could either focus on hunting and collecting runes, or challenge the remaining tasks to obtain rewards. Although the difficulty and content of tasks were randomly unknown, I could start with tasks that offered good rewards and work my way through them. At this moment, I thought of a task with very generous rewards that could be completed quickly. After completing this task, I could obtain an imitation philosopher's stone made by a novice magician, which could simultaneously enhance all abilities and values of the user, and immediately heal fatal injuries. This type of artifact was rare to obtain even in the tutorial zone, let alone the Crimson Zone. However, only a madman would attempt this task. In my previous life, I knew that a girl named Annalyn had originally gone to a prison as a volunteer, but was inexplicably dragged into the abyss. Originally, she had been kind to everyone in that prison, and everyone was friends. However, when the tutorial began, she was betrayed by everyone. After her trait activated due to anger, she used only 7 days to kill all the criminals and dug out their hearts as well. Finally, completely driven to madness, just as she was preparing to end her own life, this task suddenly appeared. My purpose in this rebirth was to save as many people as possible, so I would preserve this task for later. Looking up at the time, it was already 9 in the evening. I suddenly remembered a decent task called the Pouch of Endless Gluttony. Now I needed to build up my stamina first, as obtaining that item under moonlight would definitely keep me busy. Just as I walked back to the convenience store, planning to eat something, I discovered the place had been completely ransacked. Even the things I had previously buried in the ground had been dug up and taken. The moon was about to rise, and they dared to do something so bold at this time. Let me see just how bold they really are. The scene shifted to the subway station entrance. A group of people was continuously moving cargo outside. Elena and her group could only watch from a distance, not daring to stop them. Moreover, even their supplies had been robbed by this group. At this moment, Danny analyzed that although their side was strong, the opposition had several times more people. Even if their ability values were higher than theirs, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. This couldn't help but surprise Sarah behind him, because she had never heard Danny speak so many words at once before. What puzzled Elena was how this group had discovered the convenience store. When they finished moving everything and were preparing to leave, the leader of the group suddenly turned around and waved at us with a smile. While the others looked confused, only Tyler was startled. When Sarah asked if that man had just greeted them, Tyler quickly denied it, saying the man was merely taunting them. He then added that there was no need to get into conflict with those guys, so we should leave. Since they had taken everything, we would just have to look elsewhere. After he turned and walked a few steps away, what the others didn't notice was the cold sweat breaking out on his face. Tyler cursed that stupid fool under his breath. Why did he have to wave at him? Because before this, Tyler had gone to meet them alone. He had told them about the convenience store on the 2nd underground level of the subway station, even offering to guide them there. The gang leader initially didn't trust Tyler, thinking it was a trap set up by Tyler and me together. But the next second, Tyler grabbed him with one hand and lifted him up. The man was about to fight back, but was met with Tyler's fist as big as a sandbag right to his face. This single blow sent him flying 2.5 meters away. The punch instantly shattered the man's arrogant attitude. Tyler then said that he was already on a different level from these idiots, so why would he need to dig a trap to ambush weaklings who were inferior to him? The scene returns to the present, where several people found a small room at the subway station entrance to rest. When Elena saw me come out, she called me over. Seeing me return gave her an inexplicable sense of security. The guilty Tyler kept telling himself not to be nervous, since no one knew it was him who did it. When I entered, Elena told me that when they went to pick up Grace and Sarah, that group of people had completely ransacked the convenience store and the subway station. After hearing this, I asked them how much food they had left. Elena pointed to the food on the table and said there wasn't much. The situation was urgent at the time, so they only managed to grab a little. At this point, Tyler interjected, saying this couldn't be helped, but since I was back now, couldn't I just go take it back from them? Though I might not be able to beat them if I went alone. I didn't answer his question, just chuckled softly and said we should eat something first. Being ignored and mocked by me once again, Tyler ground his teeth audibly. He then rushed over and slammed his hand on the table in front of me, saying that wouldn't work. He claimed this food was something they had risked their lives to obtain, and if I wanted to eat, I would have to pay the corresponding price, or trade something for it. Elena asked Tyler what was wrong with him. Didn't they bring this food for everyone to share? But Tyler still refused to give me food for free. He said it was because I had previously stated that one couldn't get something for nothing. Sarah nodded in agreement. Tyler thought to himself that he had to seize control at this moment. As long as everyone agreed with what he said, I would have nothing to say. He wanted to see how long I could maintain my arrogance. I directly told him that I had nothing left to trade for food. Tyler clearly didn't believe this, and said I could use what I had obtained from below to make the trade. Sarah asked curiously what I had gained down there. Tyler immediately answered that when I was down there, I had entered a mysterious space and must have obtained many good things, which should naturally be shared with everyone. So I should share them, since we still had to continue traveling together. He even handed me a piece of chocolate as he spoke. After hearing what he said, I chuckled softly again and said he had learned quite quickly. But he didn't know that trading only occurs when there is order or equal strength. He also didn't know that I wasn't traveling with them because I needed them. The runes in their hands were dispensable to me. I only brought them along because of what Iris had said to me. But I had already done my best. I didn't have time to play games with them now. So after leaving behind the words, "Take care of yourselves," I got up and opened the door to leave. Seeing this, Sarah first urged everyone not to fight. Then she told Elena to come with her to call me back. However, Tyler told them not to try to stop me. I was the one who chose to leave. He believed that once I was gone, he could be the leader here. But the 2 women completely ignored his attempts to stop them and insisted on walking toward the door. As Elena was about to go out, Tyler quickly asked what she was trying to do. Was she going to abandon them and go with that guy? Elena stood there thinking for a moment. Then she resolutely ran out of the store, grabbed the hem of my clothes, and asked if I could take her with me. After asking, her eyes were full of expectation and her heart was pounding rapidly. But I said I couldn't take her with me. Hearing this, Elena's mood plummeted to rock bottom and her hand naturally released my clothes. Just then I added that I had already said before that whether you can keep up is your own business. Elena's mood instantly changed from sorrow to joy upon hearing this. But at this moment, Tyler came out to interfere, saying Elena couldn't leave. His reason was that although Elena had repaid her share of runes, Danny's hadn't been given yet. What he didn't expect was for Danny to say from behind him that it was okay, because Danny also chose to go with me. Just as he was about to go out, Tyler blocked him and asked if he knew what he was saying. "Do you think my father will spare your father? I once reached out to save you from becoming a street vagrant, but now you dare to defy me." But this time Danny was different from before. He said we couldn't leave this place at all, and the people outside didn't know we were still alive, so how would Tyler tell his father? At this point, it no longer mattered. He no longer needed to obey Tyler's every word. After saying this, he walked around Tyler and continued toward me. Tyler had never imagined that his former lackey would now dare to contradict him. He roared for all of us to get lost, saying the food was all here anyway. He was convinced that after we left, we wouldn't live better than staying here, and he believed we would eventually come back begging him for mercy. After we had walked away for a while, Danny asked if it was really okay not to bring any food. I noticed what appeared to be a clothing store nearby. While changing into new clothes, I told Danny it was fine. What Tyler had done was completely meaningless. When they both turned around, they found I had changed into completely new attire. I told them we still had things to do and should hurry along. After walking for a while longer, Danny couldn't understand what I was thinking. He thought that since I obviously had such strong abilities, why didn't I just go and take Tyler's food directly? If something happened to me, then he would have made a huge mistake by following. I only needed to look at him once to know what he was thinking, because his thoughts were practically written on his face. But this wasn't his fault, since he didn't know about the moon. Seeing that it was almost time, I stopped and said it was almost midnight. The two of them were startled, not understanding what I meant. But when Elena looked up, she was suddenly frightened. She saw that the moon looked somewhat strange. It had been hanging in the sky normally before, but upon closer observation, something on it seemed ready to crack open. The next second, an eyeball opened on the moon. The entire moon had become an eyeball. After the apocalypse began, while others frantically scavenged food from supermarkets, I chose to go out hunting monsters and cooking them. Because, having returned through rebirth, I knew clearly that when the moon rose, all the food in people's hands would turn to sand. Moreover, each person would emit a faint white glow that could be seen by others even through walls. Only within a certain distance would the light disappear. Danny behind me asked if I had known this would happen all along. I just smiled slightly and said I didn't know. At this time, sounds of fighting and arguing came from the surrounding buildings. Based on the general content, it was mutual suspicion due to the disappearance of food. Elena suddenly realized that making everyone able to see each other's positions was meant to make people kill each other. I had previously warned them not to take too much food, because only privately owned food would disappear. Other food that wasn't taken or discovered remained unaffected. Thinking of this, I led the two of them to continue toward my destination. Meanwhile, Tyler, who had driven us away, stared at the sand on the table in shock. Sarah asked what they should do now. Should they go out to look for other food? Grace behind them said that all the food from the convenience store had already been taken. Tyler was convinced that I must have known this would happen in advance, which was why I chose to leave without taking any food. Suddenly, Sarah screamed for Tyler to come look quickly. A group of people had gathered on the street outside, seemingly searching for something. Looking more carefully, it was the same group that Tyler had tipped off during the day, causing them to clean out the convenience store, though there seemed to be a few more people than during the day. Tyler knew that if these people attacked together, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. Seeing that the situation looked bad, Sarah suggested they go find me. But Tyler, with his strong pride, naturally wouldn't agree. Sarah told him to look at the current situation clearly. If they stayed like this, they might not even keep their lives when found by the other group. But understanding Tyler's personality, she gave him a way out, saying that if this group couldn't find them, they would go looking for Marcus. At that time, they could follow behind and help Marcus. Wouldn't that be good? Tyler, who responded better to persuasion than threats, was indeed somewhat moved after hearing this. He thought that taking this opportunity to make me owe him a favor wouldn't be a bad approach. Just as he was about to escape through the back door, the moment he stepped out, his feet were suddenly entangled by a mass of green liquid. He stumbled and fell to the ground. When he tried to remove the substance, he found it impossible. So he called for Sarah and Grace to carry him and run quickly. But just then, someone suddenly appeared on the street, saying that taking along the guy on the ground, was that really okay? Could they run far like that? The speaker was the boss of the group during the day. The two women, who had been wavering, felt his words made sense after hearing them. So they decisively chose to abandon Tyler and ran away. The gang leader crouched down and told Tyler to stop shouting, explaining that the substance on his feet was called 5-ring adhesive. While they were doing certain things, his group hadn't been idle either. After all, they had more people and had obtained decent drops. He then asked Tyler where the other 3 people had gone. since there were only 3 here. Seeing Tyler's reluctant expression, he suddenly raised his right foot, then stomped it on the hard asphalt ground, creating a crater. This directly terrified the arrogant Tyler. He had thought only he was constantly hunting monsters and acquiring runes, never imagining that this person seemed even stronger than himself. So he completely changed his previous arrogant attitude, and quickly said he could tell him everything he knew, and could even lead the way to find us. The gang leader quite liked this perceptive young man, but before that, he said his brother had something to say. Behind him, the man with the big gold chain who had been punched by Tyler during the day became excited upon hearing this. At the time, he hadn't dared fight back because Tyler's ability was much higher than his own. Now, with the boss backing him up, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Even at this point, Tyler was still blaming us, thinking that if we hadn't left him here, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. However, before taking action, the boss told his subordinates to hold back a little, since they still needed Tyler to lead the brothers down to make money. As soon as he finished speaking, shoes began falling on Tyler's body like raindrops. While being beaten, Tyler thought that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill us all. When Sarah and Grace found the 3 of us, they were stunned, because they saw that not only did we have food to eat, but it was all meat. This wasn't an apocalypse at all, it was like camping. But they still cursed me in their hearts for being despicable, knowing that food would disappear but not telling them about it. However, having not eaten for a long time, they still decided to swallow their pride and wanted to share food with me. Just as they took their first step, I had already gripped my weapon. In an instant, I appeared in front of Sarah and blocked her path. I even drew a deep groove in the ground at my feet. Sarah was also startled by my action and asked what I was trying to do. I told her not to cross this line. Sarah loudly told me not to be so childish, saying that she wasn't the one who had fought with me, that was Tyler. Finally, she asked what would happen if she insisted on crossing this line. To this, I simply turned back and calmly told her that through my supernatural ability I could see that if they crossed over, the consequences would be very bad. From my expression, the 2 of them could clearly see that I might actually kill them. I then told them that staying here would be very dangerous. Sensing something was wrong, the 2 quickly turned around to look. They saw that the previous group had already caught up. The gang leader's eyes were like 2 pools that had absorbed the night, half squinted, concentrating all emotions into pinpoint light, not warmth, but the cold that leaked from a rifle barrel before the trigger was pulled. In the darkness, Elena frowned slightly, her gaze flowing with what seemed like countless thoughts, while I stood with my back turned, my silhouette cold and mysterious as a riddle. Actually, I had deliberately led them here to complete a mission. The mission content seemed very simple. During the period when the moon was up, cook and eat as much food as possible. But there was a rather harsh additional condition. One had to be greedy and not share with anyone, cooking and eating the most food alone, because this reward would only go to the person who ate the most, and it had to be done while overcoming all difficulties and greedily eating food alone, specifically when everyone else was going crazy trying to obtain food. So under everyone's gaze, I slowly stabbed a piece of meat with my dagger, then calmly placed it in my mouth. At this time, Tyler, covered in injuries, staggered over. He immediately angrily questioned Sarah and Grace about why they had abandoned him. Sarah stammered an explanation, saying she had actually gone to find help. But Tyler didn't believe such words at all. He blamed everyone else for everything that had happened. The gang leader patted his shoulder and told him to calm down, and Tyler immediately fell silent. The boss then stepped forward and asked where I had found these things. I pointed to the prey I had hunted behind me and said that there was meat everywhere here. Did I really need to teach him what meat was? Seeing me eating monster meat, they were greatly surprised because they had tried it before, but those who experimented might have suffered from poisoning. They were still having diarrhea. But seeing that I had eaten so much and still seemed perfectly fine, the gang leader figured I must know how to eat this meat, so he tried to persuade me to cooperate. Before he could finish, I directly told him to cook it with goblin blood, and then it could be eaten. Obviously, he hadn't expected me to tell him so readily, and he had just learned from Tyler that I possessed supernatural abilities. So I had gone into the subway station alone and obtained many rewards. He thought there was no better opportunity than today to eliminate me. Although he guessed I might be strong, he had quite a few people too. He didn't believe that a young man who looked about 20 could defeat them all. Even if someone could skillfully handle these monsters, that didn't necessarily apply to fighting people. After thinking this through, he called Tyler over, then ordered Tyler to go taste that meat first. Although Tyler didn't like being ordered around, he had no choice at the moment. Seeing Tyler actually preparing to walk this way, I slowly stood up. But Tyler still didn't stop moving forward. He thought that if I had any brains, I shouldn't take action in front of so many people, because he also felt I wasn't a match for so many people. At this moment, Elena shouted loudly, trying to persuade him not to cross that line. But Tyler completely ignored her and continued walking forward. The moment he stepped over that line, I first silently apologized to Iris in my heart, then quickly swung my sword at the leg that had crossed the boundary. The speed was so fast that he hadn't even felt the pain before he'd already fallen to the ground. He trembled, trying to get back up, but couldn't sense the existence of his foot. Only when he discovered his foot was no longer attached to his body did the intense pain begin to spread throughout his entire body. This scene also frightened the crowd behind him, causing them to unconsciously step back several paces. Even Sarah and Grace were startled by my action. Elena chose to close her eyes. Tyler roared angrily, asking if it was just a piece of meat. If I didn't want to give it, I didn't have to. But was it necessary to go this far? At the same time, he provoked them by saying that someone who would treat friends this way just for not wanting to share food. If he became stronger, did they think he would spare them? He would kill them all for runes? They should eliminate me now while they had the chance. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to kill me later, you idiots. After hearing this, the gang leader told a guy beside him to prepare for an attack. Seeing my previous move, he had wanted to say something, but thinking that even if they didn't fight me now, once I became stronger in the future, they would still face death. Moreover, they were all armed, and their bodies glowed in the moonlight. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Yet when their eyes met mine, they still unconsciously shivered, making them wonder what I had done before. Looking at them reminded me of the past, when Iris and Cadian began working together but often argued due to disagreements. Iris said they couldn't make enemies carelessly. Caitlin's philosophy was that once they encountered enemies, they had to eliminate them completely, or someday those enemies would cause trouble. On this last point, both Iris and I agreed. Then I slowly raised my arm, and I displayed all the runes on my arm for them to see. The crowd, who had been fearful before, became completely blinded by greed after seeing so many runes. Now they had only one thought: kill me and divide up my resources. Instead of waiting for them to charge, I took the initiative and closed the distance between us. Just as the gold chain exclaimed that my speed seemed off, my long blade had already struck his shoulder. Then I quickly flashed to another person's side. One sword strike rendered him unconscious. The gang leader couldn't believe his eyes. 2 of his men had been taken down in 1 second. Seeing this, his other subordinates turned to flee. The gang leader wanted to stabilize morale and told everyone not to run. However, the panicked subordinates couldn't listen, and soon only he remained. The gang leader was still tough. He calmly pulled out his dagger, preparing to fight me. He also threatened me, saying that after killing people, did I think I could live peacefully? This was different from killing monsters. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly darkened, because he watched my figure disappear before his eyes. When he saw me again, I was already beside him. In just an instant, I had stabbed his body more than 10 times. Finally, he fell to the ground, unable to say another word. I stared at the blood droplet I had just touched with my fingertip, my messy hair covering my brow, my blue eyes like frozen thunder. Afterward, I went and dealt with all the slow-running minions. Sarah and Grace on the side watched all this, feeling it was surreal. After I finished with the last person, I asked why the 2 of them were still standing there instead of leaving. Did they want to fight me like the others? After the 2 came to their senses, they first looked at each other. Then, not daring to stay any longer, they turned and ran. After dealing with them, I sat down to continue eating the meat in the pot. Seeing Elena staring at me constantly, I asked what was wrong. Was there a problem? In my heart, I was thinking that even if she stared at me like this, I wouldn't share with her. Elena awkwardly scratched her chin and said it was nothing. So for the remaining time, I kept eating while the 2 of them just watched from the side, until the first ray of sunlight shone upon the earth. The moon in the sky finally began to move slowly. As its cracks grew smaller and smaller, it finally returned to the familiar moon we knew. This time I'd eaten roughly 3 days' worth of food in one sitting, although the missions targeting humans ultimately failed. But looking at what I had gained, I thought it was totally worth it. This was a subspace pocket that could not only keep things inside fresh, but also protect food from the moon's influence. I checked and found it could store about 2 weeks' worth of food for me. Just as I was about to take the 2 of them and leave this place, Elena suddenly stopped. She asked if it was really okay to just injure them instead of killing them. What if they came after us again later? Hearing this, I turned back with a slight smile and jokingly said she was quite frightening. Elena's face immediately turned red upon hearing this, saying she wasn't like that, and that she only asked because she was worried about me. But she knew that even after these people recovered from their injuries, they wouldn't be my match, because I was getting stronger too quickly. After hearing her thoughts, I knew she was beginning to adapt to this place. Although she didn't say it out loud, I knew she really wanted to ask why I didn't kill them and absorb their runes. My main purpose in returning this time was to save more humans and reduce chaos. To get humans to work together, the most important thing was to establish rules. To do this, the first thing I needed to do was let them know they couldn't do unconscionable things just to obtain runes. Although this rule couldn't be followed by everyone yet, as long as one strong person could stand up and establish rules, it would be easy to implement. Therefore, I couldn't let others see me killing people casually. After walking for some distance, Danny suddenly stopped. He said, "This is enough." He felt that keeping up with our pace was becoming difficult. I didn't try to persuade him to stay, because from the beginning, I had said I would respect their personal choices. After Danny left, I turned to Elena and asked if she also wanted to leave. She could do so at any time. "Weren't you afraid of me during these past few days of following me?" When Elena heard this question, she was stunned for a moment, although she was also frightened when watching me fight with those cold eyes. She also clearly knew that as long as she didn't cross the line I had set, it would be fine. After thinking for a while, she said after a moment of silence, "Once I leave, you won't see me again, so I want to go as far as I can with you." The soft sound of the scabbard brushing against her pants leg stretched between them like a taut string. She stood in the broken shadows of sunlight, her voice trembling like paper soaked with water. Finally, I turned around and said, "Then follow me." I then led her back toward the subway station. At the same time, Tyler awoke from his coma. While struggling to push away the people pressing down on him, he cursed these gangsters as useless trash. He thought I had made a mistake by not killing him. With his recovery speed, he would heal soon, and then he would seek revenge. As Tyler crawled along, he was suddenly blocked by someone. Looking up, he discovered it was Danny. Seeing him, Tyler quickly asked Danny to help him up. He said that now all these people around had lost their fighting ability. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they killed them all these runes would be theirs. The gang leader heard Tyler's words and cursed him as a bastard through gritted teeth, but his current condition posed no threat to Tyler. So Tyler ordered Danny to go kill that guy first. What he didn't expect was for Danny to grab his collar. What surprised him even more was when Danny's strength had become so great. But when he saw Danny's cold eyes filled with killing intent, he realized something was wrong. He still tried to resist, but he received only the cold dagger piercing his flesh, as the bloody dagger fell to the ground. Danny, having killed for the first time, also knelt on the ground, vomiting violently. He then decisively punched himself in the face, constantly telling himself not to be soft-hearted. He also thought that this kind of thing was nothing to me, so he picked up the dagger again. The gang leader saw Danny walking toward him and quickly begged for mercy, promising various resources. But Danny was only thinking at this moment about why he hadn't tried to keep me back then. If he hadn't just hoped to gain my protection, but had been able to fight alongside me when danger came. If after seeing me become stronger, instead of feeling afraid, he had been determined to become stronger together. Could we have continued traveling together? So if he hadn't been so weak, he wouldn't have been abandoned. He wanted to prove to me that he could become strong too. If he used these people to catch up to my level, I would definitely look at him with new respect. Thinking of this, he absorbed Tyler's runes. He stepped on his own shadow, walking over broken bricks, the short knife hanging diagonally, like a frozen piece of moonlight, or like a tongue that hadn't finished licking blood. Those red marks were like talismans fallen to the ground, adding another layer with each step he took, until his figure merged into the gray-white mist ahead. The girl's single scream to the sky actually caused all the flying beasts to fall instantly. This wasn't because she had some lion's roar technique, but because moments before, I had given her that mysterious rune. After absorption, one could gain a shockwave-like skill. At this time, a stray beast that had been missed suddenly pounced when she wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, I arrived in time and split it in half. This made her somewhat embarrassed as she said I had helped her again. After picking up the runes from the ground, I said that her skill naturally had flaws, so teammate assistance was also necessary. After dividing the spoils, she looked at my much larger collection of runes and thought I really was precise in distributing loot. She then opened her information panel to check. We had been here for 3 days now. If not for her buying quick magic and stamina recovery skills from me, she might not have been able to keep up with my pace. Actually, she didn't want to depend on me like this, but her own strength just wasn't enough. I also opened my information panel to check. Although agility and perception, these two hard-to-obtain attributes, had both increased to above 42. It would be best to maintain all ability values at similar, roughly equal numbers. At this time, a broadcast voice suddenly came from the sky. It told all of us to gather at the incident point. Those who came late would be punished. I recognized this as the spirit's voice. As I turned around, I shouted for it to hurry up. On the way, Elena kept glancing at me as if she had something to say. I had noticed this long ago and told her to speak up if she had something to say. But before she could open her mouth, her face was already somewhat flushed. Finally, she gritted her teeth and asked if I had a girlfriend. When I heard this question, I couldn't help but shudder. After asking the question, Elena's cheeks were already red as tomato juice. She thought to herself whether asking so directly was too forward, although she knew she shouldn't do this. The longer they spent together, the more she felt I was more tolerant than I appeared. Seeing that I hadn't replied for a long time, she nervously began picking at her fingers. I thought that at the beginning, she had been too scared to even talk to me, trembling for half a day just to ask a small question. But now she dared to ask any kind of question. If it were Cain, he would definitely love her asking this type of question. As for a girlfriend, although I hadn't met her yet at this time, I couldn't lose her again. So finally, I just told her that I couldn't remember anymore, and she didn't continue asking what my words meant. Soon we arrived at the starting area, where quite a few people had already arrived. Although it was still the same group as when we first arrived, the atmosphere now was completely different from when everyone had first come here. Seeing that most people had arrived, the spirit finally appeared. Everyone tensed up their nerves upon seeing this demon-like existence. The spirit then said it had brought 2 pieces of good news. The first was that everyone only needed to hold on for another 72 hours and they could leave this place. But after it announced this news, the crowd remained silent. So it asked why there were no cheers and applause. Wasn't this something very happy? Hadn't they always wanted to leave? But the crowd remained silent after hearing this. The spirit's smile stopped abruptly as he asked if there really wasn't any reaction at all. Everyone quickly applauded and cheered, though their smiles were very stiff. He then said he wanted everyone to meet the star of this event. With a snap of his fingers, the ground around them suddenly shook violently. The next second, a massive structure appeared in people's sight. The spirit introduced this as the magic altar. Inside was a very cute pet waiting for everyone. This pet was called the carnivorous beast, and to play with everyone he had starved it for a whole day. So now it couldn't wait to rush out. After everyone saw the monster behind the spirit, they all broke out in cold sweat. The spirit continued saying that although this altar looked grand, it wasn't very sturdy and it looked like it was about to be smashed apart. When this big baby overflowed, who among those present could survive would depend on their individual abilities. Next came the announcement of the second piece of good news. The method to make this guy fall asleep. If they could really make it sleep, everyone should be safe. He then asked everyone to guess what this method was, saying that whoever guessed correctly could receive its blessing. Seeing everyone remaining silent, the spirit couldn't help but complain that they were really boring. So it announced the method. Feed it 5 people every day, so over the next 3 days they would need to prepare at least 15 people. Although everyone was furious that the spirit didn't treat them as human, they were also helpless. I looked around and saw that 60 people were still alive, meaning they would need to sacrifice a quarter of the people to keep that thing asleep. The spirit added that whether or not to feed this thing was their choice, but before that, he wanted to show them a video. With another snap of his fingers, a huge projection appeared above everyone's heads. Inside, the monster was attacking people on the ground indiscriminately. Anyone caught by it would be thrown into its mouth. The spirit said this was what happened in other tutorial areas when everyone decided not to sacrifice people and chose to fight instead. After watching, everyone believed it was impossible to defeat such a creature, leaving only one option. Soon someone raised their hand. He asked the spirit how they should choose who to sacrifice. The spirit casually said they could use force to subdue others, or use a lottery system. They could figure it out themselves, as it didn't care about this. But there was one thing to note: they could only sacrifice living people, and they had to make their decision within an hour. However, they would be safe for the next 24 hours, as long as they decided who to sacrifice within the hour after those 24 hours ended. After the spirit disappeared, everyone began cursing it again. Elena beside me asked what should we do. I just told her that the result wouldn't change anyway, before she could continue asking what I meant by this. Red interrupted everyone. How about we be fair and draw lots? Every day, we draw 5 people, and that will guarantee the rest of us are safe. Just as everyone was pondering this, a man asked him, "By what right?" Elena looked towards the source of the voice and was stunned, because the one who spoke was Danny. After taking a step forward, Danny asked again, "Why should we choose to be fair?" And behind him, 3 others followed. The man in the red cap, as if he hadn't heard clearly, asked what he was saying. As Danny walked towards him, he said, "We have no reason to be fair." Hearing this, the man in the red cap said, "You're just a kid. Do you have a better idea? If not, don't try to stir things up here." Danny didn't answer his question. Instead, he walked alone to a utility pole. Then, with a slight exertion of his hand, he actually snapped the solid steel pole in half. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, he finally explained, "There's a much simpler way. We just pick from the weakest, those who can't help at all." After hearing his method, no one dared to object. This outcome greatly satisfied Danny. It seemed that as long as he had power, he had the absolute right to speak. Then, he began his speech. 100 people have already disappeared before us. You should all know that trying to fight those monsters, whose strength far exceeds our own, or fighting alone, is hopeless, right? What's more, if we don't make a sacrifice next, we'll have to face the big one in there. So, we must all work together. With that, he looked at the man in the red cap and said, "Right now, we don't need useless people like you. So isn't prioritizing the sacrifice of the weakest the best solution?" Finally, he looked at me and asked what I thought. After speaking, he thought to himself that I should be able to understand. He was no longer the weak and incompetent Danny of the past. Moreover, he felt he was different from Tyler. He didn't want to be my enemy. He wanted to help me. Having gained power, he knew clearly that if he stayed here, he could have a completely different life than before. And for that, he needed my help. He believed that I would definitely make the right choice that would satisfy him. After all, the proposal he put forward was perfect. After listening, I first said that his method was indeed not bad. Then I said that I also wanted to make a suggestion. As long as you do as I say, all of you can survive. That way no one needs to be sacrificed. Hearing this, the crowd instantly began to murmur. The man in the red cap was the first to speak, saying that if I wanted to drag everyone into a fight, it was simply impossible. From the video earlier, it wasn't hard to see just how powerful that monster was. Even if we used a human wave tactic, we couldn't win against a beast that recovers its stamina just by swallowing a few people. At this point, I interrupted him and asked, "Who said I was going to make you fight?" The man in the red cap said in surprise, "Then what? Are you going to fight it alone?" I smiled faintly and told him, "You guessed right." Hearing this, nobody believed what I said. They thought it was pure fantasy. However, some people recognized me as the one who had slain most of the goblins in the first round. They were beginning to waver, thinking that maybe I really had a chance. Just then, a bald man stood up to remind everyone that the big guy we were about to face was on a completely different level from the goblins. He then pointed at me and said, "If you can't get rid of it within an hour, it could lead to the deaths of everyone here. And now, we only have 49 minutes left." When Danny heard what I said, his face instantly darkened again. He had thought he was about to catch up to me, but he never expected that I was now strong enough to face such a monster alone. When I said, "Although I will deal with it, I can't do it right now," Danny's expression suddenly brightened. He thought that even I must need help now, so he quickly stood up and said he was willing to go into battle with me. But I rejected him flatly, saying he would only get in my way. Hearing this, Danny gritted his teeth and asked me what I really wanted. Elena looked at me, thinking to herself that I probably wouldn't take him with me this time. After thinking for a moment, I said, "As long as my stamina and strength are 30% higher than they are now, I can take on that thing by myself. So the method I'm proposing is this. You all contribute your runes. Let me raise my stats and take that thing down." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. They knew that would require 60 runes. Should everyone contribute, or only those weaklings who might be chosen as sacrifices? I just needed to raise my strength and stamina to 100 points each, and my agility and perception to 50. With the cloud cookies, I'd be able to fight it. This second hidden fragment, in my past life, not even Cadian or Iris Kane knew how to obtain it. But the mad sovereign, Clementine, had gotten his hands on it. It was said that even someone as ridiculously strong as him had nearly lost half his life to finally subdue this monster. Then I said to them, "It doesn't matter who gives me the runes. As long as the stats are met, I will enter the altar immediately. The longer we drag this out, the worse it is for everyone." The bald man started to get anxious when he heard this. He hurriedly tried to persuade the people around him to quickly take out their runes, or maybe draw lots, but he didn't mention a word about Danny's plan. At this moment, a red-haired woman stood up and said, "What a selfish bastard. If we pick the weak to be sacrificed, you'd be the first one chosen. Why should I give up my runes for you? Besides, runes are so precious. Just being short 1 or 2 runes makes a big difference in strength. Have you never absorbed a rune so you don't know the difference, you weakling?" The bald man wanted to retort, but after seeing the red-haired woman place her hand on her weapon, he immediately backed down. He retreated, saying, "Does being strong mean you can bully people however you want? Is there no reason, no fairness here?" The red-haired woman said, "Since you want fairness, let's just vote. Let's see if the others are more willing to give up their own runes to save a waste like you, or to sacrifice you to let the monster sleep." She also proposed that, for absolute fairness, everyone should vote anonymously. Just then, the bald man ran up to me again and said, "With your current strength, you could just rob them of their runes to get stronger, right?" Before he could finish, a fist slammed into his fat face. The man in the red cap grabbed him and said, "Everyone is trying to survive right now. How can you be so selfish?" Looking at them now, I sighed silently. Just like in my previous life, they don't know how to compromise. I knew it would be like this. It seems I still have to sort this out myself. So I told them all to be quiet. I will give you a solution. Then I quickly pointed out the 15 weakest people. The people I pointed to were instantly overwhelmed with fear. They asked me if I was really preparing to sacrifice them. But I asked them back, when others were working hard hunting monsters, what were you doing? But none of that has anything to do with me. The consequences, however, are yours to bear. You're not being abandoned because you're weaklings, but because you couldn't keep up with others. And that's why you became weaklings, now that you're in a place like this. What kind of free ride are you expecting to get? If you want to live, the 15 of you will each go and borrow 2 runes. That is my proposal. In the remaining 72 hours, you can pay back the borrowed runes through hunting. If anyone fails to pay back the runes and chooses to run away, you can come tell me. I will pay it back for them. Of course, if you have the guts, then go ahead and try. With half an hour left, I entered the altar alone. Outside the gate, only Elena was standing there. Just then, Danny walked over from behind and asked her, "If you're so worried, why didn't you go in with him?" If it were you asking, he probably would have agreed. Hearing this, Elena's face turned slightly red as she said, "You still don't understand Marcus enough." Seeing this, Danny thought to himself, blushing, "Why?" Then Elena said she really did want to go in with me, but she also couldn't just follow behind me forever. So Danny asked her what she planned to do next. Was she going to just wait here? Elena said a firm no. She said if she just waited, foolishly, she'd definitely get a harsh scolding from me when I came out. To keep up with my pace, she needed to start moving quickly. Danny asked again, "Then why don't you just come with us? If the others see you joining, they'll definitely be very happy." Elena first turned back with a slight smile, thanking him for the suggestion. "But now is not the time. Can I give you an answer later?" With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Danny could feel that she hadn't just grown stronger mentally. Even without seeing her fight, Danny could tell she was stronger than the last time they met. Danny clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he had to get stronger fast. He had to prove his worth. Just then, the red-haired woman Scarlet brought a group of people over to Danny, saying they had something to talk about. Seeing this, Danny immediately raised his guard and asked them what they wanted. Then, a man from behind them stepped out and introduced himself as Parker, telling him not to be nervous. Then he pointed to the people behind him and asked Danny if he was their leader. Upon hearing the word leader, Danny's body trembled slightly. Then he said embarrassedly, "Those are my friends, but they do tend to listen to me." Parker immediately flattered him. "Isn't that what a leader is? You're really amazing to have such strong friends." Finally, seeing that Danny knew me, he wanted to talk to Danny about me. Praise to the skies, Danny gladly agreed. Meanwhile, I, having just entered the altar, began to organize my gear. The goblin's poison was no longer effective on it. So this time I prepared to apply a paralytic poison, which would be better. Then I took out a string of beads called the Beads of the Flying Cat. When activated, this item could restore a small amount of stamina. It was a reward I had gotten from a recent hunt. Because it had to be used in advance, I swallowed it without hesitation. But to deal with this thing, this was far from enough. It looked like I was going to have to use a lot of cloud cookies this time. I first popped one into my mouth and chewed. Instantly, that long-lost feeling surged through my entire body. Next, the color of the runes within my body began to change. When a rune's value exceeds 100%, it gains a color, transforming into a higher grade rune. They progress from colorless to crimson, then to orange, with the highest being yellow. I opened my status panel to check my strength and stamina. Due to the Cloud Cookies bonus, a parenthesis was added after them, marked colorless, and the value had changed to 0.01. Although numerically, the 99.9% of a regular rune and the 0.0% of a colorless rune were only a tiny bit apart, the difference in power between the two was enormous. From the very beginning, that thing was not a monster that could be fought in the tutorial area. Therefore, I had to at least reach the colorless state for my runes. If I could absorb the essence of the giant monster, I could definitely one-shot a creature like that. This made me lament what a madman that Clementine was. But one thing I was sure of was that, so far, only one person had successfully obtained the hidden fragment. The first thing I understood after coming to this damn world was that the more difficult a quest seemed, the richer the rewards it offered. So, I had to find life by facing death. With that thought, I leaped up, flying towards the top of the monster's head. The monster also sensed the abnormality behind it and turned its head sharply. Just then, a group of people also passed through the altar's portal. The one leading them was Parker from before. The last one to enter was Danny. After everyone was inside, Danny shouted for them to hurry up and help. The scene cuts back to my battle with the flesh eater. After dodging one of its attacks, my expression immediately turned serious because I knew it was preparing to use a skill. Monsters like the flesh eater all have their own racial skills, and the flesh eater could use two types of racial skills. The first is called fear. It can use the pressure from its gaze to paralyze its prey, then use the skill devour to swallow the prey and rapidly recover its stamina. When the flesh eater thought it had paralyzed me and rushed towards me, I broke free directly and dodged backward with a flash step. Then I quickly jumped back to create distance from it. After observing these few moves, I found that its attack pattern hadn't changed. Luckily, it was still just a sub-adult. If it could also use Blood Swamp, which absorbs the blood of living things, I would definitely have no chance of winning. As the flesh eater swung a punch at where I had just been standing, I continued to evade while looking for a chance to counterattack. Although this needle-like weapon in my hand couldn't cause it substantial damage, I knew the most effective way to attack it. Only a needle-like weapon like this could pierce its skin, although it could only inflict a wound about 2.5 centimeters deep. I knew the most effective way to deal with it. That was to restrict its movements, and what I had to do was to plunge the poison-coated needles in my hand into its central nervous system. So in the following battle, I dodged while looking for opportunities to thrust one needle after another. After landing the last needle, it roared in pain. This way, I could just slowly wait for it to exhaust its stamina. I looked up and saw there were 12 minutes remaining. Whenever the flesh eater launched an attack at me, I could block it with perfect accuracy. Then I kept dodging backward to create distance from it. After knocking me back once more, it didn't choose to pursue. Instead, it once again unleashed its skill, Fear. I also showed a noticeable pause after being hit by the skill. Seeing that its skill was effective, the flesh eater hurriedly lunged at me with its claws. The duration of its paralysis skill depends on each person's mental strength. I was able to break free quickly thanks to the magic resistance I had raised earlier. But what truly put me in an unbeatable position was the combat experience from my past life. It couldn't even compare to the monsters I had faced before. In my past life, because I could only absorb 7 skill runes, I had to put in much more effort than others just to survive. Back then, Kane even said I seemed to have the ability to predict my opponent's moves, and I just treated it as a joke. Only now did I truly experience it myself. It was as if I could see its next move and attack. Fortunately, I had increased my stamina and strength earlier. Otherwise, even if I could predict its next move, it would have been very difficult to dodge. Just then, Parker's group also spotted me fighting the flesh eater. Watching the battle at such a close distance left them utterly shocked. They hadn't expected that I would actually dare to face this monster alone, and from the looks of it, I seemed to be handling it with ease, quite leisurely. This made them suspicious. Was it possible that I didn't need their runes at all? It looked a bit like I had intentionally robbed them. Then Parker said, "It's time for us to do our own thing. Let's go down quietly first." But Danny remained standing still. The next second, he shouted in my direction that they were here to help me. Hearing the sound, I turned my head and saw they had also entered. I was surprised at first. Then a faint smile appeared on my face as I thought to myself, these guys are really impatient. Danny thought I hadn't heard him clearly and shouted even louder. Parker at his side hurriedly stopped him, asking, "What are you doing? Didn't I say we should go down quietly? This way we'll be discovered," Danny asked, confused. "We're here to help him, so of course he needs to know." Hearing this, Parker explained that shouting so loudly would also let the monster know they were here. Not only would they lose the element of surprise, but they'd also reveal their position. Seeing Danny apologize, he couldn't say much more, only managing to force a smile and say, "It's okay." Then he turned his head and cursed him for being a damn fool. After the others went down, Danny didn't follow. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. On the way down, Parker complained, "It's all that idiot's fault. Our plan has a slight hiccup now." However, he thought that while I was busy fighting the flesh eater, I wouldn't have time to pay attention to them. So he planned to finish both me and Danny off when I let my guard down after killing the flesh eater. After seeing me fight again today, he was even more certain. He believed that I was very dangerous. He felt that I wasn't like them at all. I looked more like a well-fed tiger, a tiger that was too full to bother attacking them. When he recalled that night I dared to face more than 20 people alone, he felt I wasn't just strong. He could see that there was no hesitation in my attacks, and I seemed to be enjoying the whole process of the fight. So for his grand cause, he decided he couldn't let a dangerous guy like me continue to live. As long as I was eliminated, the rest would just be small fries. After walking a bit further, they stopped to observe the situation before going down. Scarlet said there probably wouldn't be any problem, because she saw the flesh eater's movements had clearly become sluggish. Just as she turned to look for Danny, the platform they were on suddenly began to shake violently. Then, a huge rock fell from somewhere above. The platform couldn't bear the weight of the rock and began to collapse. And they, who were on the platform, were thrown heavily to the ground. Although they couldn't figure out why the stable platform had suddenly collapsed, they figured it didn't matter if they were discovered. After all, I must be tired from fighting the flesh eater for so long. But the next second, the flesh eater appeared before them, and it used its skill, fear, on all of them. They weren't like me, with high magic resistance, let alone any combat experience. So instantly, all of them were frozen in place. At this moment, they just felt that this was completely different from what they had seen from above. And the flesh eater, looking at so much food before it, began to lick its teeth, preparing for a feast. However, Parker thought that although they had missed the chance for a sneak attack, with me here, they could definitely kill this flesh eater. But when they turned around, they discovered I had already leaped up to the platform they had just come down from. So Parker hurriedly shouted at me, "Shouldn't we be working together to kill this monster now? With our help, we can solve this quickly." He believed I was about to succeed and couldn't possibly give up halfway. But I told him I could have killed it, but not anymore. With you all as its nourishment, that thing's stamina will recover in no time. You have to know, even I had to rely on the power of cloud cookies to barely dodge the flesh eater's attacks. If those guys wanted to throw their lives away, they couldn't blame me. Now, with my remaining stamina and paralyzing poison, it would be very difficult to deal with the flesh eater after it recovered its stamina. So I had to go out and rest first. With that thought, I told them, if you think you can kill it, then by all means, give it a try. Seeing me turn to leave, they were first shocked. Then they shouted, asking if I was trying to run away. And they even tried to use Danny to threaten me. But when they turned their heads, they realized that Danny had not come down with them at all. At that moment, Danny, standing on the highest platform, slowly stood up and greeted the crowd below. Seeing this, Scarlet screamed, "I'm going to kill you," Danny told her, "if you have the ability. But right now, you probably don't have the time, do you?" Hearing this, they remembered their current predicament. Behind them, the flesh eater was drooling, ready to taste its snacks. Parker, still not giving up, shouted at me, "If you don't save them. When the flesh eater recovers its stamina, it will only be more disadvantageous for you. If the altar is destroyed, none of us will survive." Hearing this, I turned back and said they didn't need to worry about the altar being destroyed. Weren't you all volunteering to be sacrifices to put the flesh eater to sleep? When they heard my words, they all froze. It was only then that they remembered what the sprite had said about how to put the flesh eater to sleep. That was to feed it 5 people every day. And it was at this moment that they felt something was not quite right, that somehow, step by step, they had voluntarily become sacrifices. But it was too late to think about it now. Watching them get eaten one by one, I praised them for their truly great spirit of self-sacrifice. After they were all eaten, I leaped lightly to the topmost platform. Then I walked up to Danny and asked him, "Why did you do this? You'd better tell me the truth." I knew very well that they had all been deliberately lured in by Danny. Danny said it was all to help me. He also said, "Feel free to use me. Why would I use you? I know you have different goals from others. You always look at the big picture, constantly moving forward without rest. I became certain of this when you dealt with Tyler and that gang of thugs. You were clearly strong, yet you didn't kill them when you attacked, even though doing so would create future trouble for you. It was the same after the altar appeared. If you had ignored those people and just used force to suppress them, it would have been easier to solve the problem, but you didn't. I don't understand why you don't harm people. In my eyes, you are not the type to show mercy at all. So I want you to use me. I am willing to handle the things you can't deal with personally. Let's go higher and further together." After listening to him, my only response was a faint smile. Then as I walked past him, I said, "The way you handled things this time wasn't very clean either. I was about to kill that flesh eater." Danny clenched his fists and said it was because there was no other way to get rid of them this time, so he had no choice but to let me suffer a small loss. He then swore that in the future, he would absolutely not affect me again. "Please reconsider it." Then he said excitedly, "There will definitely be many people who get in your way. After all, you're so strong, it's normal for others to be wary of you. If someone appears that you can't personally eliminate, then I will do it for you. This way, you can focus on chasing your goals." After speaking, he thought to himself, "And I myself can grow stronger by following him. The faster he grows, the stronger I will become." At that moment, I stopped and glanced back at him. That one glance made him tremble. Then I asked, "Even if I agree, what if you can't keep up with my pace in the future? For example, if we get forcibly separated, lose contact or something like that?" Danny immediately understood that I was giving him a signal, and this signal was definitely related to the second phase of the tutorial. He hurriedly took a step forward and said, "If I can't keep up with your pace, then I will work even harder to get stronger and come find you again. You can accept me then, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, I said, "Go down." Watching me turn to leave, his heart was already tense to the extreme. Then he shouted and begged me to give him a chance, to let him make up for the mistake he had made. Helplessly, I had to turn back and tell him not to misunderstand. When I said go down, I didn't mean for you to get out of the altar. I meant for you to go down and take the runes those guys dropped, and I told him to come here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. By then, the guys below should have disappeared. Happiness came so suddenly that Danny didn't react for a moment. I checked my remaining cloud cookies and saw there were enough, then said, "You killed those 10 people, so their runes should all belong to you. Also, next time we meet, I hope you're not always looking so gloomy." With that, I turned and left, leaving him standing there all alone. I wasn't sure if I would need him in the future, so I neither refused him nor explicitly agreed just now. In my past life, before I returned, the Sovereign Iris told me that after I went back to the past, even if everything I did was to save humanity, there would still be people who would obstruct and hinder me. To deal with this situation, she wanted me to find someone to act as my enforcer, and these so-called enforcers are a group of people who can act on my behalf. Not just Iris, but any sovereign would have such a group under their command. They would act on their sovereign's behalf in situations where the sovereign couldn't show their face, thereby helping their sovereign achieve their goals. Originally, I was thinking of finding Cadian to be my enforcer, because he was an enforcer in my last life. But now I've decided to observe for a while, because I still don't know if Danny is reliable. Besides, once the second tutorial starts, everyone here will be forcibly separated. When we meet again, he might have changed his mind. But for the cost of just a few runes and 8 wasted cloud cookies, I got a potentially very useful enforcer. That was a pretty good investment. If it fails, I'll just consider it a misjudgment on my part. For now, I should focus my energy on obtaining the hidden fragment. The next day, I entered the altar again, and engaged in a fierce battle with the Flesh Eater. If you just look at the conditions, the method to obtain the second hidden fragment is very simple. You just have to kill the Flesh Eater before it destroys the altar and escapes. It's just that the guy who designed this mission probably never expected anyone to be able to complete it in the tutorial. But relying on my rich combat experience from my past life, plus my far above average stats and the buff from the cloud cookies, I finally killed it after a fierce battle. Just then, a golden portal suddenly appeared next to me. When I walked in, the system notified me that I had completed a hidden mission. After entering and seeing the reward, I couldn't help but swallow hard, because what I was holding in my hand at this moment was the Ring of Nurmaha, the Blood King. In my past life, I was still wondering where that guy, the Mad Sovereign, had gotten such a thing. Only now did I understand that it was from the tutorial area. No wonder no one could ever find its origin before. In this world, there are many standards for distinguishing artifacts, but the most important one is the weapon's color. Unless it's an incredibly overpowered artifact, its value won't be higher than an artifact of the next color grade. However, there are exceptions among artifacts. Just as players can gradually evolve their runes, there are also growth and type artifacts that can change their own color by absorbing runes. The strongest among them are the limited editions. And number 9 was the Ring of Nurmaha in my hand. In my past life, it was Clementine's exclusive artifact. Although it's called a numbered series, it's not like there's only one of this item. But back then, this ring had only ever appeared in Clementine's hands. Back then, with the 8 Omni powers he obtained, he was practically unstoppable, invincible. And now, such an artifact had actually fallen into my hands. Although I had thought the reward for such a difficult mission would be very generous, I really didn't expect it to be a single-digit numbered item. The moment I put on the ring, the system prompted me that I could only unlock 1 Omni power for now. I checked it and saw it was a skill called Negate Ability. It could nullify an opponent's personal traits and abilities, including passives and skills. Although it required direct contact with the opponent, and the nullification would automatically be removed after a set time, it was equivalent to a very powerful silence skill. Next, I opened my information panel to check. If I wanted to use this ring better, I had to raise one of my stats to a colorless rune. Now that I have a skill I can cast, it seems I'll need to absorb more magic runes to balance my stats. I'll think about that later. After getting organized, I walked out of the magic altar. When Elena saw me come out, she hurriedly ran towards me. She had heard from Danny earlier about the battle between me and the Flesh Eater. Before she could ask me about the situation, she was stunned by the scene behind me. Because when the countdown on the tower ended, the Flesh Eater was not released. Instead, the entire tower vanished into thin air. I said, "Didn't I already tell you? I would take care of it," looking at my handsome and cool face and my strength that had once again shattered everyone's perception. Her heart couldn't help but start pounding again. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly turned away. Behind her, Danny saw that I had indeed succeeded. His choice was the right one. Then I walked over to Elena and said, "There should still be some time before the next tutorial starts. Let's continue hunting." But this time, Elena didn't follow closely behind me as usual. She stood in her place and said she planned to join another team. Hearing this, I turned and cast a questioning glance at her. She then said that with her current strength, she wasn't qualified to be by my side, and if she always followed me, she would always unconsciously rely on me. So she planned to accept Danny's invitation and join his team. Danny at the side also expressed his welcome. I looked at her, thinking that although it was a bit of a pity, it seemed she had already found her place. And it was indeed better to separate now. Anyway, after the second round starts, everyone will be forcibly separated. So I told her that was fine too. Then, without another word, I turned and prepared to leave alone. Suddenly, Elena took a step forward and called out to me. She said, "When we meet again, I will be stronger. I will definitely be able to keep up with you then." She stood in the shattered light, like a spring breeze brushing across a lake, not raising a wave, yet making one's heart tremble. The wind blew through her hair again, sweeping past her ear, like a thread hidden in the light, sewing her gentleness and clarity together with the bitterness at the corner of her mouth that even she hadn't noticed. Finally, as I was leaving, I called out, "Danny." He was startled when he heard me call his name. Then I said, "If you really want to follow me to let me use you, I can tell you what to do. But how you choose is up to you." Hearing this, Danny's face was instantly replaced with an expression of excitement. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The sprite appeared before the people once again. It first took a look and found that more people had survived than he had expected. But it doesn't matter. I anticipated this anyway. As it said this, his gaze shifted towards my position. Then it announced the start of the second round of the game. "First, let's take you all to a new place." With a snap of his fingers, the crowd found a bright light suddenly lit up beneath their feet, and I stared intently at it, thinking to myself, is it finally starting? When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an airtight cube. Just then, the sprite's voice echoed around them. "Everyone has arrived safely, right? Before we officially enter the second tutorial area, I need to adjust the numbers. From now on, each room can only have a maximum of 7 people. According to the game rules, only when 7 people remain in the room can we clear this stage. However, our current room contains a total of 8 people. A black-haired man began observing the remaining 7 people immediately after entering. He first looked at the needle-shaped weapon at my waist. From this, he deduced that I was the legendary warrior who killed the carnivorous beast alone. Although he had never witnessed my true strength firsthand, he knew I was not someone to mess with. Before he could finish his thoughts, a long-haired woman stepped forward, declaring that now we could only sacrifice 1 person. She then proposed that everyone introduce themselves and explain why they must remain. In other words, we needed to prove our worth as much as possible. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly man stepped forward, pulling out a short blade radiating energy, asking if we had ever seen such a thing. He believed that among everyone here, no one possessed skills stronger than his. A man in a suit nearby appeared visibly nervous after seeing others display their abilities. Although the burly man did not explain, I recognized this as Qigong. This was a runic skill that consumed one's own mana to boost all ability values, and could also be used to attach mana to weapons, thereby increasing their attack power. While Qigong performed reasonably well among all skills, it was quite weak in the early stages. Next, the red-haired man introduced himself as Ryan, claiming he possessed healing abilities. Then the black-haired man identified himself as Alex, stating that in terms of one-on-one combat, none of those present should be his match. Seeing that the previous 3 all appeared formidable, the suited man pleaded with everyone to spare them, considering that the 3 of them were family. After some discussion, no one reached a definitive decision. The burly man then pointed out that the young lady over there had not yet introduced herself. The girl smiled slightly, introducing herself as Maya. She then prepared to demonstrate her abilities to everyone. When the burly man saw Maya approaching him with killing intent, he quickly retreated several steps and asked what she intended to do. After Maya reached him, he was forced to raise his weapon in preparation for counterattack. However, in the next second, Maya moved with incredible speed around his blade, positioning herself behind him and delivering a fatal strike. This scene left everyone present completely stunned. After the burly man lost his life, his runes dropped to the ground. Maya picked up a skill rune, remarking how fortunate this was, since these items did not always drop with certainty. After taking the skill rune, she told us we could divide the remaining runes among ourselves. Alex observed how the burly man had been eliminated in a single strike, thinking he should keep his distance from this dangerous woman in the future. I could see that this woman was not acting to solve our problem, otherwise she would have targeted the defenseless family of 3 instead. Her true purpose was to obtain the burly man's runes. Originally, in my previous life at this time, the first to die would have been this young girl. It seemed the timeline was beginning to change due to my presence. However, this made things more interesting for me. At this moment, the spirit appeared, announcing that we were the first to complete the task. Then, it transported us to a place filled entirely with floating islands. These floating islands were connected to each other by wooden bridges. The spirit informed us that over the next 3 months, we would need to continuously climb upward until we reached the first target location on the second level, the Flame Volcano region. Only by passing this tutorial would the adventure world truly begin. After speaking, it disappeared again, leaving us in this place. I then walked ahead, leading them toward the first floating island. Alex, who was behind me, noticed that I had not spoken a single word since arriving here, so he called out to me, saying that since we would be together for 3 months, we should get along and communicate well. However, I could not be bothered to respond to him and continued walking toward the island. Suddenly, the suited man at the back let out a startled cry. Everyone turned around to see the wooden bridge behind us collapsing continuously. Without hesitation, everyone immediately turned and ran quickly in my direction. After they all reached the floating island, before they could catch their breath, the spirit appeared again, saying it had forgotten to mention something. As time passed, these islands would gradually collapse, starting from the bottom. Although everyone complained silently that such important information should have been shared earlier, no one dared speak up, fearing they might anger the spirit and face elimination. Alex watched as I prepared to move forward again and asked where I was heading, but I continued to ignore him. Maya, however, had observed from the recent events that I seemed somewhat different. She therefore suggested that everyone follow behind me. She noticed my confident demeanor and suspected I might know something others did not. After walking for some time, we entered a dense forest. Alex complained that we'd been walking for several hours without seeing any wooden bridge leading to the next island, making him question whether I truly knew the way. Maya was already annoyed by the surrounding insects and had to listen to Alex's complaints, so she told him she did not know either and asked him not to bother her with idle chatter. When Alex looked up at me again, his eyes showed a hint of confusion. Seeing that I had been continuously chewing since earlier, he asked what I was eating. I told them these were oak tree bark pieces, which had certain detoxifying effects when chewed. Just as he was about to ask why I needed detoxification, I suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his collar. In the next second, a giant python dropped where she had just been standing. Fortunately, I pulled him away in time, otherwise his head would now be in the snake's stomach. Upon seeing this snake, I thought to myself that I had finally found it. After Alex recovered from the shock, he asked how I knew we would be attacked by a snake. I told him it was due to my supernatural abilities. This left him completely bewildered. In the following time, we engaged in fierce battle with the pythons in this area. I explained to them that these were called runic pattern serpents, which changed based on the runic patterns on their heads. When the runic pattern shifted, they would perform corresponding actions. Although killing these monsters was not difficult using the method I taught them. These snakes relied on their numerical advantage to launch continuous attacks. Alex had no time to heal the wounds on his body. He therefore called out to the suited man behind them, telling him to stop hiding in the back and come help with the fighting. However, the suited man first apologized, explaining that he needed to protect his wife and daughter, so he had no spare energy to fight. This greatly angered Alex, as he was working so hard to eliminate monsters in the front, while David only cared about his family. He then called out to Ryan, who was leaning against a tree. However, Ryan stated that he could not casually participate in combat, because if he got injured, no one would be able to help everyone recover. Alex had no choice but to temporarily regard him as a healer. But then Ryan revealed that each healing spell consumed at least 3 stamina runes. Upon hearing this, Alex silently cursed him hundreds of times in his mind. At this point, David approached with runes and gave them to Ryan, asking him to help treat his wife. Upon seeing the runes, Ryan's eyes lit up and he readily agreed. Maya and I continued fighting monsters and collecting runes at the front, unable to attend to Alex. This left him alone and isolated in the middle. After he stopped for just a moment, Ryan behind him asked what he was doing standing there and told him to get back to fighting. Just as Alex was on the verge of a breakdown, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Someone asked how he was doing in the new place and whether he was adapting well. Alex replied telling them not to mention it, that he had encountered some useless teammates and asked about the situation on their end. The other party told him things were going well there, and after examining the structure of this place, it seemed they could meet up at a higher location, so they encouraged Alex to work hard to climb up. They also told Alex to pay close attention, as their talent team now needed capable new recruits. Alex thought about it. Among this group, there was one guy who claimed to have supernatural power and acted coldly. There was one crazy woman who played with knives, one healer who was an absolute bastard, and 3 useless family members. He decided to tell the captain about his situation and said he should focus on surviving first. When I heard him talking to himself, I turned back to look. Upon seeing the pattern on his hand, I thought to myself that someone had activated their sovereign characteristic so quickly. In my previous life, sovereigns like Iris possessed this characteristic. The duty of sovereigns was to lead their subordinate soldiers to survive better in this place, or to attack other groups. Sovereigns could bestow their own unique patterns on their team members, creating powerful bonds among teammates, and enabling real-time communication like Alex was doing. Although the number of members a sovereign could grant patterns to was limited, at this current stage they had just activated their characteristics and were actively recruiting members. If I wanted to deal with those people, I would need to become stronger much faster. Only by becoming personally powerful could I subdue them. Here, strength was the ultimate authority. Soon, the ground beneath my feet was covered with countless snake corpses. As I moved forward, the monsters encountered along the way became fewer. This indicated that we had left their habitat, and what lay ahead should be my true objective for this journey: the nest of the mutant runic pattern serpent. After I pushed aside the grass, I discovered it was indeed still there. Just as I was about to enter the nest, David called out to me from behind. He argued that as long as we did not approach, this snake would not attack us, so he proposed that we take a different route around it. I said I could go alone, and they could either hide behind or go around and continue ahead. Upon hearing this, David quickly explained that was not what he meant, emphasizing that we were now a team and should not do useless things that involved unnecessary risks. Before he could finish speaking, I interrupted him, telling him not to misunderstand. I had never said I wanted to form a team with them. We were simply heading in the same direction. After saying this, I turned and walked into the nest. David still would not give up and wanted Maya to persuade me, because if I did not stay with them, they would lose another capable fighter. Maya said she was helpless too, since she could hardly drag me away by force, unless David wanted to stay and fight alongside me. Upon hearing this, David dared not speak further. When they were preparing to leave, Alex looked at my retreating figure thoughtfully. He thought I was indeed as reckless as the rumors suggested, but he wanted to recruit me into their squad. What if I died here alone? Seeing Alex's expression, Ryan advised him that if he wanted to forcibly take me along, he should abandon that idea early. Having his thoughts exposed, Alex was startled and asked why Ryan said this. Ryan then explained that during the recent battle, everyone else had accepted his healing, except for me. He saw me as someone who had been fighting on battlefields for decades, like a veteran soldier, so he believed someone like me would never listen to anyone's advice. After hearing this, Alex felt it made sense. He thought that while I was a rare talent, if I continued being so reckless, I probably would not live long either. After they left, my battle with the giant serpent began. While dodging attacks, I first chewed on a cloud biscuit. After the giant snake missed its strike, the pattern on its head changed to a mana rune. Except when agility runes appeared, I could attack it with full force during all other rune phases. Although it was stronger than the previous spike snakes and moved faster, it was not on the same level as monsters like the carnivorous beast. After receiving a series of my attacks, the pattern on its head changed to a resistance rune. This meant I would have to fight a prolonged battle, which was not impossible but would waste too much time. Fortunately, based on my memories from the previous life, I knew how to defeat it. The key was the tree it inhabited when I first encountered it. As long as I attacked that tree, it would instinctively abandon its own defense to protect its nest. With this in mind, I quickly moved around it and charged toward the rear. The giant serpent sensed my intention and trembled with fear. Then it began chasing me frantically. When I looked back, I confirmed it had taken the bait. In the next second, I planted my feet firmly and braked suddenly. Then, using an extremely agile movement technique, I quickly turned around and delivered a strike to its head. Before it could react, I rapidly inflicted multiple slashes across its body. Finally, I landed gracefully, presenting my impressive back to the defeated creature. Defeating it had been faster than I expected. This way, I could obtain its egg. As soon as I approached, the egg trembled slightly. However, I was not surprised at all. Instead, I picked up a rune and tapped it gently. In the next second, accompanied by a crisp sound of cracking eggshell, a bright little eye appeared from inside. After its entire body emerged, I could not help but sigh at how different this small creature was from the adult version. Although it was still in its juvenile stage, it already possessed its unique characteristic. It could consume any runes, and then produce the specific runes its master desired. However, feeding it 3 runes would only yield 2 in return. For others, losing 1 rune out of every 3 might seem costly, but for me, obtaining specific runes was most important. Runes could always be earned again. During this period, my goal was to rapidly increase my mana, physical resistance, and magical resistance. After verifying its characteristic, I let it sleep for a while, as I needed to depart for the destination. At this time, the useless family had stopped in place, looking at the map in their hands. David had obtained this map when leaving the room, but it contained no detailed structure or directions. Now he did not know what might appear in the forest, so he could not act rashly. This made him silently curse that if those people had not abandoned them, this situation would not have occurred. Suddenly, his wife reminded him that there seemed to be movement in the nearby grass. Although David was terrified, he still positioned his wife and child behind him for protection. Fortunately, what appeared was not some monster. It was me. After I emerged, I asked them what they were doing here. Upon seeing my appearance, David was secretly delighted, thinking they now had a bodyguard. He then asked if I had escaped from the monster. I told him the monster had been killed by me. Although David did not show it, he was internally shocked. He could not believe I had defeated such an enormous creature with only a minor scratch on my face. More importantly, not much time had passed since they left. I then asked where the others had gone. He proceeded to recount what had happened earlier. At that time, after he heard the others wanted his family of 3 to leave the group, he panicked and quickly made excuses, saying that if everyone scattered separately, would that not be more dangerous? After hearing this, Alex asked him if he wanted to follow behind them and easily reach the destination. Maya's viewpoint was that now that they had lost me as a major fighting force, burdensome people would only drag them down. Ryan was indifferent. As long as someone gave him runes, everything was negotiable. Finally, David said that when they left, they even blocked the path to prevent his family from following, and he cursed those bastards for being too cruel. Seeing that I had not finished listening to his story and was turning to leave, he quickly asked where I was going. I answered that I was traveling, having wasted too much time here already. His wife suggested they follow me together. David nodded in agreement. So the three of them got up and followed behind me. Feeling them following, I turned back and asked what they wanted to do. David used my previous words against me, saying they were just heading in the same direction, so I should walk ahead and not worry about them. However, I could not be bothered with them now. Subsequently, I found another monster habitat. In no time, I had turned all the males, females, and young of that species into runes. Then, I released the runic serpent to consume the runes I did not want. The runic serpent was extremely excited to have food to eat. Under normal growth circumstances, where would it find so many runes to consume? After finishing up, I opened my information panel to check. My stamina had been upgraded to colorless level, and other stats were several times higher than normal people. This would make combat much easier. Meanwhile, the family of three hid far away in the grass. The little girl observed my agile fighting skills. She remarked that I seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The wife also said they were fortunate I had not driven them away. When the girl expressed interest in participating in combat to help, David scolded her. His goal was to leave this place safely. While they were talking, I had already gotten up and left. Seeing this, the three quickly ran to catch up with me. After following me for a while longer, they suddenly stopped, showing hesitation on their faces. This was because I was now preparing to enter a dark tunnel. Finally, they gritted their teeth and followed me inside. After emerging from the tunnel, they discovered this place was already surrounded by other players. The family of three was overjoyed. They had not expected to safely reach the destination. When Alex and the others heard the commotion and turned to see me, they were greatly surprised. They had not expected me to not only return alive but also relatively uninjured. Only then did Alex believe the rumors about me single-handedly defeating the carnivorous beast were true. The spirit suddenly appeared, saying the family of three had arrived last but were the noisiest. This frightened David and his family into silence. However, the spirit said nothing more. Seeing that everyone had arrived, it closed the passage behind them. Then it announced the beginning of the activity. Welcome everyone to the first level dock. Seeing that 75% of you remain, it is excellent that not too many died. This special activity is called the Ticket Rush Battle. Everyone must use boat tickets to escape from the collapsing first level island and travel to other islands. However, some islands are inhabited by powerful monsters, or contain only lava, but if you are lucky you might reach the central island filled with treasures, or the southern islands. But letting you go directly would be too boring, so I have prepared another rule. Each boat can only carry 3 people, and at least 3 tickets are needed for a boat to depart. If 3 people board with 3 tickets, they will be forcibly separated and randomly dropped on different islands. If 2 people board with 3 tickets, they will land on the same island but cannot choose their destination. If one person uses 3 tickets to board, they can freely choose their destination. The islands will collapse starting from the outer edges, and each island's difficulty varies greatly, so choose the method most advantageous to you. At this moment, everyone was listening carefully to the explanation of the rules. However, for me, I had long since memorized these rules by heart. Finally, the spirit announced that there were about 30 minutes left before the first level island completely collapsed, and there were currently 25 boats docked at the shore. With that, it declared the game begun, asking everyone to use any means necessary to survive. As the spirit's words concluded, battle officially commenced, including former teammates who would kill each other for a single boat ticket. Looking at the scene before me, I reflected that it was the same as last time, still equally chaotic. Suddenly someone approached and called my name. Then he fell to his knees with a thud. He begged me to help his family. At this time, David fell to his knees before me with a thud. He said that since I was so strong, I could certainly help him grab 3 boat tickets so his family could leave first. I told him that his own affairs were his own responsibility and advised him to take care of himself. After being refused, he said this would not be difficult for me at all. I just needed to kill a few people and take their tickets, asking if I could not show a little compassion. Alex, finding him too noisy, walked over and kicked him down. Then he asked if I was not also annoyed by the noise, suggesting I just take his ticket. Using this opportunity, he approached me and suggested I join their squad, saying they would give me enough boat tickets. He mentioned that along this journey, he had discovered that besides me, no one else could satisfy him. The strong should associate with the strong. After speaking, he raised his hand to show me his sovereign pattern. He then explained that this was an ability awakened by their captain. As long as I agreed, I could possess an identical pattern. Before he could explain the pattern's functions, I shook my head in refusal. Seeing me turn to leave, he quickly caught up, saying their squad was not composed of random nobodies. He suggested I might not understand the value of this squad pattern, and that I would definitely change my mind after hearing his explanation. But having been reincarnated, How could I not know? The bond I once shared with my companions was something I could never forget. However, this time I did not intend to join the Sovereign squads, as that would only slow my progress toward achieving my goals. Seeing my attitude, Alex realized there was currently no way to recruit me into the squad, so he threw me a boat ticket. He said this ticket was taken from that useless David earlier. Then he added that although it was regrettable, he could not focus all his energy on me alone. Striking what he considered a handsome pose, he said that ticket was a gift prepared for our next meeting. He and his companions had agreed to meet at the Central Island, and if I could make it there alive, he would ask this question again. After he left, I looked at the boat ticket on the ground, thinking it was really unnecessary. Such things were unimportant to me now. However, this ticket was soon discovered by other nearby players, who began slowly surrounding me. Once enough people noticed, they started running frantically to grab the ticket. It was quickly seized by someone. David, unwilling to see his ticket stolen like this, stepped forward to struggle for it. His daughter, seeing her father in danger, also rushed forward to grab the man's knife-wielding hand. In the next second, the man first threw David aside, then lifted his daughter with one hand. As the warmth gradually faded from David's daughter in his arms, neither he nor his wife could even make a sound of crying. The spirit had intentionally not separated this family from the beginning, just to witness such scenes. Its pleasure came from watching people die in despair before its eyes. All of this had been planned by them. No matter how much they struggled, death was inevitable. At this moment, Maya suddenly approached from behind, asking why I had refused Alex's proposal earlier. I told her it was my personal matter and asked if she needed something from me. While removing her gloves, she said she also wanted to make me a proposal. Then she also revealed a sovereign pattern identical to Alex's, suggesting I come with her. However, I refused her just as decisively as I had refused Alex. She had anticipated my refusal, so her real purpose this time was to ask why I had not left yet. She could tell I was not bored enough to feel sympathy for these people, so I must have had other motives. I simply gave her a look, and she could read some information from that glance, so she wisely departed. Soon, some of the more capable people had already obtained boat tickets and left. Now only the last boat remained docked at the shore. This meant that, from now on, no matter what happened on this island, those above would never know. Moreover, those remaining now were all people without even basic self-protection abilities. They were also all people I should have saved. They desperately hoped I could take them along. But I clearly knew that the spirit's authority was quite extensive within the tutorial area, so I had no way to save all of them. Then I turned to face them, thinking that as long as I did my best, that would be enough. If I failed here, all my previous efforts would be wasted. With this thought, I gripped my weapon tightly and said I'm sorry to all of them. I knew what fate awaited them if they could not reach the next island. The spirit would gleefully watch them slowly dissolve in the poisonous sea below, the agony of 10,000 needles making death seem like happiness. Rather than let them face death after enduring such torture and being exploited by others, I would give them a quick end myself. The last words I spoke to them were, "Blame me if you want, but consider this helping you." My weapon had not yet been raised, but killing intent seeped through the cracks like frost that had just licked a blade. My eyes were like lightning hidden in shattered ice, and as my throat moved, the words goodbye carried a taste of blood. Moments later, my gray hoodie was silhouetted against the blue sky, my disheveled hair blown by the bloody wind. The blue sky was too bright, so bright I dared not look back. After boarding the boat, I took out the runes they had dropped and fed the ones I could not use to the runic serpent. The spirit, having watched the entire process with great interest, flew over to praise me for being truly impressive, worthy of being their anticipated star. It regretted only that what had just happened occurred too quickly, though it had not expected me to act this way. It also assured me not to worry, saying it would absolutely not spread word about this incident. After doing all this and obtaining a large quantity of runes, I felt no regret. I had returned here not to save everyone, but to defeat the ultimate enemy. Therefore, I could not waver in the slightest and must continue forward with determination. My next target was the Central Island. At the center of the Central Island stood a massive castle. After the number of people on the island reached over 1,900, the spirit announced the beginning of the game. On the Central Island, only 3 things mattered. First, protecting the crystal in the castle. Second, exploring the unique underground dungeon here, which was filled with various opportunities and rewards that could allow players to rapidly grow stronger. Third, surviving for 1 month under siege attacks from monsters. Originally, in the morning, everyone felt there was no particular difficulty. The opponents were merely some unintelligent skeletons that only knew how to attack. But before evening arrived, they had changed their initial assessment. These skeleton soldiers seemed inexhaustible, launching wave after wave of continuous attacks on the castle. Indeed, in the castle's council chamber, a man was heard pounding the table, declaring that rules must be established. On just the first day, they had nearly been overrun by monsters, and he questioned the other 3 present about how long they intended to stand by and watch. If this continued, forget about protecting the crystal. They would all be annihilated by the monsters. The speaker was Mason, sovereign of the MK squad. At this point, Adrian, sovereign of the Peace Squad, said that since other sovereigns had not yet arrived, such discussions should wait. Then Diana, sovereign of the Noah Squad, stated that since all the influential sovereigns were present, there was no harm in discussing it now. Finally, Vincent, sovereign of the Smoke Squad, asked what they should do. Mason said the biggest problem now was the lack of defensive forces on the castle walls, so he proposed forcibly drafting those not participating in combat to fight together. Diana reminded him they had no way to control players who did not belong to squads. Mason then said he had never intended to make those rogues comply willingly. They could simply use force to subdue them. The monsters would attack again in 3 hours, and no one could guarantee they could hold the defense this time. They could not simply ignore this. Vincent said that even if their several squads united, success was not guaranteed. The biggest problem now was that more and more people were heading to the underground dungeons. The number of people now entering the dungeons was comparable to the combined membership of their several squads. Moreover, they had given their organization a ridiculous name, the Anti-Dungeon Coalition. Not only did they refuse to help, but they also focused on defense. They had no choice. Mason could only propose sending frontline squad members to the dungeons first to increase their strength. Adrian immediately stood up and asked who would handle defense during that time if they did this. If they really wanted to go, only a few squad members could go first. Watching the council chamber in chaos, Diana cursed silently. If all 1,900 people had properly defended from the beginning, they would never have fallen into this predicament. Initially, after learning that failure would mean everyone's death, almost all people had participated in this defensive battle. But suddenly, someone had ventured alone into the underground dungeons and obtained excellent artifacts, causing others to become envious and begin flowing en masse toward the dungeons. While she was racking her brains over how to defend for the next month, Maya suddenly opened the door and walked in cheerfully, calling Diana's sister. Diana told her to speak later, as she currently had a terrible headache. Maya told her she was not here to joke around this time, but had brought extremely important good news. When Maya reported that someone had suddenly appeared and single-handedly confronted the entire anti-dungeon coalition, Diana could hardly believe her ears. The other sovereigns were equally shocked upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, outside the castle in the plaza, a pile of anti-dungeon coalition members were kneeling on the ground, continuously begging for mercy, saying they had long planned to return and take shifts after hunting for 2 more days. But before he could finish speaking, a spike pierced deeply into his shoulder. The one holding the long needle was none other than the cosmic super-invincible tyrant dragon soaring on rainbow spirals, the incredibly handsome me. I was currently chewing cloud biscuits as I announced that starting tomorrow, everyone would participate in combat. After speaking, I slowly approached the man on the ground. While trembling and retreating, he could not understand why. Despite feeling that my runic ability values were not higher than his, he had no power to resist. After I reached him, I simply told him to return my weapon to me. Other anti-dungeon coalition members, seeing my arrogance, stepped forward to ask what I thought I was, daring to command them in such a manner. Then one of them pulled out a dagger from his coat and charged quickly toward me. I observed that his weapon was enhanced with additional abilities, which was quite good among colorless artifacts. However, before he could reach me, I first dodged to the side, struck his chest with one palm, and simultaneously used my ring silence skill. Instantly, he felt the special properties of his blade vanish, and he couldn't activate any of his skills. What shocked him even more was that even a common divine artifact shouldn't have failed to pierce skin. He didn't dare to imagine just how high my resistance was. Before he could finish the thought, my fist had already crashed into his face. But I didn't deal a fatal blow, because he was also a very important resource. Then I apologized to the others for using such forceful methods right from the start, because I knew perfectly well that if I had tried to persuade you bastards with nice words, none of you would have listened. After hearing me say this, not a single person in the crowd dared to make a sound. Even the monarchs above the plaza were stunned by my formidable power. Afterward, I summoned the 4 monarchs to a meeting room. Mason could see that I was the top-tier powerhouse Alex had mentioned to him. But why was there a monster beast perched on my shoulder? Once they were all seated, I said that starting tomorrow, the anti-dungeon coalition and the guilds would merge, with both sides taking turns hunting and defending. If you have any objections, speak now. Besides, you can't command them if they don't join your guilds anyway. So just pick some useful guys and take them back to your guilds. I've already made those bastards outside behave, so you don't need to worry about anything else. Diana naturally knew this was undoubtedly a good thing for them, but she couldn't understand what my intentions were for doing this. The next second, Vincent voiced his thoughts, asking me why I was doing this. Because I possessed the power to overwhelm everyone, yet I wasn't joining any guild. He found it hard to believe I was doing this without any purpose. I told him that as long as they could form a basic system with rules, I wouldn't interfere again. But Vincent kept pushing. It's entirely possible you could suddenly change your mind and decide to wipe out the guild alliance. Hearing this, I stood up and said, I don't want to argue about these what-ifs. You have absolutely no reason to worry about me destroying you in the future. As I spoke, my body began to slowly fade before their eyes. Seeing this, they were all startled, hastily drawing their weapons and preparing for a fight. As Vincent drew his sword, he warned the others, this might just be an invisibility skill. He could still be standing right there. The next second, the cold steel of my dagger was already pressed against his throat. I continued where I'd left off. If I wanted you gone, I could do it right now. Only then did Vincent realize I wasn't invisible. I had disrupted all of their senses. After I withdrew the dagger, Vincent lost his balance and collapsed to his knees with a thud. His guild members rushed forward, weapons drawn. I told them to calm down. I don't want to be your enemy. The most important thing right now is to fight the monsters outside. Please, just do your best in your own positions. That's all I want. The others remained silent, which was a tacit agreement. They had no choice but to accept the one option I presented to them. With that settled, I stood up and left. They had been killing each other until now, so working together would surely be difficult. But I didn't have time to sympathize with their problems. I knew this was just the beginning, and I still had a lot of work to do. Just then, Maya suddenly blocked my path, extending another olive branch. She walked toward me as she spoke. Stopping just an inch away, she blew a light breath against my chest and said this time, her invitation to join their guild was sincere. You're always alone. Don't you get lonely? Or, is there already someone in your heart? I heard that back at Gangnam Station you were quite close with a woman named Elena. Could it be? She trailed off there, looking up at me. Seeing no reaction, she seemed to think she might have guessed wrong. With that thought, she continued her sweet-talking invitation, but I ignored her completely and walked past. I told her frankly that I had to go check on the wall. Only after I was a good distance away did I let out a breath and curse under my breath at that annoying flirt. After another round of attacks, the scene on the wall spoke of the battle's brutality. Alex was up there, directing medics to carry away the wounded, for support classes to heal, and asking a subordinate to report the guild's losses. The subordinate said, compared to the beginning, our defense has stabilized significantly. Every position is manned, and we haven't had any personnel shortages. Those guys who ran from the anti-dungeon coalition were uncooperative at first, but they ended up doing a decent job. After the report, another guild member added, we have the anti-dungeon coalition to thank for our losses not being so severe. I didn't expect them to fight so hard. Alex replied, it's not that they wanted to fight hard, they had no choice. Because on that wall stood a man 100 times more terrifying than any monster, watching them. Seeing me single-handedly deal with a massive horde of beasts again today. He had sent me numerous invitations throughout the day, but they were all decisively rejected by me. This infuriated him, yet there was nothing he could do. Just as he thought they could securely hold off the monsters by maintaining their current state, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and the little sprite's head poked through. Once his entire body emerged, everyone recognized the harbinger of disaster. They all cursed. Nothing good ever happened when this guy showed up. Sure enough, the sprite was bored now that they could handle the skeleton soldiers, so, starting today, it would be adding demons to the siege. Demons are strong, but with high risk comes high reward. Killing a demon will drop a mini crystal. As he spoke, he forcibly opened everyone's status panel and continued to explain, the crystals can only be used in this crystal shop. In it, you can not only buy powerful divine-grade equipment, but you can also buy an escape ticket to leave this place. At the sight of the escape ticket, many faces began to show emotion. But then they noticed the text below it. Up to 5 people can escape together. Before they could finish reading, a red portal appeared in the sky above the castle. Then, a monster dozens of meters tall emerged halfway through. The people in the castle began to hesitate. The crystals were tempting, but this demon looked incredibly powerful. And just then, the demon spotted the crowd on the castle walls and began to walk towards them. At that moment, I shot out from the crowd, leaping into the air and over the rampart. My target was the very demon below the wall. The instant my weapon struck, I was like a blood-soaked nail shot from a catapult, plunging down toward its body. The monster below was like a breathing mountain of flesh, absorbing the impact of all my weapons. The point of contact with the monster's arm erupted in a white-hot light, like a miniature sun, warping the air around it. The man, in a mere gap in the fighting, had vaulted over the wall. This act alone made the pupils of those battle-hardened veterans, who had seen life and death constrict in a collective shock, leaving them petrified on the spot. This was because, below the wall, a world-ending beast capable of pulverizing half a city with one punch was now coiled. Everyone thought the man was insane, that he was going to his death. In the next second after clashing with my blade, the behemoth actually staggered back 2 steps. But the monster's palm immediately gathered a ball of energy powerful enough to boil seas and level mountains. Seeing this, I quickly dodged back to create distance. Its attack missed, smashing into the ground and creating a 2.5-meter deep crater. This made me sigh in admiration. Even though it was just a degraded version, it was still a demon after all. I had previously boosted my defense significantly with the rune serpent. This meant my current attack power was insufficient to shatter its claws. So now, I could only rely on the divine artifacts I'd acquired from dungeons to hold my own. With that thought, I activated the bandit's sneaking boots, increasing my movement speed for 1 minute. Instantly, my speed more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, I was already behind it. But its reaction was incredibly fast. It instantly detected my attack and turned to block. The moment the white blade shattered the red maple, the clash of weapons sent a tremor through the void. The two of us were like two blades hacking at each other, competing to see which would shatter first. I used my speed advantage to launch a relentless assault. Finally, I managed to create an opening. I seized the chance, tightened my grip on my weapon, and lunged forward. Then, I swung with all my might at its chest. This completely enraged it. Wincing in pain, it began to gather another energy ball in its palm. Only this time, it opted for a long-range shockwave attack. Seeing I couldn't dodge in time, I quickly raised my sword to block. The powerful shockwave sent me flying back over 10 meters, slamming into the castle wall. Fortunately, I had imbued my greatsword with the silence skill from my ring, which nullified its shockwave. The people on the wall were discussing in amazement how I could handle even a demon on my own. Mason told Alex to get ready, that they had to seize this opportunity as well. Alex heard this and asked, "Are you thinking of joining the fight too? Just because that guy down there can handle it doesn't mean we can," Mason told him. "Even if we don't go, other guys will." Sure enough, right after he spoke, many people began rushing down from the wall. Their minds were now clouded by the allure of the crystals, and they had forgotten just how powerful and deadly the demons were. As he was about to follow them down, he was stopped by his sister, who told him it wasn't time yet. Diana wanted to see what my limits truly were. After getting up, I noticed the players who had rushed over, but they didn't dare get too close. They only followed quietly behind me, preparing to land the final blow. I understood their intentions. However, I knew this monster was probably about to use its racial skill. When that happened, I wouldn't be able to look out for this group behind me. Soon after, the players who had jumped down from the wall had quietly surrounded the demon. But strangely, the demon didn't stop them. It just stood there silently. When it began to gather another energy ball in its palm, I could tell at a glance it was a large-scale AoE skill. I immediately shouted to the others, telling them to get back. "This thing is not something you can handle. If you want to live, stand behind me." Some realized something was wrong and tried to convince their companions to retreat. But their companions were blinded by greed, believing that only by getting closer would they have a chance to land the final blow and get the crystal. The next second, the energy in the demon's hand was fully charged. Then, it slammed its fist into the ground, unleashing a massive wave of high-temperature flames that swept outwards. One grunt pulled out a divine artifact shield he had just gotten from a dungeon. He thought a little flame like this was nothing to him, but as the flames reached him, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. It was too late. In an instant, he was burned to a crisp. Seeing this, the others finally abandoned their thoughts of fighting for the crystal and began to turn and flee. Just as the flames were about to reach me, I once again activated the silence skill from my ring. I imbued my weapon with it. Then I raised my sword and swung it fiercely at the flames directly in front of me. Any flame that touched my blade's aura instantly dissipated. The people behind me and on the wall couldn't believe their eyes. I had actually extinguished the demon's flames with a sword. Though my hand holding the greatsword was a bit numb, the demon whose attack I had blocked was clearly not in good shape either. But it immediately began to gather high-temperature flames in its palm again. Without any hesitation, I charged forward with my sword and engaged it in a fierce battle once more. Because in this place, I was the only one who could deal with a 3RD circle flame hell demon. The others, no longer dreaming of crystals, retreated to a safe distance to watch. The ensuing battle once again redefined everyone's perception of me. They never imagined the gap between them and me could be so vast. They couldn't help but wonder if I was really a player, just like them. Every clash between us was not a simple attack, it was a confrontation of two extreme powers. The cold hardness of steel against the searing heat of light, human persistence against an unknown power. Seeing my formidable strength, Vincent felt a sense of foreboding. He knew that if this continued, I would seize the leadership from the monarch's hands. He had to find a way. Finally, I brought down my blue-white light blade in a diagonal slash. The blade shimmered with a cold halo, its edges crackling with electrical sparks, the tip already pressing into the monster's chest. A few days passed in a flash since that battle ended. As Maya was waiting for me by the wall, Alex appeared beside her and said, "No need to wait." Hearing this, Maya turned her head and asked what he meant. Alex told her it was useless to wait here, because he had been waiting for me for a long time but never managed to run into me. Her intentions exposed, Maya quickly turned her head away and denied Alex's claim, saying she wasn't waiting for me. But Alex thought that Maya, like him, was following me under orders from a monarch, and he asked her, "You must know about the recent instability in the Guild Alliance and the reasons for it, right?" Maya glanced at him after hearing this and asked, "Why bring that up?" Alex, about to continue, suddenly turned to look at the confused Maya behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" Alex said, "I felt like someone was watching us just now. It must have been my imagination." At that moment, behind a glass window above the street, Vincent was quietly watching the two of them. Then he spoke to the subordinate behind him. "That guy, Marcus, monopolized the demon. It's been so long, but we still haven't gathered any useful information. Does that mean he hasn't made any particular moves?" The subordinate reported, "The guild members have been monitoring him secretly, but we found that besides participating in defense and hunting demons, he occasionally goes to a dungeon. He almost never rests. Although the defensive battles have become much easier thanks to him, another problem has arisen. The guys who didn't join the guilds are now frequently provoking the guild members." Vincent had anticipated this. "As long as I didn't join a guild for a single day, others who emulated me were bound to appear. After all, even the guilds united under the monarchs were listening to my words." For this reason, he had made preparations long ago, because he knew clearly that if power wavered, it would be impossible to properly control the people below. And for the sake of his future plans, he could not let such a thing happen. Just as his words fell, the door opened, and a group of people entered from outside. These were all people Vincent had invited, and the topic of their discussion today was the future of the Guild Alliance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, I had just killed another demon. I pulled out the long needle that had been with me and found it was already worn out. The continuous battles these past few days had brought another weapon to the end of its life, and I could only discard it. The reason for my continuous high-intensity battles was, on one hand, to collect 60 crystals. That way, I could obtain that thing, and the one I just killed was the 60th. On the other hand, most of the advanced divine artifacts sold in the crystal shop were guild exclusive. So, they were almost all incredibly effective artifacts. If the crystals fell into the hands of those guild members, they would surely fall into chaos again fighting over them. My monopoly on all the demons was to crush their hopes. As I spent the 60 crystals, I exchanged them from the shop for a weapon I was most familiar and comfortable with. Its name was the Judgment of Decratus. In appearance, it was 2 sickles connected by an iron chain. With this weapon, the upcoming battles would surely be much easier. Feeling the itch, I swung the sickles and walked towards the monster horde in front of me. There were still about 10 days until the end of the defensive war. In the coming days, the guild members would definitely make a move against me, although I didn't know who would strike first. I was quite looking forward to it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sprite appeared before everyone again, saying, "You batch of players are so interesting," because we were the group with the most survivors it had ever seen. So it had prepared a special event for us. As soon as the sprite finished speaking, people felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake violently. Then the corpses of the monsters that had been killed outside the city walls began to show strange signs. One by one, as if coming back to life, they slowly floated into the air. Then they all poured into a portal inside the castle. After merging in the castle hall, the monster corpses formed an extremely bizarre ball of flesh. Finally, a humanoid demon was born from that flesh ball. And she was the demon queen from the hidden quest on the central island, the Demon Queen Subjugation. The moment his purple-black wings blotted out the sky, the purplish-pink light from the cathedral dome was torn to shreds. It was like the personification of evil, the source of all fear. He stood there as if to say, "This world is mine." Then, a red wall rose around the castle to prevent anyone inside from escaping. Next, the sprite said there were now 2 choices. One was to stay here and fend off the endless stream of undead monsters, and then escape from here using the crystals. But these undead monsters were not on the same level as the previous ones. The second choice was to go and defeat the Demon Queen summoned to the castle. When everyone heard Demon Queen, they were all aghast. The previous rules never mentioned a Demon Queen. The sprite explained, "If I had summoned the Demon Queen directly, you all probably would have died. But I didn't expect there to be so many survivors in this batch, so I had no choice but to summon him. The crystals would activate 30 minutes after the undead monster attack begins, but only 500 people could leave." Hearing this rule, everyone cast wary glances at those around them. There were still over 1,000 survivors in the castle. That meant half of them would have to be left behind. Then the sprite added that killing the Demon Queen would unlock a reward that allowed everyone to leave. "This is a special gift I've prepared." After the sprite disappeared, a 10-minute countdown appeared in the sky above the castle. Everyone thought they just had to endure this month to be saved, but now they faced such a huge new problem. At this moment, Vincent stepped forward and said, "In 30 minutes, we'll go to the crystal. We just need to hold out." He arranged for the Guild Alliance members to gather near the crystal now, while the rest would defend on the wall. Just as he turned to leave, he was stopped by Ryan from behind. Ryan said hatefully, "Don't think I don't know you guild guys are planning to escape together," Vincent retorted. "No matter what, isn't it a better choice to act together and fight the defensive battle in a united way?" And said he was also trying to let more people survive. Ryan heard this and said, "You really live up to your name as a monarch of a guild, to come up with such a plan. I suppose the lives of anyone outside your guilds don't matter, do they? But Vincent didn't want to argue with him anymore and asked, "Do you have a better idea right now? You have to remember, on the first day, a single demon grunt killed dozens of people with a flick of its hand. What chance do we have of defeating the demon queen that Sprite talked about?" Then he turned and asked the others what they thought. "Do you choose to fight the undead monsters with a plan, hold out for 30 minutes, and go to the next island together? Or do you choose to be moths to a flame against that demon queen?" Hearing this, Ryan was at a loss for a rebuttal, because fighting the demon queen did seem unrealistic. Seeing them start to waver, Adrian secretly praised Vincent's eloquence. His Jinhe Guild and the Smoke Guild were currently allied, so as long as Vincent took the lead, he could also retreat safely. Suddenly, I stepped out from the crowd. Only by hunting the demon queen can everyone survive. Seeing me step out, Vincent and Adrian cursed under their breath that I was interfering with their plans again. Then he walked up and asked me, "Do you have absolute confidence in defeating the demon queen?" I told him truthfully, "I can't say for sure either, but I am sure that if we go to the crystal, the number of deaths will definitely be over 500, maybe even more." As soon as these words were spoken, the unaffiliated people began to stand behind me, ready to follow my lead. Ryan thought to himself, "After all that, it looks like I have to follow this guy in the end." Soon, all the unaffiliated people joined the Demon Queen subjugation team. Finally, even Mason's MK Guild and Diana's Noah Guild chose to join. Seeing the current situation, Adrian felt a sense of dread. Originally, their guilds could have suppressed the unaffiliated people with force. But now, with only his and Vincent's guilds left, it seemed they had to think of another way. He immediately thought that once the battle began, the scene would surely be chaotic. He could then assassinate me in the confusion. But before he could finish his thought, I suddenly turned my head and gave him a cold look. Then I threw a sickle at him. I didn't intend to take his life, only throwing it at his feet as a warning. If you want to pull some tricks behind my back after the hunt starts, that's fine, but I hope you're prepared to bear the consequences. My terrifying perception instantly stunned the two of them. In the end, Vincent chose to compromise and cooperate for now. He would look for another opportunity later. After clarifying the current situation, I said, "Then there's only one thing left for me to wrap up." With that, I began to walk slowly towards the crystal in the center that represented escape. When I reached the crystal, I swung the chain in my hand forcefully, wrapping it tightly around the crystal. As I continuously tightened my grip, I finally shattered the crystal into countless fragments. Vincent and Adrian never expected I would do something so extreme. Adrian asked, trembling, "What are you doing?" I told them, "This thing will be useless once we enter the castle to fight the Demon Queen anyway. If we leave this escape route, people will become cowards." My actions and words directly ignited the crowd's determination to win. They all began to shout that they would follow me to the death. I said, "You are not following me, but the fearless version of yourselves. So, everyone, fight with all your might for your own lives." As I finished my last sentence, the 10-minute countdown in the sky ended. Everyone followed me and pushed open the castle gates. However, the castle's interior was completely different from what they knew. The air inside was filled with a sinister aura. As we walked into the castle's main hall, the candles on both sides suddenly lit up. The Demon Queen at the very back muttered to herself, "Long time no see. It's been years since I've seen humans." Then, with a flick of his finger, he locked the main door through which everyone had just entered. As a message appeared on everyone's panel that the castle has been sealed, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The next second, cracks wide enough for a person to fall through began to split open, and it seemed like something was climbing up. When they looked closely, they saw a group of extremely ugly monsters. Just as a monster was about to pounce on this grunt's face, it was stopped by a chain. As I retracted the chain, I told them to calm down. "These monsters are no different from the ones we've fought before, just uglier," and told everyone to get ready for battle. "The real trouble are the ones coming after." As soon as I finished speaking, larger and wider cracks began to appear in the ground ahead. Then, pillars of high-temperature fire erupted from them. Next, tall figures began to appear within the fire pillars. I knew that to get to the Demon Queen, we had to deal with these demon gatekeepers first. Fortunately, only 2 gatekeepers appeared. I told a few monarchs to advance with me first to stabilize the formation. Then I gave the order to split our forces to deal with both of them simultaneously. Healers and supports to the back of the team. Everyone with range skills to the front. The rest of you without much power, deal with the small fry we miss. Seeing me prepare to advance, Mason said, "Charging in so recklessly is too risky." But before he could finish, I had already dashed towards the one on the left. These 2 monsters were just inferior versions modeled after the gatekeepers of the Abyss. Although they were much weaker than the real gatekeepers, their movements were almost identical. So, with my past life's experience fighting gatekeepers, I should be able to predict their attacks. It was also a good opportunity to test this new weapon in my hands. With that thought, I controlled the sickle and brought it down on its head. It reacted immediately, parrying my sickle with its sword, but I immediately activated Delacroix's built-in oppression skill. Instantly, a dense web of chains entangled its longsword. The taut chains made it impossible for it to retract its sword. Then, the chains began to slowly spread over its body, until it was completely wrapped. After binding the opponent with oppression, it continuously drains their mana and applies a stat-reducing curse. Although it also continuously consumes my own mana, I could still handle this level of drain. Once I had completely suppressed it, I asked the group behind me, "Are you going to keep standing there and watch?" Those people still hadn't snapped out of their shock from a moment ago. My shout finally reminded them what they were here for. Next, Mason was the first to activate his Monarch trait, giving all his guild members the order to attack. Then Diana followed suit, activating her Monarch trait to contact her members, telling those with low defense to go to the back for support while the others followed up. Instantly, the members with ranged skills from both guilds strode forward and unleashed a frantic barrage of attacks on the gatekeeper. After taking a wave of attacks, the gatekeeper's grip on its sword hilt tightened. The next second, its blade began to emit a faint purple flame. I could tell at a glance it was trying to summon the flames of hell. As it plunged its greatsword into the ground, the aura that erupted from its body was several times stronger than before. My chains began to show signs of loosening. Seeing this, I dashed forward, tightening the chains, while telling them not to stop their attacks. My target was the glowing mass in its chest. Although my current defense couldn't block its impending flames of hell, as long as I took that thing out of its chest, I could kill it. With that thought, I leaped into the air and rushed towards it. At this point, its chest had already begun to spew flames. When I reached its chest, I stabbed down with all my might. Seeing my action, Maya shouted, "The fire is too strong, it's dangerous. Even if the attack works, you'll die too." She told me to retreat quickly, but by then I had already plunged my hand into its wound, which was bursting with flames. The man had clearly found the monster's weak point, yet his companion still shouted for him to abandon the attack, because at that moment, the monster was surrounded by flames burning at over 3,000 degrees Celsius, and the temperature was still rising, ready to erupt at any moment. But I endured the searing pain and reached deep into its body. As a reincarnator, I knew for a fact that the ignition stone was right here. Just as the flames burned away my skin and were about to melt my muscles, I snatched out the ignition stone. Then, without hesitation, I crushed it. The many powerful individuals around who saw this were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. They never expected my defense to be this high. As I leaped down, I shouted for them to continue their attack. "Don't stop! That thing can't use fire anymore!" But right after I said that, I saw a pillar of fire coming from the side. After landing, I quickly dodged back again. Mason looked in the direction the fire came from and was stunned. The team responsible for the other gatekeeper had suffered heavy casualties. That gatekeeper stood there, completely unharmed, and not a single guild member was even injured. All the dead were members of the anti-dungeon coalition. These people were already having second thoughts, hoping that after I dealt with my target, I would come and help them with theirs. Seeing this, Vincent revealed a sinister smile. His goal was to make these people waver, so he immediately stepped up and said, "Marcus led us all into this desperate situation, and then washed his hands of it. So he must be held responsible for everyone's safety." Alex, who was in the middle of a fight, was so angry he cursed Vincent's mother, telling him not to just stand there talking but to join the fight. "Anyone with eyes can see that you guys are the ones standing by and doing nothing," Vincent asked. "Do you think I'm not fighting because I lack the ability? I'll show you guys our strength right now." At his command, the members behind him began to attack the gatekeeper. Warriors attacked the legs. Ranged attackers, archers, and mages attacked the upper body. Assassins looked for the right moment to strike. This round of assault actually managed to effectively suppress the gatekeeper. Seeing this, I told Alex and his team to go help them too. "I'm enough to handle this one alone." As I spoke, that gatekeeper had already swung its longsword, preparing to cleave down at me. In response, I simply leaped upwards and easily dodged its attack. Then, while in midair, I swung my chains to counterattack. This behemoth couldn't possibly dodge the chain's unpredictable assault. Then, I used this opening to slash its body several times with my sickles. Finally, I landed gracefully, steadily, and safely. Behind me, Adrian was astonished. He never thought that a monster they could barely suppress with all their numbers combined was being single-handedly beaten by me without any chance to fight back. So he told the members below to work harder and not to slack off. Receiving the order, the members naturally didn't dare to relax and could only keep attacking. I watched Vincent's alliance. It probably wasn't just for showing off their strength. But right now, the most important thing was to deal with this monster. Other matters could wait. With that thought, I once again threw out my chains to bind the gatekeeper. Then I swung 2 heavy blows at its chest. Taking advantage of it raising its head in pain, I lashed onto its neck. Finally, with a swift motion, I severed its head. After landing, my knuckles were pale as I casually hooked the handle of the sickle. The blade was wrapped in a dark purple halo, its edge hidden in shadow. Only the ancient sigils carved on its spine glowed with a faint silver light, like some sealed curse. The battle on the other side was also nearing its end. With wave after wave of continuous attacks from the crowd, the other gatekeeper also fell with a thud. At this moment, Adrian approached with the crystal dropped by the gatekeeper, expressing his desire to exchange it at the shop for a better artifact. However, Vincent wanted to first utilize his smoke guild. Adrian reminded him that their current alliance was formed by multiple sovereigns working together, and they should prioritize strengthening the alliance first. After Vincent accepted the crystal, he simply told Adrian to rest assured. Upon hearing their conversation, Mason wondered when this alliance had been established. Diana mentioned that she had just inquired about it and learned that those people had been operating in secret. Although she did not know what methods they used to rally the disagreeing sovereigns, their joint operation appeared quite organized. The primary reason, she believed, was that person who had brought them a sense of crisis. She then turned her gaze toward me, puzzled by how I seemed completely unconcerned. She and Mason approached together and informed me about the alliance. I told them I had known about it all along. As long as they did not take direct action openly, there was no need to worry about them. I had already devised a counter-strategy. Alex and the others approached, suggesting that if those people joined the battle, it should make things easier for me. However, Maya remained skeptical, wondering what would happen if those people united again, and none of them took action. She did not want to help a bunch of scumbags. Mason said that to leave this place, they had to eliminate the Demon Queen, so if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to fight. Diana glanced around and felt the atmosphere was somewhat off. Everyone kept complaining, thinking I could just handle the Demon Queen directly. So they thought that, in this current state, it would be better to join the alliance and defend from the outside, which might give them a better chance of survival. At this moment, someone stepped forward, telling everyone to stop complaining. If they wanted to survive now, there was only one path: defeat the Demon Queen. After saying this, she walked up to me and introduced herself as JC. He then asked if I was the legendary Marcus, slowly moving her hand toward my chest. Maya, witnessing this scene, was so furious that her hair was practically standing on end. However, before JC could touch my body, I swatted her hand away and asked what she wanted to do. JC said she had no other business, just wanted to introduce someone to me. Seeing how cold I was, she turned to leave while saying that when I had second thoughts later, she would let me know. She also mentioned that this person was very interested in me. After JC walked away, Maya cursed under her breath about what kind of person she was, knowing that when JC had tried to talk to me before, I had ignored her. She wondered if only people who had not joined guilds would not be ignored. Alex had just started saying that when he tried to recruit me before, he was also ignored, when I directly chose to ignore them and told them to continue forward after preparations were complete. After I had walked for a while, a purple light wall appeared before me. Suddenly, the sprite's laughter echoed from all around, startling everyone. The sprite then appeared, wiping away tears of laughter, saying this batch of players was truly fascinating, actually planning to challenge the Demon Queen. Since they were so interesting, he would tell them some good news. The portal to the next island would not open only after defeating the Demon Queen. They only needed to survive for 30 minutes under the Demon Queen's assault, and the escape crystal on the throne would be activated. This method had no limit on the number of people, so everyone had a chance to proceed to the next island. Wasn't it simple? Everyone should know that although purchasing escape tickets with crystal fragments was possible, that was not the official route to the next island. Everyone should try their best to hold on, and they would meet on the next island. After saying this, he disappeared from his original position. After hearing his words, I thought his intention in saying this now was painfully obvious. This way, everyone's determination had dropped from being prepared to kill the Demon Queen to just needing to hold on. At the same time, the Demon Queen on the throne gently raised his hand. The flesh orbs on the ground began to slowly float in the Great Hall. With his command of awaken, the flesh orbs began writhing frantically. Countless undead then began emerging one by one from those flesh orbs. I could see that this inferior version did not even possess half the power of the original from the abyss. Moreover, I was intimately familiar with their attack patterns. Just as those undead were about to rush toward me, I quickly opened the shop and purchased an artifact with many crystals. It was a weapon that formed a set with the scythe in my hand. Its name was Decretus's Justice. As I threw this broken blade forward, the undead in front of me died instantly upon being struck. Immediately, Decretus's Justice appeared back in my hand, as it possessed two inherent skills called Split and Recall. I then used its Split skill to conjure many broken blades, and controlled them with my mind to fly forward rapidly. Their target was the Demon Queen seated on the throne. However, not a single blade could reach the Demon Queen, as they were all blocked by an undead summoned by the Demon Queen. She then suddenly stood up and lashed out at me with a small whip. After I blocked this strike with my chains, I stepped forward toward her again. I then swung dozens of dark chains, moving toward the Demon Queen at serpentine speed. The Demon Queen also lashed out with her small whip, clashing with the chains and creating ringing sounds, as if the air would be torn into fine fragments the next second. After dozens of continuous exchanges, the Demon Queen suddenly withdrew one hand. He then began silently casting some magic on the monster corpses on the ground. After being infused with magic, the monster actually grew flesh and flew rapidly toward me. However, being thoroughly familiar with his moves, I easily dodged. After landing, I shouted for them to handle the surrounding small monsters while I dealt with the Demon Queen. Alex, seeing more and more monsters surging forward, angrily asked what Vincent's group was doing and why they were not joining the battle. Vincent still stood in place and gave his subordinates the command to remain on standby. Maya said she knew those people would act this way. I had not expected them to dare cause trouble at a time like this, so I told them to hold things off for a while first. Maya exclaimed in shock, asking how they could possibly hold off the Demon Queen without me. While speaking, the Demon Queen began widening her pupils, and the dark energy around her rapidly increased. As she finished gathering power and raised both arms high, a pair of giant hands burst from the ground. He then clenched his fists and struck in my direction. However, the fist suddenly stopped before reaching me. To my slight surprise, Mason actually blocked this strike for me. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he told me to go and return quickly, as he could not hold on much longer. Without any hesitation, I turned and ran frantically toward the rear. At this time, because the people in front were engaged in chaotic battle with the undead, those in the rear could not see the situation ahead clearly. Suddenly, a member of Alex's guild was stabbed from behind with a knife and lost his life on the spot. Adrian turned back to see the person holding the dagger and loudly questioned what this was about. Vincent told him that, of course, while that person in front was dealing with the Demon Queen and had no time to pay attention, it was time to organize the current situation. With his command, the members behind began stepping forward and charging toward Alex's guild members. The panicked Adrian did not forget to organize his personnel to prepare for counterattack. However, looking back, he discovered that his guild members seemed to be poisoned, unable to move their bodies. Thus began a one-sided massacre. Adrian, seeing this was not working, began persuading Vincent, saying the battle was not over yet and acting this way would only get everyone killed here. However, Vincent told him it no longer mattered. Anyway, those people were all trash used to make up numbers, and everyone would choose death for their sovereign. As he said this, the guild crest on the back of his hand slowly lit up. Just as Adrian was thinking about who the sovereign Vincent mentioned was, that cold dagger had already reached his neck. Fortunately, I appeared in time and blocked the strike for him. I then withdrew my short blade while asking Vincent if he was finally showing his true face. Your scheming behind the scenes remains as consistent as always. Vincent first asked why I was not dealing with the Demon Queen in front at this time, but I was already too late. As soon as he finished speaking, his guild members rushed up in unison and surrounded me. False Sovereign, you have finally shown your tail. The Black Sovereign's tail that must be eliminated in the tutorial, the Sovereign's bearing. Vincent then said that even if they could not defeat me, they could still hold me back, and in that case, the personnel fighting in front would eventually be killed by the Demon Queen. He said he had long been prepared to die, but before that, he would definitely drag me down to hell with him. After he finished speaking, I stepped forward and said he seemed to have misunderstood. I was not here to stop him this time, but to give him a proposal, a very good proposal. Upon hearing what I said, the firmness in Vincent's heart began to waver slightly. The scene returned to the battlefield in front. Alex was already trembling, barely able to hold his sword steady, wondering why I had been gone so long and still had not returned. As a result, in a moment of inattention, he let a monster rush past him. Just as that monster was about to harm the personnel in the rear, I appeared in time and threw chains at him. First, I wrapped his stinking mouth. Then I exerted slight force with my hands to tear him into pieces, finally landing gracefully. At this moment, my coolness simply could not be defined by earthly dimensions. It was cosmic. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus wearing gold and holy armor, driving a giant engine spiraling into the sky, bursting out of the galaxy, detonating 10,000 stars in the center of a parallel universe to barely simulate this concept of extreme coolness. After finishing my display and getting up, Diana ran over asking what I had gone to do. I did not say much, only telling them that I had gone to prepare for the next step of the plan. At this moment, a loud crash suddenly came from nearby, and everyone saw Maya being knocked flying. After fighting with them for a while, the Demon Queen felt too bored, so she summoned her fist again, preparing to end everything. Seeing the fist approaching, I first quickly dodged backward, while simultaneously throwing my short blade at the Demon Queen, and swinging chains along with the short blade. In an instant, countless short blades with chains surrounded the Demon Queen 180 degrees. However, when those blades reached her, they did not attack her, but quickly circled around her, using the chains to trap her. When the Demon Queen tried to struggle, several blades immediately changed direction and pierced into her body. This finally enraged her. As the dark energy around her increased again, the surrounding chains were also stretched to their limit. When Diana prepared to step forward to help, I stopped her with my hand. Alex asked in confusion why I was stopping them. Before he could finish speaking, a purple energy ball flew toward us. I was then struck by this energy ball and pushed backward. Everyone had not yet seen clearly what had just happened. When a violent explosion sounded in the Great Hall, everyone also could not see clearly whether I'd been hit or not. However, they believed I could not possibly be defeated so easily. Suddenly, Maya seemed to discover something and told everyone to look up. When they looked up carefully, they found that I had actually dodged that strike without a scratch. I then used the split skill of my short blades, conjuring multiple ones and throwing them toward the ground. However, this time the target was not the Demon Queen, but the chains on the Demon Queen's body. After I pinned all the chains on her body to the ground, the more she struggled, the faster the iron chains contracted. Finally, unable to support herself, she fell heavily to her knees. At the moment I landed, I also took out my scythe and fiercely swung out a slash. The Demon Queen, unable to dodge, could only take it. The people nearby discovered that my attack had actually been effective against the Demon Queen. However, the Demon Queen was not angry at all. She even burst into the loudest laughter of the day and said she was very satisfied with me. After saying this, the severed arm grew back again and kept expanding, becoming a large hand with a diameter of 2.5 meters. I could see that she wanted to use this large hand to compete with me in strength. However, I did not want to engage in a prolonged battle with her now. So I took out a rune from my wrist and clenched it in my hand to absorb it. On the Demon Queen's side, her large hand had already condensed several purple energy balls. She then threw them all in my direction. However, this time I did not retreat but advanced, rushing toward the Demon Queen against those energy balls. Along the way, I used chains to neutralize those energy balls. Seeing this, the Demon Queen slowly raised her arm, lifting her giant fist high. Then, after I had almost rushed to her front, she slammed it down. While rushing up toward the fist, I loudly called to Alex, "Use your long sword!" Upon hearing this, Alex did not dare to delay and directly threw his long sword in my direction. As the Demon Queen's large hand slammed down, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Using only the simplest draw-cut technique, I directly stunned the previously undefeated Demon Queen. Just because the moment before her full-force strike was intended to kill me on the spot, she had not expected that a novice like me could actually pierce through her palm and burst out. With the blade unsheathed, my sword was true to its purpose. Just as the cold light was about to strike down, suddenly she spewed out a cloud of poisonous mist from her mouth. However, relying on my high magic resistance against the poisonous mist, swung my sword down at her. Everyone thought this fierce battle had finally ended. However, as someone who had been reborn, clearly knew it was not that simple. Sure enough, as soon as I finished speaking, the Demon Queen began laughing wildly, with a twisted expression. She said she had not felt this level of pain for a long time. After saying this, her body suddenly burst out with intense dark energy, and her aura instantly climbed several levels. Even this attack made me feel unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, a spear flew from the side. Although this force was not enough to pierce her skin, it scattered the energy ball he had just condensed in her hand. I turned to look and found the spear was thrown by Diana. After the Demon Queen glanced at her, she showed a disdainful expression. She then controlled an undead to pounce at her, preparing to kill this insignificant pest first. Fortunately, Maya appeared in time and dispersed the undead with her sword. Diana knew they were no match for the Demon Queen, so after achieving the goal of buying time, she directly ordered a retreat. However, how could the Demon Queen simply let them go? So after gathering energy again, her finger slowly fell. The direction she pointed was exactly where I knelt on the ground, who was exhausted. She clearly knew that only I could pose a threat to her here. As long as he killed me, the others would be at her mercy. As the energy beam struck where I stood, the powerful impact instantly knocked the surrounding people back several meters. Even the residual force of the impact was so terrifying that they wondered if I could really survive such an intense attack. When everyone looked in my direction, they found that a figure seemed to emerge from the smoke. A blue light then flashed, and a dagger broke through the smoke and flew forward rapidly, finally piercing precisely into the Demon Queen's other heart. At this moment, I had also used up the last remaining bit of my strength. While pulling out the dagger, the Demon Queen complained about the restrictions imposed on her. If she could use her true power, how could such an attack be effective? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed surprise, wondering if the Demon Queen still had more tricks up her sleeve. However, immediately, the crystal symbolizing escape began flickering with light. Amid everyone's cheers, the system prompted that conditions were met and the crystal portal is open. However, my expression became serious again, because the Demon Queen had not disappeared at all, and the dark energy around her had intensified even more. According to my memories from my previous life, the Demon Queen's subjugation battle should have ended here. What happened next made my pupils dilate instantly. The body that should have dissipated actually began recondensing again. Moreover, she forcibly summoned her original body from the abyss into this shell. Just as she was preparing to eliminate us all in one stroke, the sprite suddenly appeared, pointing a finger at her and saying, "Enough." Someone actually dared to use their original body's power in the tutorial zone. After saying this, a giant palm appeared out of thin air and grasped the Demon Queen within it. The sprite then said that violating the rules required punishment. Without its permission to dare do such a thing here, according to the rules, she would be recalled. As it spoke, the hand holding her applied several more points of pressure. Upon hearing this, the Demon Queen complained that the sprite had not only brought her to this place but also restricted her abilities, causing her to be wounded by lowly humans. She roared that she could not leave and had to kill all these insects. This was undoubtedly challenging the sprite's authority. In 1 second, the sprite directly crushed the Demon Queen with force. Even as enemies, we felt this method was somewhat cruel. However, the sprite put a smile back on his face, saying everyone should rest assured that he would handle such violations. Next, it was time to settle the rewards for this level. Very few people could defeat this Demon Queen, so it wanted to congratulate everyone. Furthermore, since there was only one Demon Queen reward, it decided to give it to me, who had contributed the most. As it spoke, a dark red stone appeared in my hand. It could set all rune values to 99.99% when I used it, but could only last for 1 day, and after it ended, all ability values would drop to 0.01%. Before leaving, The sprite told us that as long as we silently recited the name of the island we wanted to go to when using the crystal, we would be transported to the designated place. Looking at the reward in my hand, I thought that obtaining this had achieved my purpose for coming here. The power from the abyss just now had exceeded the range I could control. If the sprite had not intervened, the consequences would have been unthinkable, so I had to hurry and become stronger. Alex and Mason approached from behind, saying that after expending so much effort, we had only obtained one reward. However, everyone knew that I had almost single-handedly eliminated the Demon Queen, so even if someone wanted to steal it, they did not have the ability. Diana felt that the Smoke Guild would not give up so easily, so she hurried to try contacting the guild members in the rear. I told them that things in the rear should already be finished. Upon hearing this, Alex asked in confusion what I meant by already finished. At this time, Diana also contacted the guild members in the rear. Learning that the guild crests on other guild members' hands had disappeared meant that their guild sovereigns had very likely died. After receiving this news, Diana was surprised to tell us that the Smoke Guild had rebelled and caused the other guild sovereigns to disappear. Upon hearing this news, a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. The scene shifted to a forest where a figure in black stood in the center of a clearing. At his feet lay many guild member corpses. Just 2.5 minutes ago at this location, Vincent had brought the guild sovereigns here. Although he did not know what this place was, seeing the tower not far away, he thought he had come to the right place. His mission after disguising as a sovereign was to disrupt and kill all sovereigns on the central island. Previously, he had deliberately incited conflicts between the sovereigns and me, taking advantage of when the sovereigns were guarding against me to launch sneak attacks. Moreover, he cursed me as an idiot because I had previously told him that as long as he made the sovereigns become his guild members, he could control other sovereigns' subordinate guilds. I had also given him a device that could open portals. I told him that, as long as he did not cause trouble here, I would not interfere with whatever he did. With this portal device, he could directly proceed to the next island. After all the sovereigns were brought over, Vincent said this place was different from the original standby location, and he needed to contact his superiors first. Before he could finish speaking, one of his subordinates was suddenly killed by a flying short sword. However, looking around, he could not find any trace of the attacker. Vincent, seeing that the opponent dared not show himself, guessed that their numbers were definitely not large. Just as he was about to move positions, he found he could not move at all. Looking down, he discovered his feet were continuously sinking downward. While they were struggling continuously, that person's voice began echoing around them. I was still half doubtful, but you really came out. It seems my preparations were not in vain. That person then appeared behind Vincent, continuing, under your feet is a one-time device I set up in advance. Although it takes time to activate after being deployed, as long as I know your movements in advance, this thing works perfectly. After hearing this, Vincent broke out in cold sweat while saying it was impossible. Before he could continue speaking, he was struck down by the mysterious person with a single blow. Seeing this, Adrian immediately begged for mercy, saying he would do anything. However, the next second, the mysterious person quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth with one hand, then pressed him heavily to the ground. Only after he completely lost his life did he let go. This mysterious person had set up traps here following my instructions. Originally, when he heard me talking about the central island and tower, he was still confused. But these people had actually come. This person was Danny. What I had instructed him to do before leaving was precisely this matter. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a portal crystal was flickering with light. Several people surrounded the crystal. One of them said Vincent was dead. It seemed the central island mission had failed. The last time he contacted him was at the Demon Queen's castle, so he probably died there. However, this did not matter much as it was within expectations, though it seemed someone was interfering with their plans. Anyway, they wanted to come to this tower with the best rewards, and there was only one path through the crystal to reach here. Finally, the leader said they would absolutely not let anyone pass through here easily. After saying this, the same crest as Vincent's lit up in their hands. The scene returned to the central island castle. I explained to the survivors that there were hundreds of small islands on the map, and the island types were roughly divided into 3 stages. We had already passed the first stage starting point. The central island where we were currently located belonged to the second stage. Only by reaching the 3rd stage islands would the tutorial be considered complete. Among the 3rd stage islands, there was a tower island that could provide high rewards. However, I advised them not to go to Tower Island. While speaking, I took out monster meat from my spatial pocket and began eating. The others looked bewildered, not understanding why I would prevent them from going to Tower Island. I knew their confusion, so I told them to think carefully. This central island alone had nearly wiped us all out. If they died before becoming stronger, everything would be meaningless. I was only warning them. Whether to go or not depended on their own decision. After saying this, they began discussing privately what to do. After a while, Diana stepped forward and asked if I was not planning to go to Tower Island either. While we were discussing, JC nearby pricked up her ears trying to listen clearly. However, she ultimately could not hear clearly and turned to leave. I told Diana that no matter which island they went to, they could gain rewards and become stronger. Diana had thought I would risk my life for the sake of becoming stronger. But now hearing me speak like this, it seemed I was not planning to go to Tower Island either. Mason was first to break the silence and agreed with my proposal. Although after those sovereigns disappeared, he had convinced the remaining players, causing his guild to grow dramatically in scale. Everyone was injured now and needed rest and reorganization. He walked up to me and thanked me. He said that without me, probably everyone present would have died. Although I did not take his outstretched hand, I did not ignore him this time and said, "Until we meet again." He then called Alex and his team members, preparing to leave. Diana also prepared to take my advice and proceed to other islands. Soon after, a portal appeared in front of the crystal. The others also abandoned their plans to go to Tower Island, feeling that if even I was not prepared to go, much less them. Seeing they had all decided, I told them to go first, as I still had things to do afterward. After Alex and the others left, Diana asked Maya that if she wanted to say goodbye to me, she should go ahead. Maya stubbornly said she did not want to. Just before entering, they turned back to me and said instead of wishing good luck, it was better to say goodbye. After waiting for the last group to leave, I turned and asked JC why she had not left yet. Upon hearing this, JC told me to go first, saying she still needed to confirm some things. After I said whatever you want, I turned toward the portal. At the moment of disappearing, I said in a very small voice, "Looks like I'll see you on the next island." However, although JC saw my lip movements, she could not hear what I said clearly. After being left alone, she raised her hand and revealed the same crest as those people on Tower Island. She reported that these people were whispering among themselves, so she could not hear exactly which island they were going to, but there should be several going to Tower Island. Upon receiving this message, the ambush group immediately entered combat readiness. The leader also stared intently at the crystal before him. He then picked up a machete nearby and leaped toward the crystal in one swift motion, intending to take down today's first prey. However, when the figure from the portal began to gradually become clear, he was greatly shocked because the person emerging was JC, who had just reported to him. As soon as JC came out, she saw a machete swinging toward her neck and quickly ducked to avoid it. After recovering, she said, "Sovereign, your welcome ceremony is a bit too grand." That person asked JC why only she had come. Where were the others? JC was also very confused because she was the last to transport, and there was no one else left on Central Island. Could it be that not a single person came to Tower Island? The Sovereign said they'd been waiting here, but had not seen even an ant. JC said those people might all have been influenced by the person who defeated the Demon Queen. She then told the Sovereign about hearing me advise others not to come to Tower Island. Upon hearing this, the Sovereign was furious that I had once again ruined his plans. He had heard Vincent frequently mention how I had disrupted their plans. In his anger, he slammed his hand forcefully on a nearby tree trunk. With slight pressure from his palm, the large tree in front of him was blown to pieces. Originally, they had hoped this hunt would yield a batch of runes from several players, but now their time and effort in finding the portal location had been wasted. The Sovereign then asked if he knew why I had prevented others from coming here. JC said Marcus was probably trying to protect those people because she saw me willing to step forward in dangerous situations and had never seen me kill anyone. Upon hearing this, the Sovereign felt that I, this ticking time bomb, would definitely interfere with his plans in the future. So he ordered all guild members to be notified that they should immediately eliminate me upon encounter. His subordinate said my strength was significantly superior to theirs. JC said that man had never killed anyone. He told his subordinate to charge at me recklessly without regard for their lives. He then had JC describe my clothing characteristics and weapons, then distribute them to team members scattered across various islands. After giving instructions, he prepared to lead people into the tower. JC asked if he would not wait any longer, in case someone came afterward. The Sovereign told him he did not like waiting. Having no choice, JC could only follow them into the tower. Shortly after they left, the portal flickered again. I slowly emerged from it, then looked around and saw no one, knowing they had definitely already left. That person was still as impatient as in my previous life. Now I could act with peace of mind. Danny was currently hiding behind a tree not far away, silently watching me. However, having already noticed him, I asked how long he planned to hide there. After he came out, I asked if he had brought the things I had requested. Upon hearing this, Danny took out an item called Seven Siblings Earring. Although he did not know how to use this item, I took it and directly put it on, praising him for doing well this time. However, when Danny looked up at me again, his face immediately turned red, because he saw that my body had undergone some wonderful changes. A man simply putting on an earring casually made his subordinate instantly blush and his heart race like thunder, because this artifact could not only completely change one's appearance, but even made his body mysteriously transform into that of a real woman. The reason for doing this was that having been reborn, I knew I was already being targeted at this time, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, I changed my physical form. I then followed them and also infiltrated the tower full of danger and rewards. Soon after, players from other islands also arrived successively at the tower's first floor. Since the players with me on Central Island had all been persuaded by me to turn back, the players coming from other islands discovered there were far fewer people here than they had imagined. At this time, a person in a red hood looked at my back and felt it was somewhat familiar. I immediately noticed that person kept looking in my direction. I then stood up and walked toward him. Coming before him, I asked why he kept staring at me. Did he have something he wanted to say? Just as Red was asking if I had met him somewhere before, suddenly Jake behind us called out to both of us. He first asked if we two were together, then invited us to join his team to proceed together. Red was about to say we were not together when I pressed his shoulder and readily agreed to Jake's team invitation. He then brought us to find his other teammates. Because people coming here generally had their own teams, their guild was short on members and had been unable to enter the dungeon. Each room in the tower had certain number restrictions, and the higher up one went, the richer the rewards became. Blake interrupted Jake, saying there was no need to explain in such detail. Just go in directly, eliminate all the monsters, and whoever could still survive would get the rewards. Among everyone present, probably not many people could survive to go upward. Some people could be seen at a glance as unable to last long. So stop talking about these meaningless things here. After we entered the dungeon, we began fighting a group of ant-like magical beasts. However, their size was thousands of times larger than ordinary ants. They relied on mouths harder than swords for attacks. Their numbers were also extremely large. Because I was currently wearing the 7 siblings earring, my ability values were reduced to half of normal, so I first needed to test what level my current ability values could reach. I took out my dagger and charged forward in one swift motion. First, I pressed down the Red who was blocking the way, then threw my dagger forward. After the dagger precisely hit the monster's jaw, I remotely recalled the dagger while jumping up and leaping to its head. At this time, the monster was lying on the ground in pain, trembling continuously. It had no way to dodge my strike. After this test, I learned that to eliminate one monster, I not only needed to rely on weapons, but also had to attack twice. You should know, without my stats being nerfed, I could have taken out a monster like this with my bare hands. After I got up, a girl walked over to me, thanked me for saving her, and expressed her surprise that I could take down this giant ant with such a small weapon. Then she asked if I had been to many islands and met a lot of powerful people, saying she was looking for someone really strong. That person not only helps others and defeats monsters, but also fights with 2 chain weapons and is incredibly cool. Finally, she asked if I had seen the person she was describing. I didn't answer her question, just told her to cut the chatter. Seeing that I was ignoring her, she turned to Red next to me and asked if she had seen him. She said she heard he took down the Demon King all by himself on the central island. That person's name seemed to be Marcus. When I heard her saying my name, my steps faltered for a moment. Red then said that he did indeed know me, and that we had even been in the same party at the beginning. I was speechless hearing this. Red was confused, and he asked how she knew me. The little girl said I was very strong, and that news about me had already spread among the players, and she once again asked Red about my whereabouts. Red could only say that she didn't know my exact location, but as she turned to look at me, she thought to herself, why does this woman look so much like Marcus? Back then, when she heard I was going to face the carnivorous beast alone, she thought I was just bluffing to get everyone's runes. But she later realized that if it weren't for me, far more people would have died. After the party hunted for a little while longer, Blake started complaining that the difficulty here was too low and there were too many people, so no good artifacts would drop, only some runes from the ants. Just then, Jake cut him off, saying there seemed to be a gate up ahead. It looked like we could pass through it to settle our rewards for this trial, and then head to the next floor. Just as everyone gathered, ready to go through the portal, Blake suddenly attacked, killing a teammate. He said that if everyone went out like this, the quality of the artifacts would drop, because he'd heard the fewer people there were at the settlement, the better the rewards. Otherwise, with his strength, why would he choose a team that couldn't even fill its roster? With that, he struck again, taking down another member. The others here were no match for Blake. Basically, no one could last more than 3 moves against him. I watched as he raised his spear and was about to charge at me. I just casually took out my dagger. After only one exchange, my dagger was knocked from my hand, and it stuck in the ground behind me. Blake even mocked me, saying he thought I was the strongest here, but I turned out to be just as pathetic. Seeing Blake walking toward him, Red quickly pulled the little girl behind him for protection, but he didn't notice that the little girl was quietly moving her hand behind him back. Then, she quickly whipped out a crossbow and told Red not to move. The words had barely left her mouth when a bolt shot from behind Red, grazing past his face. Because all of this happened so fast, Blake had no time to dodge. Coming to his senses, Red turned around and started praising the girl, but the girl ignored him and continued to reload the bolt. He only stopped his praise when the crossbow was reloaded, and aimed at him again. He had a feeling he was about to die. The next second, as the girl pulled the trigger, his suspicion was confirmed. Then the girl started picking up the runes dropped by everyone on the ground. After she finished, she activated her sigil and began reporting to her sovereign, saying that in room 10 on the first floor, she didn't see the guy with the chains, but she had eliminated everyone in the room. Just as she finished her report and was about to hang up, slowly stood up from the side. She only noticed me after she hung up and turned around. Before she could react, my chains had already flown toward her. A single rap was enough to immobilize her. Then I walked up to her and pressed my dagger against her throat. I said, "Why do you look so surprised? Weren't you looking for me, little girl?" The girl wanted to struggle, but after trying, she found it was impossible. As cold sweat covered her body, she said, "But I clearly saw you go down. I said my acting skills were pretty decent." and I'd advise you not to try contacting your sovereign. I'll be paying him a visit on your behalf." With that, I deactivated the effect of the 7 siblings' earrings and showed my true face. Finally, with a shocked expression on her face, my dagger slowly pierced into her body. It seems that Guy has spies planted in every room. Conveniently, she had gathered all the runes for me, saving me the trouble of picking them up one by one. I let my rune serpent eat the runes I didn't need, muttering to myself, "You don't have to be in such a hurry to find me, kid. We'll be meeting very soon. To move up in this place, you must pass through a series of dungeon-like rooms. After climbing to the top floor, you reach the final destination of the tutorial zone." At this moment, I was standing in the main hall of the 2nd floor, but I didn't immediately enter the next room, because the artifacts I currently have don't match the difficulty of the current dungeons. Aside from the scaling ring of Nirmahal, my other artifacts are not very efficient for clearing these stages. So, now I need to obtain new items to make up for the shortcomings of my colorless artifacts. Next, I need to make good use of the intel from my past life. Later, in a room entirely filled with a dense jungle, a sprite appeared and began its usual introduction. First, it welcomed everyone to Treasure Island. "You all have excellent taste choosing this room. This is the largest room among all the rooms on the Tower Island. Your mission is to eliminate the guardian protecting the treasure, obtain the treasure, and then head to the center of the island to exchange it for an artifact. The time limit for the treasure hunt is 2 weeks. But that would be too boring, so to add a little fun and pressure, we've added an extra condition. Only those who successfully exchange the treasure for an artifact can leave this room. You can choose to exchange the treasure for 50 artifacts, allowing everyone to survive. Or you can choose to exchange for 10, or even just 1, allowing only a few to survive. But you all should know the principle of scarcity, right? So, the fewer artifacts you exchange for here, the higher their quality will be. With that, it marked 128 guardians on our maps. Only one of them would drop the treasure upon defeat. Killing 128 guardians in 2 weeks is a pretty tough task. I decided to wait and see what plan they would come up with. After a bit of commotion, a guy with green hair gathered everyone and suggested that everyone form groups of 10, with each group responsible for hunting 2 guardians per day. This way, in 2 weeks, if all goes well, we can definitely kill all these guardians and find the treasure. Whoever finds it should notify everyone to gather at the center of the island. The crowd fell into another commotion after hearing this, because guild members would definitely form their own groups. For those solo players without strong members in their teams, it would be very difficult. But I thought the strategy was pretty good. At this moment, a blonde woman nudged a brown-haired man next to her. The brown-haired man understood her meaning, stood up, and said he agreed with the green-haired guy's proposal and that they had already formed a group of 10. After a few of the stronger-looking people spoke up, they quickly brought the situation under control. The others had no choice but to temporarily follow their plan. Soon, everyone started forming their own teams. I knew this dungeon was huge and the guardians were quite scattered. I had to hurry. With that thought, I turned and left the crowd, walking alone into the dense jungle. The blonde woman, Sarah, noticed me, and although she didn't understand where I was going alone, she didn't say much, and my goal this time was the hidden fragment here. In my past life, Cain was its owner, and he had told me the relevant information in detail. That is, after defeating a guardian, an orb will drop. Among these orbs, besides one glowing orb, the rest are ordinary. Because everyone only wants the treasure, they are not interested in the orbs at all, and might even throw them away after seeing they're useless. But Cain had accidentally discovered at that time that these orbs were not ordinary. He had boasted that it was thanks to his supreme intelligence that he discovered this fact. Collecting 32 orbs allows you to exchange them for a replica of the Sage's Stone. Just as he was endlessly praising himself, Cadian directly exposed him, saying it was clearly because you were too greedy to throw away those orbs that you just got dumb lucky. Although it can't compare to the Sage's Stone that Ambi and Aaron swallowed, the effect it provides is something I must obtain. Thinking this, I first deactivated the disguise effect of my earrings. Because killing these guardians is quite troublesome, if I used the earrings and had my stats halved, my speed wouldn't be enough. I just needed to be careful not to be discovered by others, which was the main reason I needed to act alone. Conveniently, a guardian appeared in front of me. Time for a test run. After a while, the people in the jungle heard the sprite's announcement. When Sarah heard that 2 guardians had already been defeated, she showed a hint of surprise. But right now, she was in the middle of a fierce battle and had no time to think about it. After dodging an attack, she quickly raised her leg to counterattack. With one kick, she sent the massive monster flying a great distance. Then, an arrow flew in and took its life. Along their way, they hadn't seen any guardians, but they had killed plenty of smaller monsters. Liam couldn't help but exclaim, "The other teams are really fast. They've already taken down 2, but Sarah had a feeling that those 2 guardians weren't taken down by a team, but rather by someone hunting them down quickly and alone." Hearing this, Liam teased, "Our sovereign Alara's words are always credible." Alara's face instantly flushed red. She mumbled, "Don't call me that. This ability of mine is so annoying." Then she opened her map and saw that the guardian ahead had been killed. Just as she was preparing to head to the next guardian's location, she suddenly sensed a very powerful presence approaching. And it was a presence she had felt at the starting point. Meanwhile, a team not far away was preparing to head directly to the center of the island. Their leader explained to his subordinates, "The guardians are not the target. Even if we really find the treasure, it will be very difficult to bring it to the center of the island. There are more than 1 or 2 strong people in the other groups. So while everyone is hunting guardians, we will secretly get stronger. There are plenty of smaller monsters around here. As long as we avoid the guardians and keep hunting them, We can also improve our stats a lot. Then, at the end, we just have to kill the guy who brings the treasure. Even if a few people are missing, no one will suspect anything. Ilara and her team were hiding in the shadows, hearing every word of that person's conversation. This made her sigh. If more people start thinking like this, things will get troublesome. Then no one will hunt guardians, the treasure won't be found, and we'll all die. But what she found strange was that the presence she had just sensed did not belong to these people. Just then, I suddenly appeared. These people were startled by my appearance and asked who I was. I didn't answer, just said that I strongly agreed with Ilara's point of view, so in the current situation, the most important thing is to maintain order. Ilara looked at me, covered in battle scars, and guessed, did I really go and take down a guardian by myself? And the feeling I gave her was unusual. Liam, on the other hand, drew his bow and aimed it at me, asking why I was sneaking up on them from behind. I said I only came over to offer a suggestion, but Liam, seeing that I was alone and acting a bit strange, asked why they should listen to me. I said being cautious is not a bad thing, but don't get the direction wrong. The person I'm looking for isn't you, but the sovereign of this guild. As I said this, I looked at Ilara behind him and said, let that young lady talk to me. Since you have the sixth sense ability, you should be able to understand a few things when you see me. After hearing what I said, cold sweat unconsciously appeared on Ilara's face. She was now certain that I was the danger she had been sensing from the beginning. Moreover, almost no one could tell at a glance that she was the guild's sovereign, yet I was so sure. Just when she thought I had a sixth sense like her, she realized something was wrong. She suddenly felt that what was standing in front of her now was just a shell, and within this shell hid something even colder and more brutal. She felt that if the thing inside me wanted to kill them, it would be effortless. Seeing that I had scared her into silence, I told her not to be nervous. I'd already said I was just here to offer a suggestion. Just as Liam was about to speak again to drive me away, Ilara quickly interrupted him, saying she would talk with me. Liam had never seen his sovereign as nervous as she was today. Ilara took a step forward and said, with your strength you can hunt alone. Why come to us? She also stammered, even if you are strong, we won't submit to you. After saying that, she quickly hid behind Liam, and she was trembling. I told her that everyone has their own difficulties, and right now I need someone to act as a vanguard for me to handle the current situation. Ilara asked me, do you want to get rid of those few people from before? But even so, we can't deal with the remaining 40+ people. I said you only need to deal with 10 at a time. I didn't ask you to subdue everyone at once. You need to make full use of your sovereign trait. Start with the weakest groups and gradually expand your guild's numbers. And I can see that the other guilds here probably can't defeat you on their own. When Ilara heard this proposal, her mind went completely blank. She was too lazy to manage even this small group of people, and now I was asking her to increase their numbers. Although she really wanted to refuse me, she didn't dare to say it, seeing how dangerous I looked. Liam, at her side, also knew that his sovereign had long complained about the guild being too large. Finally, having no other choice, he said they would give it a try. As they were leaving, I reminded myself that I would be watching. Acquiring the rare sixth sense in the tutorial zone, a task like this wouldn't be too hard for her. So next, I can concentrate on eliminating all the guardians, find that treasure, and then go to the next floor with the Exploration King. After Ilara and her team continuously recruited other players for a period of time, they finally brought all the scattered people into their guild. Liam came to report that 4 people were showing rejection to the sigil. Ilara said it was because they already belonged to a guild. Tie them up for now. The green-haired guy, seeing that his treatment was different from others, began to complain. Just because we belong to another guild, you're going to treat us differently? We didn't do anything. Ilara cursed inwardly. Do you think I enjoy doing this? She had wanted to just lay silently, but now she had to run such a large guild. Thinking about this gave her another headache. Suddenly, the voice of the sprite came from all around, saying, congratulations on finding the treasure. Now bring it to me for an exchange. This greatly surprised Ilara, because everyone was here. Who on earth found the treasure? The voice had just faded when her subordinate pulled a glowing orb from under a nearby tree. Seeing this orb, Ilara remembered that I had said I would let them leave easily. After taking the orb, she handed it to the sprite for verification. The sprite, after checking it, said the orb was fine. Then it added, but it seems someone else found the treasure, right? Ilara heard this and asked, so, I don't get a reward? The sprite told her that wasn't the case. With that, it displayed several numbers for her to choose from. The others' hearts were in their throats. They kept praying for Ilara to choose the number 50, so that everyone could leave alive. Ilara looked at the numbers with a wicked smile and said, what if I choose the number 1 and then kill everyone else? But in the next second, she still chose 50. Just as the others were cheering for Ilara, saying they would follow her to the death, Ilara said, wouldn't this be too boring? How about we play a survival game? Now, please either end your own lives or kill others, as the captain of the guild. Yet, after the rewards were settled, she gave her members the order to self-destruct. However, she didn't want to monopolize the rewards. She just wanted to slack off. She never wanted to manage so many people. But under the pressure I had put on her, she had to bite the bullet and take control of the situation for me, bringing all the powerful players under her command. Now that she had successfully cleared the stage and settled the rewards, she gave this command to everyone. And when the crowd received this command, they were all greatly shocked. They rose up one after another and began to protest. Because they had not obeyed the sovereign's command, the guild sigils on all their hands vanished. This way, they were no longer considered guild members. And Ilara, she quickly fled with her few trusted confidants. Since Ilara had stabilized the situation and prevented players from killing each other, the sprite was very bored, but it couldn't arbitrarily break the game rules. so it had to open the entrance to the next floor for everyone. Seeing the exit open, everyone rushed towards the portal like crazy. The green-haired guy also broke free from his restraints and quickly had his subordinate contact their sovereign. He told him that they could have eliminated everyone here, but someone suddenly appeared and took control of the situation. During their call, hidden behind a tree, I heard their entire conversation clearly. Through their subsequent conversation, I learned that their sovereign was now on the 3rd floor, and the situation there seemed to be very urgent. Finally, they prepared to head to the 3rd floor immediately to support their sovereign. I thought to myself, finally you took the bait. Hurry and lead me to your sovereign. Because the entire 3rd floor is composed of a dungeon, it is very vast. Therefore, trying to find someone in there is like finding a needle in a haystack. Before my rebirth, Cadian had taught in one of our classes, if you fail to capture Victor in the tutorial zone and he makes it to the Crimson Zone, then everything you have done will become meaningless. So you must block all paths and force that guy to take only the one you have prepared. To achieve this goal, the Tower Island is the best choice. At that time, Iris even came out to add that it probably couldn't be done on the 1st and 2nd floors, but once you reach the 3rd floor, there will be a chance, because the 3rd floor alone has hundreds of starting points. Once you enter the 3rd floor, due to environmental issues, the sovereigns will desperately need the help of their guild members. At that time, they will definitely recall their members scattered in various places. That will be the only chance to catch Victor in the tutorial. The 3rd floor imitates the environment of the Crimson Zone. Although it's not on the same difficulty level as the real Crimson Zone, the monsters are much stronger than those encountered before. So I must find a way to find him there. Kane said, if that guy finds out he's being targeted, he will definitely hide immediately. We have to take him down in one go before he hides. By then, he will probably only take his trusted followers to the Crimson Zone. Follow them, and you will find him on the 3rd floor. At this time, I had already obtained the replica of the Sage's Stone to deal with him. Next, I just need to follow these cronies of his to find him. With that thought, I stepped through the portal and into the 3rd floor. After entering, I ran with large strides in a certain direction, and behind a rock behind me, Alara and her group slowly appeared, and then she ordered them to follow me and see. The scene returns to 2.5 minutes ago on the 3rd floor. Victor's men shouted, quickly summon the scattered guild members over. Tell them to get to the 3rd floor by any means necessary. The reason he was so panicked was because after he brought his team to the 3rd floor, they were attacked by a large number of monsters after walking for just a short while. As the monsters grew more numerous, they were soon surrounded. These monsters were not only much stronger than those on the 2nd floor, but they were also continuously swarming in from all directions. Victor couldn't help but sigh. This is just a trial version of the Crimson Zone. The coldness of his profile was like a newly unsheathed blade, his posture as arrogant as an emperor reigning over a battlefield. Just as they caught their breath, the monsters launched another attack on the guild. He took the lead, drew his sword, and lunged forward, blocking the strongest beast. The powerful impact forced him back a few steps unconsciously. A little cold sweat also seeped out on his face, but as he exerted his full strength, he swung his sword and cut the monster in half. At this moment, a subordinate shouted, "Another wave of monsters is coming. If this goes on, we won't be able to hold out." Victor stepped forward and interrupted the man, telling him not to say such discouraging words. "If you want to live now, then use all your strength and follow me. They are just some monsters. We will not fall here." Hearing this, the crowd's morale instantly ignited, and their grip on their swords became even stronger. Victor also kept telling himself in his heart, "I cannot retreat." Among the guilds that entered the tower, his was the strongest. They had eliminated countless people to get here. He believed his speculation couldn't be wrong. They must break through and leave this place. After a fierce battle, they came to an area with few monsters. They guessed it was probably related to the statue in front of them. When they got closer, Victor was greatly shocked. Inside this statue, it was filled with densely packed corpses. At this moment, the sprite appeared out of thin air and asked him if this statue was beautiful. It also told them to take a good look. Maybe they would find a familiar face inside. Anyone who dies in the tutorial zone can be seen here. When Victor heard this, his heart trembled violently. Then he rushed over like a madman and pressed himself against the statue, trying to see clearly inside. Soon he saw an incredibly familiar face inside. The next second, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He kept shouting "Daughter, Jing," and in an instant, he felt the strength drain from his entire body and he fell to his knees. This couldn't help but make him recall that when he was first transported to this world, his daughter was seriously injured and lying on the ground. And at that time, behind her was an extremely powerful monster. His daughter was lying on the ground, constantly crying out "Dad." But when he wanted to go back and save his daughter, his sovereign gave an order for him to protect him instead. He said that his duty was to protect him as the sovereign, not that group of useless trash. They should feel honored to die for their sovereign. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as his daughter died in his arms. He stood up and said if he had discovered earlier that his daughter was being used as disposable bait, then he wouldn't have joined this damned guild. But their sovereign, taking the opportunity while the monster was eating, turned and ran. Before he could get far, Victor rushed forward with a single leap and plunged a dagger into his body. At that moment, he couldn't understand why Victor could defy his command, and the moment he killed the sovereign, the sigil on Victor's hand also vanished. He thought, if a scumbag like that can be a sovereign, then why can't I? Finally, under this obsession, a sovereign sigil reappeared on his hand. He believed that was a gift and revelation from the heavens. He had thought he had lost his daughter forever. What had kept him going was the search for his son who had been missing from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, he saw his daughter here again. So he once again believed this was a revelation from the gods, and then began to ask the gods what he should do next. There must be a way to save my daughter, right? The sprite first told him to calm down, then explained that those are just copies, replicated when you came to this world. However, their power and memories are identical, and the condition to save them from inside is also very simple. Just capture a living person and throw them in as material. Upon hearing that the dead could be brought back, his subordinates' bodies also trembled slightly. A living person, for the current victor, was too simple. He immediately turned his gaze to the guild members behind him. He wanted to choose the weakest among them to throw in, so that his daughter could return to his side. The sprite also saw his intention and added, "You can't use your own guild members, because that would be too easy. Also, once you leave here, you can't come back." When Victor heard this condition, his brow furrowed tightly. Because he had previously sent his members to hunt players in various rooms, there were now relatively few survivors in the tower. Thinking of this, he angrily punched the statue. The opportunity was right in front of him, yet there was nothing he could do. At this time, a member came to report that someone had reached the 3rd floor and was intercepting all their members who came up after. Upon hearing this, Victor immediately gave the order to capture this person alive. At this time, at the entrance, the ground was already covered with the bodies of guild members. After I arrived here, I stood guard, continuously killing Victor's members to lure him in. Just as I finished killing the last person and was wiping away the bloodstains, I suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching from not far away. I thought to myself, he's finally here. Sure enough, after a short while, Victor appeared, slowly walking towards me with his guild members. The Black Sovereign, Victor, like the Mad Sovereign, is a target I must eliminate on my return in this life. In my past life, his crimes were too numerous to count. After he saved his daughter here, he became even more obsessed with finding his missing son. In the end, that desperation to find his son made him go on a killing spree, eventually turning him into a mass-murdering demon. But even if I have to eliminate him here, I will still save his son. Just as they were about to reach me, deactivated the effect of my earrings and revealed my true form. A quick glance, and one of them exclaimed that I was the one they had been looking for, the guy with the chains. Hearing this, Victor let out a triumphant roar, because he believed that now he could not only kill me, the guy who had been obstructing him, but also use my life to bring his daughter back. I knew this guy would not be easy to deal with, so every muscle in my body tensed up. The next second, he charged at me with his sword raised, and I also prepared for battle. But just when the distance between us was only an inch, we suddenly stopped, looking at the ground with a startled expression. After noticing something unusual about the ground, neither of us hesitated for a moment and simultaneously dodged backward. Then, right where we had just been standing, a giant worm burst out of the ground. Victor saw that this monster was not something they could handle, so he prepared to give the order to retreat. But before that, to prevent me from running away, he told JC to follow me. Before he could finish his words, I told him not to bother. As I swung the chains in my hand, I instantly tied up the worm. Then I first leaped up and cut off its head. Then I slid down its body, dicing its entire body into countless pieces. Finally, I landed gracefully. At this moment, I was so cool the tectonic plates were trembling. So cool the polar ice caps melted instantly. The sea level rising just to reflect my handsome figure. So cool that all carbon-based life in the Milky Way went into collective cardiac arrest, then were wildly sprayed by Cupid's Gatling gun and resurrected on the spot. Time itself had to detour around me, afraid of being frozen by my flawless coolness. After striking a pose, I stood up and said, "Is there no one left to get in my way now?" Victor stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." With that, I dashed towards him. Now he felt that I was a complete and utter monster, so he quickly ordered all members to attack me. On the way, I stopped, swung my chains, and took out 2 of them first. I twisted in midair, continuing to swing my chains, giving them no chance to even get near me. Victor exclaimed, "The intel said you don't kill people, didn't it?" Just as he spoke, one of my chains was already aimed and flying towards him. Seeing this, JC quickly dodged and drew his sword to block for their sovereign. Then, he said he had never seen me use any skills in battle, so he concluded that I probably didn't have any decent skills. Hearing this, Victor ordered the rest of the people to all attack together. If I didn't have any defensive or AoE skills, I shouldn't be able to handle it. Then he first commanded the people with high mobility and ambush skills to go to the front, but I had no time to deal with them. I dodged directly and continued to charge towards Victor. JC first said that I was quite agile, then dodged again towards me. The next second, he raised his sword and began to charge, saying, "Let me have a taste of this move." At such a close distance, I saw that I couldn't dodge, so I summoned a dagger from my palm. With the clash of blades, a crisp metallic sound entered everyone's ears. The red glow at its tip, like a red-hot needle, was slowly pressing down along my dagger. Its power, like a bolt of lightning, instantly shot into my arm, causing some of the veins and skin on my arm to burst. Seeing that JC's attack was effective, the others also charged at me recklessly. Seeing this, I withdrew my injured hand and opened the palm of my other hand. Then I took out the scythe from my back, took a big step forward, and killed one. Then, using the remaining force of the chains, I took care of the two behind me. At the same time they died, they would also drop runes. After quickly identifying the useless ones, I let the rune serpent come out and eat them. Finally, it would spit out the runes I needed for me to absorb. Seeing this situation, the crowd exclaimed that I could actually control monsters. Victor, seeing me continuously absorbing runes, quickly gave the order to attack again. Just as I was locked in a fierce battle with his team members, the old woman who had been standing by his side raised her hand, aimed at me, and began to cast some kind of skill. Then 2 purple magic circles appeared under my feet, and from them 2 tentacles extended, wrapping around my feet. JC, seeing that I had lost my mobility, leaped into the air for a devastating overhead strike towards my head. Helpless, I could only raise my chains to block and absorb the force. At the same time, Victor, standing at the very back, began to rally his members again. He told them to think about the companions and family they had lost along the way. Only by eliminating people like me can you do right by their spirits in heaven. His members really bought this. After listening to his encouragement, they all became energetic again. But I could see that only the ordinary members were coming forward to fight me as cannon fodder, while those with slightly stronger abilities were looking for opportunities from the rear. If this continued, my stamina would not be enough to outlast them. Victor watched me being continuously attacked in turns, a wicked smile playing on his lips. After taking out a few more grunts, I prepared to wrap up and end this fight. Just as I dodged to create some distance and prepare to charge an attack, the old woman predicted my landing spot and had already cast a magic circle there in advance. However, this time I had no intention of indulging him. First, I attached the silent skill from my ring to my dagger. Then, at the moment of landing, I stabbed the dagger into the magic circle, directly silencing and dispelling his skill. As I swung the iron chain again, I killed several people who had been following behind me. Immediately after, I flashed forward with swift steps again, my target pointing directly at that old woman. She had been acting panicked and flustered, but when she saw I was about to reach her, her expression suddenly changed to an excited, evil smile, saying I had taken the bait. As soon as she finished speaking, I was entangled by a magic circle that had been released on the ground in advance. It turned out he knew in advance that I would come to attack him, so he had laid many traps around himself. After Victor saw I was trapped, he slowly drew his broadsword. He who had been hiding in the back finally decided to come out, preparing to deliver the final blow to me. At the moment the broadsword touched my body, a crazed smile began to appear on his face, shouting that he had won. I did not resist and took the blow head-on, just as he was laughing maniacally. I suddenly raised my hand again and gripped the back of his blade, then forcefully pulled this broadsword out from the deep wound on my shoulder. Finally, I smiled slightly and asked him if he had ever considered that the one who had truly fallen into a trap was himself. Now there were no more teammates left to block the blade for you. So let me see, at this distance, whether you can still dodge this strike of mine. When he saw the scythe glowing coldly in my hand, his body began to break out in cold sweat. The shallow scars on my face were stained with undried sweat, like the markings of some wild beast. My narrowed eyes held no warmth, only a trace of elusive mockery, like examining prey that had stumbled into a trap. Though bound, I seemed more like a hunter than ever before. Even my breathing carried a fierce edge, the danger hidden in my smile like explosives ready to detonate at any moment. When facing an enemy's broadsword, the man not only did not dodge, but actively ran underneath it, letting it strike his shoulder. The reason for doing this was merely to lure the opponent into close range, so that while his left hand gripped the broadsword, his right hand held a coldly gleaming scythe, already aimed at the enemy's heart. But just as the scythe was about to pierce the opponent's body, it was blocked by a dagger. Victor laughed and mocked me as a fool, asking if I really thought he only had one weapon. To this I responded with the same question, asking if he also thought I only had one weapon. As soon as I finished speaking, a short blade appeared in my hand out of thin air. At such close distance, he had no time to dodge or swing his dagger to block again. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the short blade pierced through his body. He had not expected that I could be ruthless enough to use my own body as bait. Then, mustering his last breath, he ordered his subordinates to take advantage of my injury and launch a siege. Upon receiving the command, those people launched suicidal attacks against me. However, it only took me 2.5 minutes to kill all his subordinates. Seeing the scene before him, he asked me what exactly he had done wrong. Why do you always come to interfere with me? Is it because of that rule you established? That ridiculous rule about not allowing harm to other players? After hearing this, I said you spoke the same words as in the previous life. In the last life, we paid a heavy price to eliminate him. Even until his death, he never recognized his mistakes. He believed that in this world of survival of the fittest, the weak deserve to die. He also said, we who constantly spoke of saving people, why did we not save his daughter and son? So he hated this place. His goal was to destroy this world. This time I told him that it was not because he failed to follow the rules I established that I took action. I do not have the leisure now to maintain any order or rules. What I want is simply to become stronger through the runes you drop when defeated, so you are merely my stepping stones. In the previous life, Cadian had told me that if I wanted to return to the past to save the world, I must temporarily set aside my moral principles and merciful heart. Even if it meant eliminating everyone in the tutorial zone, I must quickly become stronger, otherwise I could not handle the boss on the final floor. This time, even Iris, who had always been compassionate and kind-hearted in saving others, chose silence, because she knew that the method Cadian spoke of was currently the optimal choice. To become stronger, one must hunt other players. At that time, Kane had stepped forward to reassure Iris, telling her to leave such important matters to him. Speaking of this, Kane had already begun fantasizing about becoming a heroic savior, worshipped by countless women. Iris first threw a fierce punch to wake him up. She ultimately still disagreed with the approach of sacrificing pawns to save the king. Even if one wanted to become stronger, it could not be through the method of eliminating everyone. Kane ran to Cadian with a grieved expression, asking if he had said something wrong. Just as he was saying no one was more suitable than him to travel back to the past, he suddenly noticed that a magic circle seemed to be glowing nearby. When I came over, I asked them what conclusion they had reached. Cadian said the hidden instance on the final floor of the tutorial zone must be conquered, but the runes obtained through ordinary hunting were simply not enough. So we could deal with some people in advance on the 3rd floor. Since we would have to eliminate them sooner or later, we might as well use them to become stronger. After Kane stood up, he said that after eliminating those villains, we could absorb their runes to become stronger. This way, we could not only warm up, but also play the hero. Cadian finally told me not to overthink it. Just remember one point, that is, anyone who interferes with achieving our goal, no matter who they are, you can eliminate them directly. The scene returned to the present. I asked Victor, "Are you not always saying this is a world of survival of the fittest? Then now, for the sake of becoming stronger, I am killing you. What do you have to complain about?" When I pressed the blade to his neck, he showed a relieved smile, saying he had thought I wanted to be some kind of hero, but this was actually my true nature. Finally, he asked me to take care of his son, if I ever encountered him, and told me his son's physical characteristics. However, I immediately replied that I had no time for that. But I told him that if my affairs progressed smoothly, then everyone including your son would be able to survive. With that, I swung the short blade and ended his life. At this moment, I stood like someone chosen by time, in this broken dimensional space, bearing both responsibility and shackles on my shoulders, yet my heart did not feel lonely. The scene shifted to the entrance, where Alara had been waiting impatiently. Her subordinate said, "Why do we not just leave directly? What is there to worry about?" But Alara, through her sixth sense trait, felt that something must have happened. Her intuition told her she must go and see, yet she was afraid of me. Just as they were discussing, I changed my appearance back to that of a woman and walked out, saying I deliberately did not attack you, so did you guard this place well. When Alara saw me, she immediately stood at attention and said of course, and moreover, they had caught several people who had been following from behind. From her reaction, I could see they indeed had not witnessed my earlier transformation and killing of Victor and his group. Otherwise, I would have had to deal with them as well. Moreover, I had already handled the aftermath, so even if they went there later, they would not discover anything. After detecting no abnormality, I said farewell and turned to leave. Seeing me just walking away like that, they were somewhat confused. When her subordinate was about to head to the next room, Alara interrupted him, saying they should first go to the front to take a look. She wanted to know what I had done there. Soon they also arrived at the cross statue. The sprite, seeing new players arrive, appeared out of thin air, saying things were becoming interesting now. It then explained the usage method of this statue again, which was to simply throw a living person who was not from their team into it, and they could resurrect another person. Meanwhile, after reaching the 4th floor, I removed the disguise effect of the earring. The players who had originally been scattered in various rooms would now all gather here. This was the preparation area of the 4th floor. Coming here, I was getting closer and closer to my true purpose for coming to Tower Isle. After the apocalypse descended, everyone was frantically collecting materials to craft vessels, because the rule of this level was that as time progressed, toxic seawater would slowly flood the entire land. To survive, one could only hunt monsters in the forest to obtain materials, and finally exchange them with the sprite for vessels to travel to the next area. But just as people were rushing madly toward the jungle with bloodshot eyes, I, as a returner, had no intention of leaving this place. When Danny, who had arrived here early, saw me, he hurried forward saying they had already collected some materials. I told him that I had spent some time dealing with the Black Sovereign Victor on the previous floor, and said they could leave first after collecting enough materials without waiting for me. Before leaving, I also threw my rune snake to him. I no longer needed this creature to help me convert useless runes, but it might still be helpful to Danny. As Danny was preparing to continue hunting, another wave of people arrived on this floor. They said they had wasted too much time at the cross on the previous floor to resurrect Victor. When Danny heard this name, his heart trembled slightly, because he had just heard me mention this name. Alara quickly interrupted that man, telling him to lower his voice. Immediately after, Victor also walked out from the portal. Alara asked if he really could not remember anything. The resurrected Victor seemed to have amnesia, not knowing why he had come to this place. This gave Alara a headache. She had originally wanted this seemingly strong man to lead them through, only to discover after resurrection that Victor had lost all memories related to this place. Meanwhile, I walked to the outskirts of the forest. Most of the monsters were in the central area of the preparation zone, so I had not encountered any monsters on my way here. Although we were inside this tower where each floor had different environments, and even seemingly realistic skies and oceans, these were merely virtual spaces. Now I had reached the edge area of the 4th floor, although the sprite told us this tower only had 4 floors. As a returner, I clearly knew the tower actually had a top floor, which was the 5th floor. That was where the instance containing the hidden fragment was located. Thinking of this, I drew my weapon and struck fiercely at the barrier before me, discovering that ordinary attack seemed ineffective. So I utilized the silent skill from the Nirmaha ring, attaching it to my weapon. This time I successfully carved out a crack, then I swung several more strikes at the crack, expanding it to a hole large enough for me to pass through, after which I came outside the tower. After I emerged, the crack from before instantly restored itself. To reach the 5th floor, one could only do so from outside the tower. Before departing, I opened my status information. Although defeating Victor and absorbing his runes had increased all my stats by more than 40, I had barely reached the qualification to challenge the 5th floor. After reviewing this, I began climbing upward. In just a moment, I reached the top of the tower. I glanced at the system notification and discovered he was indeed here. However, in the intelligence they gave me in the previous life, they had not mentioned what would appear in this instance. But no matter how powerful an enemy might appear, I absolutely had to win. Thinking of this, I planted all the divine artifacts I had previously obtained into the ground, holding only my scythe in my hand, as the light orb above my head emitted intense golden light. The system notification indicated it was reading the invader's memory and would generate monsters based on this. After the light dissipated, a golden dragon appeared before me. When I saw this monster, my heart beat violently once, making me recall the final battle of the previous life when humanity was defeated. At that time, when Iris could barely hold on any longer, she immediately contacted me to head to the transmission crystal so that I could successfully return to the past. All humans persisted in their resistance. After Iris handed over battle command to Ambia, she rushed toward the transmission crystal with me. But at that time, I was kneeling on the ground holding the woman in my arms. She had taken that fatal blow to protect me. I kept calling her name, Cyril, but she only smiled slightly and said it was good that Marcus was unharmed, saying I could not stop here. I had not expected to encounter this golden dragon of Balim again here. However, this also gave me a chance to defeat him. Although the one before me was merely an inferior copy, his strength was not to be underestimated. For this, I took out 2 items I had prepared long ago. One was the Philosopher's Stone I had exchanged for 32 pearls on the 2nd floor. Although it was not complete, it could barely enhance all my rune values to Crimson level. The other was the Demon Root Essence rewarded after defeating the Demon King. Although its duration was only 1 day, the moment I consumed it, all stats would increase to 99.99. However, after 1 day, all my stats would drop to 0.01. After using these 2 items, the aura within my body began to surge wildly. The awakened golden dragon also sensed my arrival and let out a sky-shaking roar. I first flashed backward to create distance between us, then attached the silent skill from my ring to my weapon. With the enhancement of my own stats, the power of the skill also increased. After completing the technique, I charged toward him violently. Reaching close range, I drew my sword and struck fiercely at his body. Unexpectedly, with his powerful defense, he only suffered minor injury, but had already shattered the great sword in my hand. Immediately after, the golden dragon began concentrating an energy mass in his mouth. I was all too familiar with this dragon breath attack. In the previous life, Cyril had perished under this very move. The current scene was exactly the same as before, except this time I was not injured. I quickly exerted force with my feet and flashed to the side to dodge. I could see that using ordinary weapons caused very limited damage to it. Therefore, I planned to combine Decratus's justice and judgment into one. Only this way could their true power be unleashed. After adding the 2nd skill from my ring, bleeding, I swung the chain, wrapping it several times around its neck. As the chain contracted, it embedded directly into its flesh. Although it could pierce the dragon's hide, the cost was sacrificing this weapon's durability. Moreover, due to its excessively high defense stats, I could not restrain it for long. After just a few struggles, cracks appeared on the weapon, but I continued exerting force and refused to let go. Even if it meant using all my weapons, I would kill it. The next second, the pained golden dragon swung its massive tail toward me. Unable to dodge while holding the chain, I could only endure this blow. Its residual force sent me flying more than 10 meters before I stopped. After getting up, I swung the chain in my hand again, connecting all the surrounding weapons together, then hurled them toward him with great force. To defend against those weapons, the golden dragon could only lower its body and flap its wings to block. I took advantage of this opening to tighten the chain again, making it embed even deeper, then launched another attack against it. Meanwhile, in the 4th floor forest, Danny had just finished hunting a monster. Elena, who was responsible for finishing off enemies, ran out saying this was the last kek in this area. After extracting its slime sack, they had also gathered the final material needed to exchange for a vessel. Elena sighed at this moment, saying it would be good if I could go with them. Danny told her that even if I had not gone elsewhere, it would be difficult for me to travel with them. After hearing this, Elena asked what he meant by that. Danny said that although their growth rate was among the best among ordinary people compared to me, they were still far, far behind. Before leaving, Danny said he wanted to bring a few more people aboard the vessel. Elena asked if he had encountered friends or acquaintances here. Danny looked at Elena and the others, saying it should count as that, though he was not entirely certain now. but felt those people would definitely be useful. After some more time, the toxic water had begun spreading into the forest. A small player named Calvin was frantically running toward the spawn point. Upon arrival, he found his companions had already boarded their vessel and were preparing to depart. But when he tried to run over and board the vessel with them, several spears thrown from the vessel blocked his path. Calvin did not understand why they would do this. The people on the vessel mocked him for being quite agile, saying they had actually missed. Calvin asked why this was different from what had been agreed upon. Had they not said they would let him board if he helped collect materials? Those people said Calvin was not even a member of their team, so there was no need to bring him along. Finally, they thanked him for all the materials he had collected previously. Although Calvin was furious enough to grit his teeth after hearing this, he had no recourse. He could only turn around and run back into the forest to collect materials again, but he also knew the remaining time was simply insufficient. Just as he was at a loss, cracks suddenly appeared in the barrier nearby. He turned his head and saw a hand inexplicably reaching out. This made him gasp sharply and instantly hold his breath. Then, I enlarged the crack and crawled through it entirely. After emerging, I looked around and saw the toxic water had not completely flooded the ground, so there was still some time to collect materials. Calvin, seeing me, asked who I was and why I could emerge from within the wall. However, I chose to ignore him directly and walk toward one side, but he persistently followed behind me, asking questions. Reluctantly, I told him I needed to hurry and build a vessel now, with no time to play around with him here. Just as he was saying that one person's strength was simply insufficient now, I had already burst forward, leaping toward the front. Meanwhile, in the forest ahead, a man was struck and sent flying into a tree. Their opponent was a giant crocodile called godlike. Seeing the situation, they had already begun considering retreat. At this moment, I arrived just in time, saying, "If you are going to give up, then I will not be polite." With that, I leaped up and landed on the crocodile's head. Then, with just a few simple punches, took its life. The crowd could not imagine that this creature they could not defeat, even with several people attacking together, had been killed by me with bare hands. After the battle ended, Calvin arrived belatedly. I had killed this monster not because I wanted the materials inside it, but because I found it rather bothersome. However, I still extracted the parasite from within it first. Those people, seeing my formidable strength, asked if I wanted to travel with them. Calvin, hearing this, said he could also provide materials and requested these people take him along. Those people said that with this parasite, they could only build a vessel for 20 people, so aside from themselves, there was no extra space. Calvin became unwilling upon hearing this, insisting that since he had encountered me first, the parasite should belong to him. After coming down, I directly threw the parasite to them and said I was now going to build a vessel that could accommodate 500 people. If one wanted to build such a vessel, the core material needed was the heart of a verdant salamander, which was extremely difficult to obtain. Just as Calvin wondered if I could really collect so many materials in such a short time, I turned and told him to go inform all the remaining people that if they were willing to surrender their materials to assist me in completing the vessel construction, I would take them all along. After the news spread, the spawn point quickly gathered many people. With the materials they currently possessed, they simply could not build vessels themselves, so they could only place their hopes on me. After they had waited for a while, they suddenly heard some sound coming from not far away. Before they could listen carefully, they saw a massive lizard thrown over, and I stood on the lizard's corpse asking if everyone was assembled. Then let us prepare to depart. Calvin had originally maintained a doubtful attitude, but unexpectedly, I could actually single-handedly defeat this level of monster. After coming down, I walked before the sprite, saying I had brought the heart of a verdant salamander and applied to exchange it for a vessel for 500 people. The sprite looked and saw there was still some time remaining. Then it asked if I knew that exchanging for a vessel required other materials as well. I said of course, then began taking out other materials from my dimensional pouch. Everyone looked at my dimensional pouch with curiosity, wondering what treasure it was that could hold so many things. Finally, after the sprite finished counting the materials, it said the vessel could be exchanged. At this time, the toxic water had already begun spreading toward the spawn area, but the sprite was still congratulating me on being able to collect so many materials single-handedly. The others were already anxious enough to jump, telling him to cut the chatter and quickly give them the vessel. The sprite summoned the vessel while saying it still preferred how people used to beg him before. With that, a massive vessel appeared before everyone. I said you can all board this vessel, but as payment, you must give me all the materials you carry. Hearing they could board the vessel to save their lives, where would they care about anything else? They all threw their materials to me and ran toward the vessel. After everyone boarded, the sprite told everyone not to worry about sailing, as it would be responsible for taking us to our destination on this first voyage. He told us to rest assured. We would arrive in 3 days. Moreover, from now on, we had officially left the tutorial zone, and it would no longer interfere with everyone. The next destination would be the Crimson Zone. Please use all your strength to survive. After the sprite disappeared, everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, while also feeling grateful for my generosity. At this time, I stood alone before the helm, opening my information panel. At this moment, due to the side effects of the demon root essence, all my ability values had decreased. However, I had also acquired my first skill in this life, Dragon Demon Technique. Thinking about the past, this was a quite detestable skill, but for me who could only learn 7 skills, acquiring Dragon Demon Technique as the first was truly excellent. Before I could finish thinking, someone shouted to look quickly. What was that? Everyone followed his gaze and discovered there was actually a broken vessel in the distance. The people on the vessel had also had their skin corroded by the toxic seawater. Calvin recognized these were precisely the group of people who had previously abandoned him. Suddenly, a trident burst from the seawater and pierced through his body. Immediately after, monsters began emerging from the water one by one. At this time, everyone felt the vessel beneath their feet begin to shake violently. Calvin saw the vessel rapidly changing direction and quickly looked toward the helm. He discovered I was gripping the helm, controlling the entire vessel. Soon they realized something seemed wrong, because the direction I was now sailing toward was precisely where those people had fallen into the water. Calvin, seeing the situation, asked if I had not seen that the vessel over there had met with disaster. If we were attacked on the toxic sea, we would be doomed. He also asked if I could protect everyone on the vessel if we were attacked. Even if I wanted to protect them, I could not, and we would only end up with the vessel destroyed and everyone dead. Why would you go to such lengths to save others? After the vessel had traveled for a while, I felt it was about right and turned the helm to stop. Calvin said this was correct. We should not have bothered with those kinds of people. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand climbed up. Then two people struggled greatly before finally climbing aboard. Calvin, seeing them, retreated in fear. The person who climbed up cursed Calvin as a bastard, saying he had heard everything he said just now, and fortunately they had desperately swum over upon seeing the vessel. Then he rushed over and grabbed Calvin, wanting to throw him into the sea to try it out. But just then, a flying knife passed between the two of them. Only then did Calvin escape danger. I said, "Stop arguing, they are coming." The next second, everyone felt the vessel body shaking violently. When they looked down, they discovered those monsters had already surrounded them. I clearly knew these creatures were called cursed survivors. They dwelt at the entrance to the Crimson Zone. These creatures that could only stay in toxic water used a very simple attack method. They would swim to the vessel's bottom and punch holes in it. Everyone saw that at this rate the vessel would sink and became panicked. But they could not jump into the toxic sea either, so they could only have those with ranged skills attack. I said if they would not come up, then I would go down to find them. So under everyone's astonished gaze, I flipped over and jumped into the toxic sea. They watched me jump in empty-handed like this and thought I surely could not survive. But as soon as I entered the water, those monsters abandoned attacking the vessel and all swam toward me. I looked at my palm and thought indeed the dragon demon technique would force the toxic water out of my body. Although my ability values were all very low now, my rune levels were all crimson, so dealing with these few creatures was still no problem. The reason I, Marcus, dared to jump was solely to test my newly learned draconic forbidden arts. It not only allowed me to breathe like a true dragon, expelling the toxins from the seawater, but could even allow my mortal body to temporarily manifest a draconic form. Upon seeing me hit the water, those monsters immediately swarmed towards me to kill. Although I couldn't use my full power yet and could only dragonize parts of my body, crushing these ants was still a trivial matter for me. Just as they were about to charge, I took the first step forward, with a single punch against one of them. The powerful impact directly pierced through its entire body. The other monsters, seeing this, all stopped their charge. After a mere second of thought, they turned and chose to flee. But I had no intention of letting them go, otherwise, this group would surely attack the ship again later. So, with an explosive burst of speed, I chased down the two slowest ones and killed them. Then, I dashed forward again, using my dragon claws to eliminate two other mermen, discovering that even underwater, their speed was no match for mine. With no other choice, they had to turn back and attack me again. Seeing this, I first snatched a trident from one of them. As it approached me, I thrust it forward fiercely. In just a short while, this swarm of monsters was completely wiped out by me. Coincidentally, my oxygen was also running low. I looked up and noticed that the ship's hull seemed to have been punctured with several large holes by the monsters earlier. Meanwhile, inside the ship's cabin, everyone was armed and vigilantly guarding the damaged areas. When they saw something trying to get in, one person hastily swung his sword forward. With a sharp clang, his longsword collided with a trident. When they took a closer look, they realized it wasn't a monster emerging and finally relaxed their guard. But my appearance was enough to astonish them. They couldn't imagine how I had faced so many monsters alone in the poison sea and survived. As I flicked the water from my hair, they said I had made the holes in the ship even bigger. I took a look around and saw plenty of timber. Without another word, I walked over, picked up a piece and snapped it in two with my bare hands. Then I took it and easily plugged the leaking hole. Seeing me accomplish this with my bare hands, the crew was stunned once again. After coming to their senses, they began to follow my lead. I went to split the logs into planks to plug the leaks. Before long, the holes in the hull were mostly sealed. Before leaving, I told them the toxic water in the cabin would evaporate on its own, so they shouldn't be worried about it, but staying there would mean inhaling toxic fumes, so everyone should go up on deck. Only after reaching the deck could I finally catch my breath. Although this trip into the sea had consumed a lot of my stamina, I had acquired a trident, a perfect replacement for the weapon I had lost in the hidden dungeon. This kind of weapon wouldn't be corroded by the toxic water, so I could make do with it until I found the next divine artifact. Then I told them to look ahead, saying they should be able to see something good. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction I pointed. When they saw it clearly, they were all astonished, because what appeared to be a landmass had emerged straight ahead, but the little spirit had said before that the ship would automatically stop when it reached its destination. Yet looking at the ship now, it showed no intention of docking. A young crewman, John, stepped forward to remind the spirit that it had previously said the journey would take 3 days, so this place clearly wasn't the destination. As they were puzzled, I stepped forward and told them this wasn't land at all, but a root of what is known as the World Tree Mountains. Hearing this, John asked if this was the good thing I was talking about. I told them to keep their eyes wide open, as the real show was about to begin. As my words fell, something in the sea began to rush towards our ship at high speed. With a violent shake of the ship's hull, a colossal monster suddenly burst its head out from the sea's surface. Seeing this, everyone's eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out, their minds completely blown. After emerging from the water, the monster first observed its surroundings. Then, as if it had discovered something, its pupils instantly widened. It then opened its massive, bloody maw and charged violently forward. Just as everyone thought they were about to be swallowed by this behemoth, it instead bit down on the root of the World Tree. Only then did everyone understand that the monster's target wasn't the ship, but the sight before them was still shocking enough. Because with that one bite, the monster had swallowed the entire island-sized root whole. As a regressor, I knew perfectly well that this ship, after departing the tutorial area, would follow the route specified by the spirits, and eventually stop at one of the thousands of tree roots. And that giant creature just now was called the Doomfish, one of the 5 great disasters that would cause the death of the World Tree in the future. In the Crimson Zone, where we were heading, lived a race called the Alfheim. To protect their people in this harsh environment, they created the pinnacle of Magi genetic biology, the World Tree. But even that couldn't stop the 5 great disasters, and they ultimately faced extinction. Those giant mutants were born as if to destroy the World Tree. Although I couldn't save the World Tree in my past life, I had to do something now. With that thought, I turned the ship from its original course. The Doomfish had just eaten its fill, so it would slowly move to the location of its next prey. I had to start from the roots at the edge of the outer region. John, noticing the ship had changed course, came up and asked if I was insane, why I was following that monster. He said that no matter how strong I was, I could never be its match, and that I should at least consult the others on the ship. I thought about it and felt he had a point. My actions were indeed a bit selfish, so I asked them, if anyone disagreed, they could get off the ship here. Let's have a show of hands now. For those who want to get off, I'll send you on your way immediately. Everyone had thought I was asking them to vote on returning to the original route, but when they heard my words, they all froze on the spot. They looked around at the surroundings. There was nothing but sea here, and who knew what monsters lurked beneath the water? Left with no choice, they had to follow me to where the roots of the World Tree began. At this point, the World Tree was already in a near-death state. Next, I led them off the ship and onto this land. After we disembarked, I told John to stop looking so grim, that being on land was much better than being at sea. I told him that following this path upward would lead to a safe zone, and that they had 2 weeks left. Just as he was asking what I meant by 2 weeks, the main group up ahead asked if we weren't coming with them. Hearing this, John hurried to rejoin the group. Watching him go, I muttered to myself, "You'd better move quickly, because in 2 weeks the Doomfish would come to eat the end of this World Tree route." Now it was time for me to find that person. But before I left, there was one more thing to do, and that was to destroy my ship. I couldn't let anyone else use my ship, so I had to dispose of it before leaving. As the crowd set off on the road to the safe zone, John looked back at me one last time. Through these past few days, he had found that although I was impulsive and self-righteous, I always gave off a very reliable feeling. Just then, the person at the very front of the group seemed to have discovered something. Looking closely, it turned out to be a man-made cross. Just as they were about to investigate, John stopped them. He thought it would be safer to send a few people to scout first. He asked if there was anyone here who had joined a squad and had a communication system. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard someone speaking from above. Honestly, this is why I say overly cautious types are a pain. It might be good for survival, but from our perspective, it's just troublesome. When they looked up, they saw 3 strangers standing on a tree branch, staring down at them. Another person said, "Settle this quickly before they get the wrong idea." The first person who spoke complained about why this kind of job always fell to him, then leaped down. After landing, he looked around and noticed that 48 people had survived, and none of them were squad members. It was a miracle. He then introduced himself as Alan Pate, a supporter from the Valkyrie squad, and from now on, the savior who will guide you. Confused, John asked him what he meant. Alan said, "You all know that after leaving the tutorial area, those weird-looking spirits won't interfere or explain anything anymore. Maybe they're watching us from somewhere, but they can't help you now. So, you just need to follow us." Hearing this, the crowd started murmuring among themselves. Someone even suggested that since there were only 3 of them, they should just rush them. The 2 remaining on the tree saw this and jumped down as well, saying, "Alan, seriously? You think they'll follow you if you say it like that?" Then he introduced himself as Milo Bake, "And this here is Finn Paris. We are all from the supporter group of the Valkyrie squad." He continued, "We supporters are here on orders to help players coming from the tutorial area." John then asked who gave the order. Finn stepped forward and said, "The order was given by the sovereign of the Valkyrie squad. Her name is Iris Baratane. She left US supporters here 20 years ago before heading to the Orange Zone. I know it's hard for you to trust us, but we can help you adapt to this environment. This is the end of the route, very far from the world tree at the center, so you will definitely need help." The crowd began to whisper among themselves again. They saw that the other party seemed to have no hostile intent, and their own numbers were an advantage. Alan, seeing the group's indecisiveness, asked, "Are you deaf? You newbies just need to follow us." Milo cut him off, reminding him not to forget that the Sovereign had told them to be polite. After listening, John stepped forward and said he agreed to go with them. But Alan and Milo were currently busy trading insults, and had no time to pay attention to John. Finally, it was Finn who shouted, "Enough! Stop wasting everyone's time here. We should be fulfilling the duty bestowed upon us." Only then did the friendly exchange between the two stop. Afterward, Finn told them to get the crowd behind them ready to move out. As they set off, Alan turned back to warn them, "Don't think you can challenge us just because you have more people. The players here, including 30,000 supporters, arrived years ago. So if you don't want to die a miserable death, you'd better behave." Upon hearing this information, the crowd couldn't help but swallow nervously. Alan turned his head, thinking, what a bunch of newbies, scared stiff just by hearing those numbers. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, causing everyone to turn their heads. Alan said, "Don't make a fuss. There's an unwritten rule in the Crimson Zone: no one touches players who have just arrived. Just stick close to me." But before he could finish, another loud explosion came from the same direction. From the sound of it, someone was fighting there. When Milo took a closer look, he found that the skill that caused the explosion looked incredibly familiar. After another explosion, Milo was certain who had cast the skill and wondered, what is she doing here? The scene shifted to the location of the explosion. I was hit by a blow and knocked back over 10 meters before I could steady myself. Those last few hits had already blasted the skin off my arm. I then asked the person in front of me why she was attacking me. But she just shouted back, "Shut up!" Then, while gathering a magic orb in her hand, she said, "You, who just finished the tutorial, dare to barge in here without knowing anything. And you dare to spout such nonsense without a clue?" Rewind to 2.5 minutes earlier. This girl had walked to the seashore and was silently watching the doomfish in the water. Then, she lowered her head in disappointment. She thought to herself, do I really have no more chances to avenge my parents? When she first announced she wanted to eliminate the doomfish, everyone said she was insane. And for this belief, she had stayed here for a very, very long time. She was now doubting whether her decision not to proceed to the next zone with everyone else was right. It was at that moment that I approached and asked, "You're Sophia Balag, right?" Hearing her name called, she was startled and immediately turned around. Realizing I was just a newcomer, she asked how I knew her name. Although she couldn't see my exact stats, she could sense that I was a fresh arrival in the Crimson Zone. Moreover, I didn't have any decent gear or weapons, not even a complete set of clothes. I didn't answer her, only saying, "I want to talk to you about the doomfish." Upon hearing the doomfish, Sophia's heart skipped a beat. But her expression quickly returned to calm. She said she'd never seen me before, and asked, "Are you from Decratus?" Seeing her so vigilant, I decided to try the method Cain taught me in my past life. "You'd be better off cooperating with me right now. Or do you want to keep worrying about your family, who could arrive in this other world at any moment? Even just killing the doomfish would greatly increase your family's chances of survival, wouldn't it?" After hearing this, Sophia's face instantly darkened. Before I could continue, she erupted in a burst of speed and charged at me. Seeing this, I quickly leaped backward, dodging her attack. I looked at her furious expression, completely bewildered. This isn't how Cain said it would go. Seeing her attack miss, she immediately turned and threw another punch at me. But to her surprise, I still managed to dodge it with ease, even using her shoulder to steady myself in midair. I said, "Wait, we can sit down and talk this through. There's no need to fight." But she wasn't listening at all. She raised her hand and began to concentrate magical energy in her palm. Then, her hand swiftly formed a seal. In the next second, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky above her head. When I saw her using even this move, I knew I was in trouble. Not only had I failed to persuade her, but I had enraged her instead. Before I could finish my thought, 3 ice orbs were already in front of me. My draconic arts proficiency isn't high enough, so I probably can't unleash its true power yet. Although this move will put a heavy strain on my body, it's a gamble worth taking. Thinking this, I directly used the special skill of my draconic arts, Racialization, first stage. Just as I finished activating the skill, I was hit by her 3 ice orbs, causing a massive explosion. The man just casually used a skill he had just comprehended, and it sent a cold sweat down the high-level mage's spine, because she realized that even after using her strongest binding magic, not only did it fail to restrain him in the slightest, but the very magic circle she had woven was shattered into stardust by a single palm strike. She could hardly believe that such a powerful draconic art was obtained in the tutorial area, and that I could even use ki to dragonize parts of my body. But as a high-level mage, she would not submit so easily. She raised her hand to weave another magic circle, instantly launching her entire body high into the air. Then, descending upon me like a meteor, she summoned her grimoire, simultaneously casting the spell Alice's Grimoire Manifestation. After she integrated the grimoire into the magic circle, A massive magical greatsword poured out from within. Seeing the sword coming at me at incredible speed, I once again covered every inch of my skin with my draconic arts, then concentrated the key into the palm of my hand as I leaped up and swung out a slashing blow. Her magical greatsword was shattered like glass in my grip. After we both landed, I retracted my draconic transformation and turned to ask her, "Do you want to continue?" Sophia first lowered her head, biting her lip in thought for a moment. She hadn't expected me to be this powerful. Then she stood up and said, "There's no point in fighting anymore." I asked her, "Have I beaten you into submission already?" She said, "Don't take me for a fool. I know perfectly well that you haven't fully unleashed your key's special skill. There are three main factors for judging the level of a key art. The first is the tier and amplification of the runes. The second is the period of the money the power it can release. The third is a special skill it grants. The power of a key art increases with the strength of its special skill. Seeing as your key art is so formidable, even without knowing its specific effects, its special skill must be extraordinary." She understood that my key art was considered top tier even in the Crimson Zone, so there was no need to continue fighting me. She first acknowledged that I was indeed strong, then asked, "How are you going to kill the Doomfish? You know that thing can swallow a whole ship in one bite. People have already given up on fighting it. They've even come to treat it as a natural disaster, rather than a monster or a target to be defeated. Some organizations even worship it. I'm tired now. I don't want to struggle alone anymore. I advise you not to waste your time here like I did." With that, she prepared to turn and leave. I said, "It's indeed difficult for me to face them alone. That's why I came to find you. I have a plan that needs your help." Sophia didn't stop walking. "Did you not understand what I just said? I don't want to challenge the Doomfish anymore." But when I asked her, "You've already challenged the Doomfish 13 times. Are you really going to give up now?" She stopped in her tracks. Then she turned around and told me, "No matter what, I won't challenge it again," after witnessing her parents being eaten by the Doomfish. Sophia had been trying to challenge it ever since, only to end in tragic failure each time. But she didn't give up easily, launching challenge after challenge, and has now failed 13 times. I said, "Even if your previous challenges failed, you managed to come back alive every time after being swallowed. This time will be different with me here. I can help you eliminate the Doomfish." Hearing these words, her heart trembled. She remembered what that person once told her. It was okay not to follow them, that he believed she could do it. After another moment of contemplation, Sophia asked me, "Why do you want to eliminate the Doomfish too?" I said, "I want to save about 1.5 billion people." This left Sophia completely baffled. Then she said, "It seems you're not just any ordinary madman." Hiding nearby, Alan finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw we had stopped fighting. Although he didn't know what we were doing now, he sensed that the situation had become strange. If he got involved, it would surely be troublesome. With that thought, he prepared to leave quietly before Sophia noticed him. But just as he turned, his clothes were pierced by my trident. He looked back at the trident, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how I had detected him from such a distance. Just then, Sophia and I also walked over. I asked him, leaving without even saying hello. Sophia looked over and saw it was Alan. "What are you doing here?" Alan just stammered a greeting to Sophia. And now, I had finally met my first close friend from my past life, Alan Pate. The scene changed to the shelter camp. John and the others were brought over and couldn't help but marvel at the number of people here. Milo told them that the shelters near the route's end move frequently, shifting each time the Doomfish consumes a root. He then told everyone to go to the central service area for a briefing on the situation here, and after getting something to eat, they would continue to the village above. The crowd's eyes widened at the sight of food, but as they got closer to inspect it, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The cook came out and welcomed them, saying he had heard they were coming today, and had specially prepared fresh ingredients. John stepped forward, slammed the table, and asked, "Are you just going to feed us this slime?" The cook explained that everyone here eats this. It's non-toxic and contains all the nutrients the human body needs. The monsters in the Crimson Zone are too venomous to be eaten, but a group of people didn't believe it and went hunting for their own food. After eating it, they started vomiting violently. John and the others watched the scene and thought for a moment. In the end, they chose to eat the slime on the table. The cook said that after they finished eating, they would be given a juicer that could make this food. After handing the group over to the cook, Milo prepared to leave, but just a few steps later, he saw Sophia and me. He then went to Alan's tent and asked when he had returned, mentioning he had seen Alan bring back the guy he had fought. Alan told him to be quiet as he was busy mending the clothes I had torn. When Milo asked how his clothes got that way, he irritably recounted the events. Then they began to discuss the players who had come from the tutorial area this time. As the environment of the Crimson Zone became increasingly barren, the newcomers arriving each year grew stronger. But this time there were exceptionally many. If it weren't for the Doomfish, this many people should have been able to survive each time. Because the Doomfish continuously gnawed at the roots, players who should have started adapting slowly from the root's end were forced to go directly to places closer to the central region to survive. Milo continued, saying the spirits in the tutorial area were aware of this and adjusted the tutorial's difficulty, which is why so many strong individuals appeared. Alan said, but there has never been anyone as strong as that guy. As a newbie, he could actually overwhelm that woman, Sophia. This news has probably spread, and maybe that guy is on his way here after hearing it. Meanwhile, on a tree branch, a man was gazing at the shelter in the distance. Just then, Sophia came to find me with a set of clothes in her hands. She asked me, "Did you get the juicer? You won't last long in the Crimson Zone without it." Handing the clothes to me, she apologized for her impulsive behavior earlier. When she turned back and thought I was about to take off my pants in front of her, she was startled and quickly turned away again. I explained that I just wanted to see if they fit and thanked her for bringing me the clothes. Hearing this, she blushed and said, "I just didn't want to see you walking around naked." Then she led me to the shelter supporter hub. This place was built to help those who chose to stay behind, waiting for family and friends, unwilling to move further up. The staff member saw Sophia and greeted her warmly. "Long time no see." Sophia returned the greeting and asked him to help check the list of new players of her family and to retrieve the artifact she had left in his care. The staff member said she was a very important person and he would check for her immediately. A moment later, he printed out a list, saying, "This is the list of new players who have recently arrived at the nearby routes. It will take at least 2 days to search for newcomers on other routes." Hearing this, Sophia couldn't help but wonder if her family hadn't been brought to this world yet, or if they had already died in the tutorial. Just then, I walked in, having changed my clothes, interrupting her thoughts. "We don't have much time left. We need to make a plan and act immediately." Sophia turned to see me in the new clothes, and her face instantly turned red again. She felt my handsomeness was so extreme that the dictionary might as well print my photo on its cover under the new heading, an existence beyond the definition of human civilization. Coming back to her senses, she asked, "Do you have a plan?" I said, "My plan is for you to get me inside the doomfish's belly, then I'll use my strongest attack on its fatal weak spot." After I said these 2 sentences, there was a long silence, and then Sophia asked, "Is that it?" I asked her, "Is there a problem?" At this point, Sophia didn't want to say any more, feeling that my plan was basically no plan at all. Only after we walked outside did she say, "Although we have to attack the doomfish from the inside to kill it, it's not as simple as you think." I told her not to worry. "Let's take a boat over first." Sophia caught up and asked, "Have you prepared a boat?" Adding that she had one that could hold 30 people. I said, "A 30-person boat isn't even a toothpick for that thing. Let's take my boat." Sophia was astonished to hear I had a boat that could hold 500 people and asked, "Did you park it outside?" Hearing this, I said, "I'm not a rookie. I wouldn't make such a basic mistake." "You'll know when we get there," Sophia retorted. "But you are a rookie." I then said, "Just think of it as me having superpowers. The boat is ready. Now we need to gather materials. Can we split up? As long as you trust me and do as I say, we can successfully eliminate the doomfish." After I finished speaking, she stood there, stunned. My confident demeanor and that irresistible sense of reliability reminded her so much of her teacher. With that thought, she said she would be responsible for the materials on her end and told me not to even think about backing out. Then she tossed me 2 short axes, saying, "Your weapon looks like it's about to break. You can't hunt properly like that. Don't hesitate, take these." Receiving these axes, I was reminded of my past life, when he was my teacher. He gave me this very weapon. It seems some things in the grand scheme are unchangeable. Then she said she had already used her ability to investigate the materials needed to hunt the doomfish. I said, "I already knew." "Your ability is library, right?" Sophia exclaimed. "How did you know? Do you really have superpowers?" Then she explained, "My eyes visualize all kinds of information in the world. Although I can't grasp everything, no one in the Crimson Zone has more information than I do." After saying this, she thought to herself, "And yet, even with this, I couldn't grasp all the information about him." After finalizing the plan, we split up to gather the materials. First, to obtain the bodily fluid of an abun, Sophia prepared bait to lure the creature out. But while she was gathering it, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. She quickly summoned a magic circle to block an energy attack shot from the side. Looking down, she saw a person. Sophia called out his name. "Javier, what do you think you're doing?" Javier teased, "Your figure is as good as ever. How about I play with you for a bit?" Sophia, hearing this, told him to die and asked if he had a death wish, saying she was very busy and had no time to deal with trash like him. Javier then said, "But we escaped from the doomfish's belly together. How can you say that about me?" As he spoke, his hand slowly reached for the necklace around his neck. He quickly took it off, and it transformed into a green energy whip. He then flicked his wrist, lashing out at Sophia. Sophia also took out her grimoire and began to weave a magic circle. In the next second, countless swords of light rained down from the circle, continuously striking the green light shield on the ground. Finally, after another purple sword flew out and severed Javier's whip, another one nearly hit Javier himself. Sophia said coolly, "I hate overconfident fools the most." As her words fell, she controlled another purple sword to shoot towards him. Javier simply placed his hand on his hat. After taking it off, he revealed a third eye on his forehead. Upon seeing this eye, Sophia visibly took a few steps back. The purple sword from before also stopped 2.5 centimeters from Javier's face. Javier then asked, So you know about this eye of mine? The lighthouse is watching. I came prepared before challenging you. We have a mutual aid group, and I have connections with the lighthouse and the others over there. Seeing his 1,000-mile eye ability, Sophia had no choice but to back down. Seeing the purple sword in front of him dissipate, Javier said he meant no harm this time. He just heard she was defeated by a newbie and came to confirm if her skills had deteriorated. From our fight just now, your power hasn't weakened, it's even gotten a bit stronger. So does that mean the rumor was exaggerated? Sophia said it was none of his business and told him to get lost. Javier said he would leave after asking one question. Where is the newbie from the rumors, Marcus? Hearing this, Sophia turned her head and told him she wouldn't say. But as soon as she turned, she found Javier had already appeared in front of her and was about to use an exploration skill on her. Seeing this, Sophia pushed him away and asked, When did you learn a skill like that? Javier, having succeeded, first flashed backward to create distance. After landing, he said, It's not that you couldn't have blocked it if you wanted to. You were just too soft-hearted. Hearing this, Sophia said, A guy like you should have died in the doomfish's belly that day. Finally, Javier said, You're the one who's wrong, not me. You should have joined Decratus when you had the chance. This organization called Decratus was one of the disasters threatening the Crimson Zone. They revered and served the 4 great disasters while not hesitating to lead humanity to its doom. As soon as Sophia heard the organization's name, she became furious. Why would I ever join a trash organization like that? You sacrifice innocent people under the guise of demonstrating the doomfish's power, then take the deceased's belongings from its stomach and sell them. You solemnly promise to send them to the upper roots. But then you turn around and lead them into the doomfish's territory to be eaten? But Javier listened with indifference and asked, So what? I'm just using my abilities to make money, and holding a few religious ceremonies on the side. If anyone's to blame, it's those fools. Even if you let them go, they wouldn't survive long in this world anyway. This way, they can escape their suffering sooner and get a nice view from inside the doomfish's belly. Sophia, standing by, suppressed the rage in her heart. Javier wasn't like this before. But ever since he came out of the doomfish's belly that one time, he had become a completely different person. After saying his last words, Javier turned, leaped away, and was gone. Sophia knew that he would definitely go looking for me. Just as she was debating whether to go find me, she suddenly remembered what I had told her, to ignore me and everything else, and to focus all her energy on gathering the materials.